Howdy. What's going on, everyone? Let's start by making a lobby. I already know who I want to spectate. So there's a newer person playing in the tournament today who is learning to Beastman. I'm very interested to see how far along they've come because I've been giving him some tips and tricks. So that's who we're going to be spectating. Iceman, we played on... Actually, oh, I did the video on our game together. Um, Last week. Earlier this week, I guess. I don't know what day it is. Things are going crazy here in the U.S. I'm not even keeping track of time anymore. I played Beastman at his Norska, and he's been learning the Beastman since then. Um, Really good player, so I'm super excited to see what he can do with them. Hell yeah, good to hear it for Brocy. I'm excited to cast some matches. We'll have plenty of action for you today. Don't worry. We got how many people in? Like 33, which is a pretty big tournament. I think we even got a couple more here at the end. Nah, come on, bro. Have belief. First tournament, too. Damn, we're really pouring the pressure on Iceman. Okay. We're just talking right now. They're joining, but this is his first tournament, which I didn't actually know. Based on how crazy our game was, how well he played, uh, just off of ladder, I think he's going to do pretty amazing here. Welcome, welcome, guys. How's it going? Hope everyone's doing okay today. We've got our first champion, Iceman, here. What map are we on again? Oh yeah, Haunted Vale. I actually remember a map without having to check for once. Let me actually pull the map up though, for folks who may not be as familiar with the pack, because there's a ton of maps in the map pack now. There used to be a much smaller pool. I think the Total Tavern pack had like 20 maps when it came out. And you really about 10 of those were like, balanced for multiplayer. So you saw like the same 10 over and over again. Now we're up to like 30 maps, I think, that you can play for competitive. It's kind of crazy. And Tom, one of the dudes in the community here, started a little project where he got screen grabs of all of the tournament maps from the mod, which is pretty sick. And I'm going to try and show it off here. So this is what it looks like. I've written a few of the descriptions here. I need to work on this some more. I said I would. It's been a little bit since I have, but Haunted Vale is a fairly small map. It's not that big. You can usually stretch a decently wide formation over all 3 points, which isn't super common. Lots of maps are a little bit bigger than that. Hold on one second. Just take a look at the map and I'll get back to talking about it and some strategies for it. What the fuck? Goddamn advertisements. Oh my god. I need an ad blocker for when I stream. Sweet, and we got Legatus. Dude, are we about to watch a, 1 second, guys. I'm gonna check the bracket real quick. I think we're having, Legatus versus, Iceman, which is funny because it's gonna be, Beastman, Norska, which is, I played Beastman into Iceman's Norska, and now he's gonna be playing the Beastman versus Legatus, who's been playing them for a while now. Oh my goodness. Oh, here's the brackets. And Legatus is playing who? What faction? He is playing Norska. That's beautiful. Symmetry's everywhere. Okay. Anyways, let's get back to the map. Just for, like, public record, this Google Doc that I'm pulling this from is amazing. If you ever have a question about a map, just come and reference it, and you'll be well informed. It's got, like, all the deeds. And the screenshots do a very good job of, like, referencing just how large maps are. When they're this zoomed in, you can usually tell the map is pretty small. Here's Pit of the Everchosen for some additional context. See how far out the screenshot is? You know, this map is massive. It's absolutely gigantic. The actual battle area with the points is pretty small, but there's some crazy flanking routes. This is one of my favorite maps, by the way. It's so bizarre because there's summons over, like, 3/4 of the entire battlefield for both sides. You can get people... You can summon units behind what your opponent summons out here, which is pretty hilarious. Anyways, on Haunted Vale, some of the good strategies for this one is to try and... it depends on what you want to really accomplish, controlling the woods. It's actually a good idea if you take your side to get up in your opponent's edge of the woods, because if you push them back in both pockets, not only can you garrison some stuff away from shooting pretty safely up in either yours or your also your opponent's, and if it's a wide flanking route around this forest path here. If you get on your opponent's half of the forest and you're just hanging out in there, it becomes a very difficult task of pushing you out. And because the map is so small, you get pinned up on the map's edge, which is literally right here. If you try to go for those flanks out towards the edge. And your opponent just, like, pins you up against the map's edge, can easily break units off. And for Norska and Beastmen, who, you know, like to prioritize mobility and want to be going for those kinds of flanking engagements oftentimes, I think whoever is going to be executing those dives a little bit more cleanly is going to be the one who ends up winning. And Beastmen are going to have to dodge a lot of burning heads. because that's one of the most common spells the Beastmen run into. It's a little bit like Wood Elves. Wood Elves are pretty hard countered by Burning Head because of how good it is at doing damage to lightly armored stuff, and the whole roster is lightly armored for the Beastmen. Every time you're playing against Beastmen in a competitive format, hedging your bets and just bringing that spell, it's almost never going to be a bad idea, because if you're not able to hit infantry, you can always hit Centaurs, because Centaurs are very lightly armored and they get wrecked by Burning Head. It's really brutal. If your opponent times it up correctly, they'll just absolutely dominate you. Okay, they should be finishing up builds in a moment. Then we'll be kicking the game off. I'm gonna check the Discord for real quick. People are just finding their games. Hold on. Let me also get the rest of my stream stuff sorted. I got here a little late, so I still need to get my I need to get my overlays set up. I'm trying to have a more professional like transition, so to speak. Make the stream look a little bit cleaner. It's been fun figuring OBS out. Who are the other folks that we see around here regularly? Sugar's here, Piston's here, WM. We got Empire for Hire, Melkor. They might be playing an actual Empire Mirror match. Let me take a look. If they are, that's probably going to be the first replay we check out. So, lots of people not huge fans of mirrors, but I actually find them to be very intriguing for most of them. There's like maybe 4 factions that have a really boring mirror, and it's probably a lot less of, it's probably not the ones that you think. Alright, Legatus is ready. Iceman taking an extra minute just to make sure everything is squared away. It's always a good idea to be as patient, play at your own pace as much as possible. Just because your opponent readies up on you immediately, especially if you are a newer person and you're going into more advanced tournaments, don't get stressed out by people readying up early. They probably just have builds that they're very prepared with already. Take your time, because 99% of the people in the multiplayer community are super chill. They're not going to give you grief about it, so, you know. Take it easy, lay back, make sure that you got everything that you're looking for. And always tell a moderator if people are being annoying about you taking a little extra time. Okay, so we got Malagor coming in against Wulfric here. It's not going to be very easy. Wait, is this a death? No, it is a Firecaster. Okay, it's not going to be very easy to kill Malagor. Iceman's just like flying him up and around. Dropping Enfeebling Foe, Flock of Doom. Did bring the leadership debuff, which is kind of cool. I mean, it's not like the most impactful thing in the world, but leadership malices stack up pretty quickly, guys. A -4, I mean, at the very least, is going to be hurting stuff like trolls and warhounds, units with really low armor values. I mean, that's a 10% debuff to a basic warhound's leadership. You know, what is that? 7.5%. Which isn't terrible. Bestial Surge is also going to be nice. It's going to keep stuff on the Beastman army nice and invigorated. For the army composition, we get a bunch of Unger Raiders here. Do have Gore Herd. We've got 4 Zangors. Man after my own heart. I did tell Iceman that this is like one of my favorite units. I think Zangors are absolutely cracked for the Beastman roster. Most durable infantry unit on their roster, actually, in my opinion. Even more than Bestigors, who actually have, like, heavy armor. It's this Overshield dude. And 50 armor is not great, but it's not terrible either. It's like a pretty solid middle ground. And there's 650 gold with magic damage and great stats. You know, you get the 5 from Primal Fury, so you got 29 melee attack and 38 melee defense. 38 melee defense is just shy of Chaos Warriors. And these guys are quite a bit cheaper. Norsca's gonna have a pretty good time, I think. They do have Burning Head. I'm sure you may have seen it just a minute ago. Where the hell did the caster go? Hiding around here somewhere. What the hell? Oh, here he is. Oh, he's on foot. Foot characters against Beastmen can be really tricky, but he's got Cascading Fire Cloak, so if he gets attacked in melee, he can at least not get murdered horribly by the Gorbel or Malagor. Malagor is actually really good at beating up on foot characters. He's got really good stats. I mean, 55 and 45 with a 55 charge bonus. He's got 121 speed too. He's crazy fast. He's very good at controlling the air and dive bombing weaker characters like this. You can hear that audio bug with the Norsca rage passive going off. Marauder's getting nailed here in the front line by the Ungor Raider fire. This Marauder Berserker needs to be real careful. It's going to get worn out very fast with these really aggressive dives. Pretty nice situation for Norsca. They are pressing the Ungor Raider line pretty nicely over here. They do have the Marauder Ice Wolf Chariot in. Though it does get a little trapped up being hit by the Gorbel here. It's taking quite a bit of HP off of the chariots already. You can see them having not dropped anything, though. They're still at full prowess. We got a really good Sea Fang onto one of these Ungor Raiders, and looks like a Burning Head taking out some Spearman Herd. That's not really where I would have preferred to see the Burning Head. I mean, like, right here is much better. Probably just through the Ungor Raider line, but they are pretty disorganized right now. There's a lot of problems developing in the back portions of the build here for the Beastmen. They do have Razorgore Chariots coming out now, and they do get a really nice fight with the Centaurs, crushing the Norscan Ice Wolves. Beasts of Tashnar are also being pushed back by the Gore Herd. Okay, the Beastmen are saving their bacon a little bit here. And the Zangors are actually beating some of the Marauder Berserkers. Are you serious? Wow. Gore Herd mixed in with the Zangors, bullying this poor Berserker over here. I was wondering what was happening. Gore Herd just getting up into combat. They are being attacked by the Miststalkers, but we do get some Ungor Raiders back online. We do have the Gorbel here, taking these guys to task. I mean, he's a great combatant. It's a 1050 gold unit when he's stripped down like this, and they'll absolutely brutalize whatever they're in combat while they're fresh. And that is definitely what they'll be for quite a bit longer. Malagor can cast spells really cheaply, so he's just throwing down the Flock of Dooms and Enfeebling Foes to keep Bestial Surge active, which is a huge buff to Beastman units. It helps them just shred through units. And Iceman takes a pretty nice value lead here. The Ungor Raider fire is actually really nice as well. Pretty well focused, doing some nice damage to the Skinwolves. Skinwolves are going to lose the Centaurs and the Razorgore Herd here. One Cinti with 800 value already. Beastmen a little beat up in the front line, but the fact that these Zangors are still freaking here is massive, and they've actually gotten some pretty respectable value, a few of them. Ungor Spearherds are chilling. Look at the Gorbel. Oh my god. Vice President Gorbel, get him. He's just beating the hell out of this Shaman Sorcerer. Poor guy's trying to get away. He's having a terrible time. He could use a Cascading Fire Cloak to try and save himself, but he is routing now. Probably not worth it. He'll either get chased off or killed by the Gorbel here. Malagor could come over and actually do that. Malagor's also really good at chasing stuff, because literally nothing is going to be getting away from him. And he's, like, fairly cheap. I mean, his spells are pretty close range, so you don't want to get, like, super far away and leave your stuff with no magic support. But for 1,400 gold Lord, which is usually the price range he's within, I think he might be a little bit more than that right now. No, actually, I think he's 1,395. You just keep him, like, hovering over fights usually, pop the spells, dive bomb stuff, chase things off. He can also be a really nice leadership buff platform, because he does have an item called the Icons of Vilification, which gives him a plus 12 leadership buff to everything within 35 meters, which is kind of huge. It's really nice for mobile fights where Centigors love having perfect vigor, as long as their leadership is maintained. So he can combo with them, because 60 is nice leadership, but it can wear out pretty quickly if Centigors are getting attacked by big, scary, like, units. Icons helps them fight to the bitter end, which is pretty awesome. Beastman just continuing to kill the caster here. Zangor surrounding Wulfric. Wulfric has been stuck up in here for a while. He got 1,800 value, and he used all the Sea Fangs, which is amazing, but the resiliency, honestly, has been very impressive. Iceman is taking down one of the more talented Norska players that I've ever run into. And doing fairly convincingly. I mean, the early engagements for the Norskins was nice, and their front line got some good damage off, but the second the Ungor Raiders started to rally in, they have just been laying waste to these Berserkers, as well as wearing down the champions and also some of the Skinwolves. That's one of the reasons why, honestly, Beastmen are so dangerous. Is just the fact that their 425 gold archers are such a nuisance. I mean, you've got 4 of them in here. This is not an insignificant amount of firepower. And Legatus did a lot of damage to these guys, so they got pummeled pretty badly. But most of them were still on the field. They were very beat up, albeit, but by that point in the game, that's honestly the perfect time to have archers and your opponent to be forced up into you. The Ungor Raiders surviving a dive early also means that your opponent committed pretty hard back there. And since they're not dead and you have stuff like Centigors and Razorgore Herd to intercept those big scary units, especially those chariots, man. The chariots came in and were doing some good work early, but the Razorgore Herd just got right up into them, and the piggies shred armored units like that. Oh my god. Razorgore Herd have a huge charge bonus and tons of AP weapon strength. They're very bad in a sustained fight, but they don't need to be good in a sustained fight, because they kill everything before it gets to that stage. Preferably. If you use them too aggressively and you get them rampaged, they can be taken down pretty quickly, but this is about as good of a use for them as I've seen somebody bring them for in a little while. Iceman brought them out to counter that chariot, stuffed them up, and then used the piggies to support the Centigors in the Skinwolf fights. And the 2v1s were just too much for these Skinwolves. They're pretty resilient units, but Beastmen just hit so hard on the charge against light armor, and Skinwolves are very lightly armored. They have 15 armor, I'm pretty sure. They've got Fizzres, which helps them out a little bit, but they just get pummeled oftentimes. And Zangors actually, I think, are a soft counter to Skinwolves. They're not an anti-large unit, but the Zangors are usually pretty good at holding up under a early charge from monstrous infantry. And if they start to surround models, Zangors with their magic attacks are, like I said, very cost-effective. And they'll circumvent that Fizzres that the Skinwolves need so much. Come on, please open up the thing. Here we go. So let's go look at Skinwolves. Oh, this is Warriors of Chaos. Same thing, right? JK. Totally different, guys. If you come and look at the Skinwolves, they've got a decent amount of HP at 7,400. On 24 models, though, does actually mean that their HP pool is pretty small for monstrous infantry. It's fairly beefy, and they do have regeneration, which is nice, but again, if people are getting around 20% damage reduction on a regular basis, especially an infantry unit that can surround you so efficiently and chew through you, it's a huge downtrade risk for Skinwolves. I actually really think you need the armored ones in this matchup. I don't think that you can afford to bring this other variant. Because the Beastmen are just so good at punishing out-of-position Skinwolves. Centaurs can do it. You've got, like, the Sons of Goros, who are a Centaur with armor and magic damage and, like, decent stats for a sustained fight and perfect vigor, no less. They're also faster than Skinwolves. Skinwolves get engaged on by Centaurs a lot of the time. It's not nearly as great of a fight for the Sentis as you think. You have to play around your Norscan Ice Wolves a lot against the Beastmen as Norsca. You can't afford to take one-on-ones. Or I guess you can't afford to get bogged down in one-on-ones with Skinwolves. You need to be able to stick and move. You need to win decisive 2v1s. That's all that you're looking for is the Beastmen or Norsca in this matchup, is 2v1s in the mobility game. Because your units are very comparably priced, you're going to equal each other for numbers a lot of the time. Skinwolves are more expensive than Centaurs, though, so that is something that you definitely need to keep in mind. I would bring the Skinwolves out first, and then get the Norscan Ice Wolves. And the armor, at the very least, means that the Sentis won't just totally roll you. I mean, they will still hit you pretty hard, but that's where the regeneration comes into play. You want to try and stay away from Razorgore Herd with the Skinwolves as much as possible, but sometimes you just have to take full commits. And the Burning Heads were decent that game, as well as Wulfric throwing down Seafang. I think they could have been a little bit more aptly placed so that you can break through in the front line, because I actually think just using your magic against the Beastmen to try and kill their backline is a trap. It's not nearly as easy as you think, because the whatchamacallit, the Unger Raiders have Stalk, so they can just go invisible if they disengage back after their initial volleys. And there is an argument to be made as a Beastman player that that's really how you should be using Unger Raiders anyways, is for hit and runs. You, like, run up, get a couple volleys off in the front line because your dudes fire pretty quickly, and then pull them back because your opponent's going to be, you know, trying to position to punish the archer play. It's one of the things they're going to have to do to win against the Beastmen, is kill the Ungors. If you pull them back and they go into stealth, your opponent does not know where they are unless they can get units within a pretty close radius to reveal them on the map. And they can't afford to, like, waste their magic back there. And breaking through in the front line means that instead of the Beastmen infantry holding either too long to the point that their mobility is cleaned up in the back line, or the Beastmen infantry just win outright because they are actually pretty good quality, especially Zangors. They win a lot more fights than you would think they do. If you can break through with your infantry as Norsca and get up into the secondary lines and have the infantry chase down the Unger Raiders, that's where you will probably have a little bit more success, because then the Beastmen can't stick and move quite the same way. Beastmen are not a pure Unga Bunga faction, believe it or not. They're actually very controlled in the kinds of pushes that they make, at least at a really high level. the Beastmen hit and run constantly, and they'll just absolutely obliterate you. What they do is they build up and they push like 2 objectives early. They use their good speed to disengage off of one and rotate around the field. And then they use their Cynagors and their Razorgore herd to just do a full court press on your flanks. And they just continue to kill more and more isolated units. That's like the real strength of the Beastmen, because they're almost always going to be able to get away from who they're fighting, because super quick infantry, I mean 42 foot speed with Primal Fury up. Razorgore herd have 70 speed. And Strider, so they never slow down. You've got Razorgore chariots that have 77 speed. They also get Primal Fury. Minotaurs are decently fast at 62 speed. Everything across the board is quick. The only slow stuff you have is like the Eye of Morrslieb, I would say. Like pound for pound. Them and Giants. That's like the only units you've got below 50 speed for the most part outside of the infantry. Which, you know, still makes sense, and these guys are way faster than your average unit anyways. Lots of stuff makes them strong. Hell yeah, I'm gonna check it out. I was just talking about this live game for a little bit. You honestly don't see Beastmen all that often. For such a powerful faction, they're not nearly as well represented in tournaments as you might expect. They can be a little difficult to execute, so I love talking them up. They're probably my best faction that I play personally. I main Khorne, but Khorne has some pretty glaring weaknesses that the Beastmen just don't have. Usually a little bit easier to avoid getting kited to death with the Beastmen than Khorne. But I digress. So, I like talking about the Beastmen as much as possible, and talking about how to play into them as well, so that people can get a pretty good handle on how they function and operate. Let me get all the replays, guys. I got them here in my folder. I just need to move them over real quick. Thank you for listening to my rambling. I hope you learned something as well. That's the whole point of this. There's a lot of matchup knowledge that goes into playing this game, especially on the multiplayer side of things. Sweet. Okay. Oh my god, Grand Cathay. That's beautiful. I've already seen that one. Lizardman versus Tzeentch. I actually want to see this. Mr. Fly is one of our resident Tzeentch mains. Very, very skilled with them. We've also had a couple of really close ones. And I think Fly has definitely beaten me in some of our games. We've played a fair few number of matches, and he's definitely got the goods. He knows how to bring the heat with Tzeentch. Tzeentch is another really tough faction to learn. Anybody who can come in with these very hard to execute high micro factions has my immediate respect. And the Beastmen are right there alongside Tzeentch in a lot of ways. The Beastmen or the Lizardmen are a little more resilient, I would say. Tend to be a little bit more straightforward, but they've definitely got a lot of very niche and selective units that have like high requirements for you know, like positioning, you know, getting these guys back, and also like focus firing, making sure that you're keeping track of like the threats on your flank, because while the Lizardmen do have a decent amount of mobility, their Coldwind Spear Riders are a little slower than what the Chaos factions have to offer. Certainly a lot slower than the Centaur of Tzeentch, who are actually pretty threatening to those things. Beautiful fire going down on the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch. These things are very heavily armored, but you probably want to pull it out a little bit sooner than, you know, you're trying to now. I mean, it's getting poisoned. It's just getting nailed by so many missiles. That's a really nice amount of value to farm up on a big, expensive monster like this. And these things are very powerful against the Lizardmen. They're very good for killing Slann. And Slann are a pretty meta choice for the Lizards oftentimes because they have a lot of utility. You got Tempest and Arcane and Forging here. Banishment, really good damage spell that you can throw down hitting units in the back line with. Or in the front line, depending on just where enemy blobs might be sitting at. Blood Statue to Spite is another really good damage ability. Limited uses, but gets a lot of work done. Umbral Tide pushing up really should focus down the Soul Grinder. It's very beat up. But Seth is a little slow letting these dudes get a little too far forward. And actually get dove on by the Screamers and the Chaos Furies here. Really nice Tempest going down on Sartorial. He's getting pummeled right now, man. Landing here is cute, but it doesn't actually do anything for that. Tempest hits flyers no matter what. I think even if they already are sitting on the ground, you can still cast it on them. Shrieking Skyrays getting focus fired by the Skink Skirmishers. The Skink Skirmishers, they're doing fairly well. Some of them trickled a little bit up into the front line, and they were getting punished for a little bit there. But now that they're able to focus up and they're really hitting these flyers and wearing them out, and you've got Coldwind Riders coming in, as well as the front line going pretty nicely with the Saurus Warriors beating up on the Zangors. I think that the Lizards are going to be just fine. They should be able to like rally up the rest of their skirmishers anyways and still do just fine. Because while a couple of these are struggling, you see these two are maybe going down here depending on how the Fury engagements shake out. You've still got two other 425 gold skirmishers. Cheap skirmishers and missiles are so dominant right now in the meta. Good positioning on units like this get you just so much value. I mean, they are keeping the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch back. They're duoing with the Skink Cohort Javelins really nicely. Look how much damage they throw down. 700 gold unit, by the way. Being absolutely eviscerated by a swarm of like turn one campaign units, I would say. God, I love skinks. I think from a thematic and aesthetic standpoint, I prefer them over Saurus. Saurus are really cool. I mean, like big hulking warriors, just pummeling the absolute ever-loving crap out of everything in their way is definitely a vibe, you know. Krokar is basically the Doomslayer anyways. Or I guess Oxyotl really is. Maybe not in terms of, like, physical appearance, but lore-wise for sure. Anyways, Zangors, I was talking them up last time around, and they are still okay. They are still pretty decent for Tzeentch. The problem is that, they beat a lot more than you think, but they lose really badly to Saurus. Saurus actually pummels Zangors because of the weapon strength. It's just such a crazy disparity. And the Zangors being lightly armored, they just can't outlast the HP and the damage from the Saurus. I mean, it's like a double-edged sword for them, unfortunately. If you want to grind against Saurus, you really need some kind of AP infantry, in my opinion. And while I like the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch, it's gotten pretty good value here. If it's not able to kill the enemy's Lord, then you're sitting here with a unit that has very limited, like, melee combat prowess. Because the Tzeentch Soul Grinders are awful in melee combat. They are exceptionally weak. The Khorne variant is, like, the best one in a melee fight. It's a hit-and-run monster, yeah, but it's got, like, decent melee attack values. While the Tzeentch one gets down to 30 when it's tired, and it tires itself out pretty quickly by firing. You can see here. Still able to lay a little bit of shooting down and get some nice value for itself. The Slann, though, they're deceptively tough, dude. 6,500 HP is a lot of health for such a cheap Lord. And it's hard to compromise them in the backline. With good Skink focus fire, you saw how quickly they were able to like shoot up Furies and Screamers. contribute against any Centaurs and other, like, units that might be trying to push around into the backline to assassinate your lord. Colden Spear Riders came in. They were doing a really good job of keeping stuff back. Just very impressed with Seth's execution here. It's been really well done, and this is against a very skilled opponent. You know, Mr. Fly has been holding the line as best as possible, but I think this Lizard build was just really well tuned for beating the Chaos God of Trickery here. It wasn't a tricky enough build. You get hard countered by character snipe spells. Arcane and Forging and Tempest did a lot of work here. They were pummeling Sartorial this entire time. And here at the end, even dealing with the Soul Grinder. What could Tzeentch do here? I'm going to have to go to the drawing board a little bit. You definitely need some kind of spell to clear out your opponent's width. I mean, this is a massive infantry stack. I mean, like I said, turn 1 campaign army opener right here. It's got numbers and weight of fire, and that's a pretty scary combination on a durable faction like the Lizardmen, especially one that can bring out a lot of heavy-hitting units in reserve, or just even more numbers. You get both the Colden Spear Riders out with the Umbral Tide, who got a little bit of value, and then you get all the Feral Cold ones, and what would be next? Probably the Sacred Croxagores were the next summon in, if that game had been going into the later stages. And then you get Skink Cohorts out to replace your numbers losses. It's very well tuned for stuffing back a very elite faction like Tzeentch. Tzeentch needs, like, number clears. You know, Sartorial is really good at countering elite stuff with Final Transmutation and Searing Doom and Plague of Rust. He's really good at helping the Tzeentch firepower or elites to take decisive engagements. Against something this wide, though, Searing Doom becomes a lot less effective if you're just constantly using it on, like, 1 or 2 skink units. It'll still do good damage, but it's not nearly as cost-effective at that point. Because you really want to use this on stuff like cavalry. So, like, using this on the Colden Spear Riders when they're engaging, big money. That's, like, the only thing you can use it on, though. You can use it on pockets of infantry, and hope that your opponent is making those kinds of mistakes. But if that's all Sartorial focuses on, and you're still losing in the frontline fight, you're just going to get stuffed back. Occultist with the fire magic would actually be pretty nice in the back pocket, just in case you see mass skinks. Either that, or you bring something. What do you need? What does Tzeentch bring against the Lizards? Exalted Flamer. Exalted Flamer would have been really good there. These things are gnarly. They do tons of damage to infantry. They leave these little vortexes everywhere on the ground that do a bunch of damage to lightly armored stuff. They're 1,300 gold. If you focus fire with them effectively, you can take units out completely with just shots from each of them down a flank. Definitely what you want to prioritize as Tzeentch into that matchup. Don't have many reps versus Beastmen. Don't know what I thought with the build. It wasn't cooked. There wasn't really anything wrong with the build, actually, Legatus. You were just a little too aggressive into an equally quick faction. Beastmen want to use their Centaurs to counterpunch you. If you can force the Centis to be overly aggressive into you, that's where you can get the leg up in the mobility game. Norsca just needs to play as defensively as possible against Beastmen, actually. It's one of the matchups, I think, where Norsca just can't quite equal the same level of aggression. We're going to do some Cathay? Maybe. Damn, we got a lot of Tzeentch players in here. That's kind of interesting to see. Let's do Chaos Stairway versus Khorne. This is a pretty rough matchup for Khorne, in my experience. definitely are a little bit on the back foot. If you aren't executing really well as the Blood God. Because the Chaos Dowie just want to shoot you to pieces. They've actually got a lot of pretty good kite units. WM is actually going for a pretty crazy build here. Actually see what he's cooking up a little bit, I think. The idea is to just hold on one objective with the Immortals and the Blunderbusses, just blasting everything to pieces. What you do is you send the Immortals forward and they hold on the number 1. And the Blunderbusses, I would say one should position out here. And the other probably just right behind the Immortals. And you'll have one Blunderbuss that can exert pressure on the number 2, can still get fire support from the other Blunderbuss, and vice versa. You can get the good crossfire going. While the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders can steal points away from Slowcorn Infantry, outskirmish throwing axes, and then the Hell Cannon can be there to shoot up whatever you need it to. Basically, it's good against everything. A little less good against the throwing axe cav than it is against like infantry or the monstrous cav here. Definitely be looking for that rather than these shots here. Just get a good one there, though. You could hit the Bloodwake Berserkers right now, which would be very cost-effective. Hellcannons are great against the Wrathmongers, man. They can throw some serious damage on these guys. The explosion radius is big enough that it can hit multiple models. The missile damage itself does massive work against these guys. They've got a ton of HP to get through, and it's always a good idea to just shoot them to death. Don't want to let the Bloodwake Berserkers get at you early. It's a little long to sit back. Piston definitely is being a little bit lax on the infantry micro. Maneuvering your infantry is just as important as moving your mobility. You want to try and make sure that you're doing your infantry positioning early on. You don't want to keep your stuff just bunched up all in a line together, because they become very ungainly to maneuver around at that point. You need to keep some good spacing on these guys, that way you're not just bottled up in one area of the battlefield early on. Because if you're taking positioning now, with your opponent having already gotten set up in the positions they want to hold, it makes it very difficult to get back on even footing, because they're going to be able to blast you so relentlessly on the way in. Look at the Furies getting melted by the focus fire here. Beautiful stuff with all the Hobgoblin sneaky gets, the precursor missiles, as well as those bow riders and the blunderbusses. They've melted this poor Fury dive. The Hell Cannon crew is taking quite a bit of damage, but I think the focus fire is enough that it's going to be able to kill this Fury. The blunderbuss is also deleting another one out here. Khorne taking massive casualties early on. Infantry are still just kind of running around a little disorganized. Against gun factions, you actually don't want to just like dive in against them like this early. Use your numbers. Like, you've got all these marauders. Use them to like push up and hold points. Try to get as much ground as possible early. Because what you want to do is you want to let the blunderbusses get just up in range and then move back a little bit. See if your opponent notices, and do like a really slow, patient retreat until you're like at the edge of the objectives here. And then you want to hold ground for a little while your opponent shoots you. You want to hold the points as much as possible without giving your opponent value. Pushing early against missile lines puts you at risk of situations like this where you're either not executing your dive the way that you really want to, and it's a little disjointed, or you end up like over blobbing on stuff and then you just get massacred by the missile focus fire. Really good Sleipnir coming down. Very nicely targeted. I mean, huge value on Valkia just from that one cast. She's been getting shot up really badly by these blunderbusses. Another thing you got to be very careful of. It's a very useful character. She can value trade pretty tremendously for you. I mean, she's 1,700 gold, 1,850 with this toolkit. She could be beating up on the Taurus, the Bale Taurus character a little bit. She could be flying back here herself to get after the Hell Cannon. Don't fly over your opponent's missiles ever with Valkia. There's no reason to. She's quick enough in the air. You just loop all the way around the open flank there. Get up into the trees and try and charge from the trees onto the Hell Cannon. Because if you can do that, your opponent is going to be like fighting on the edge of the forest, and their units are going to be taking terrain penalties if they're big stuff, right? Valkia being infantry size, she has a lot of advantages when she's taking fights, in terms of like terrain selection. There's very few terrain pieces that are disadvantageous for infantry. And she'll almost always have escape routes here, because units are going to be a little disorganized trying to engage her, and she can use the trees as a way of peeling units off of her as she runs away. And she'll be just fine in terms of speed. She won't be debuffed or anything. Bloodwing Berserkers are also just not able to find any engagements here. WM is just kiting them around, and then engages them with Hobgoblin Sneaky Gets, with Blunderbuss fire overwatching this entire engagement. Look at that Hell Cannon damage, dude. Oh my god. Brutal stuff. Bloodwing Berserkers being annihilated here. The Skull Crushers, they were sitting back for a long time, man. They were back here for ages. I don't hate keeping them back early. I think what you really want to do here is, Khorne, though, what you want to do is hold this number 3. You want to get your infantry up in the woods here, actually. Like, keep the Bloodwake Berserkers. Or actually, you don't want to use the Bloodwake Berserkers for this, do you? How do you want to do this? Give me a sec, guys. Let me formulate a quick strategy here. Takes a little bit of time. Always have a game plan when you're getting into matches. Like, look at the map, build your army, and think about where you're going to put stuff. I think 2 Marauders in the forest here would have been a really good idea. And then you can keep the other 2 Marauders up on the number 2, and then the Bloodwake Berserkers. You can either have them up in this tree line with the Marauders, or you can keep them back here, and they can be like a response piece to any units that are trying to like sneak around your back line or take the number 3 objective away. And they can be like your counter push unit. The Skull Crushers, they just need to, they needed to have been brought up earlier to support the front line. Here in the late game, they're just going to be alone, fighting a lot of pretty risky engagements. They get onto the flank of the Bull Centaur Renders with the Fleshhounds here as well. They should be able to get some decent value, and they do get Relentless Rage, which is nice. They're taking these guys to task pretty effectively. They will probably be able to value trade, but they're not, like, they're just not doing enough damage to the Chaos Dowie right now. God, there's just quite a bit to talk about here, isn't there? It is a good attempt by Piston. I think there's just maybe a little bit too much, there's a little too much haste here. Like, Khorne does want to grapple with their opponents, but it's almost always a bad idea to try and dive early as Khorne. Khorne is one of the best build-up factions in the game. Just holding one objective and trying to play keep away from your opponent while you bring out the numbers to, like, swarm formations like this is definitely the way you want to go about it. Because what you need to do, you need to get your Furies out, you need to keep them back for a little bit, you need to bring out a Minotaur and a Blood Beast, and then you can dive. As you reinforce with the Forsaken and the Khorne Gors, as the situation, like, depends on. Preferably Forsaken early. Forsaken, like, shred Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders and Bull Centaur Renders. They're actually really good at pushing flanks, and they can withstand the Hobgoblin Sneaky Get focus fire pretty well. And also have a pretty good engagement against those guys, too, because of the heavy armor on the Forsaken. If you can use them to attract fire, while the Furies then engage on top of the Blunderbusses, you'll kill the Blunderbusses. The Blunderbusses actually die individually to Fury units. Use 2 Furies to engage each Blunderbuss. Use this 3rd Fury with the Blood Beasts and the Minotaurs to then screen while you kill the blunderbusses. What I mean by that is you keep the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders from countercharging, as well as keeping the Bull Centaur Renders and the Kadai, potentially Kadai Fireborn back from that fight as well. Because if you kill the blunderbusses in this army, you just totally ignore the Immortals at that point because they're too vulnerable to push by themselves. You can then use the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes and the Bloodwake Berserkers to move up and actually kill the Immortals. Because I believe the Bloodwake Berserkers win the one-on-one. They've got way better stats. They've got a little bit more weapon strength. The Immortals do have more models, though. They have a lot more models. Maybe it's a more even fight than I think. Anyways, use the throwing axes to kill the Immortals. You don't need to try and do it with anything else. Your Marauders will get absolutely obliterated. They got chewed up pretty badly here by this lawnmower unit. And, you know, this is kind of why you bring the Bloodwake Berserkers. They're an elite, heavy AP infantry unit with armor sundering, which would be really nice against the Immortals as well. That is what they are built for. Use them for the fights that they want to actually take. They get in there and they just actually try to take them apart at the seams. And they can do it with success. If you're pressing with your infantry first, and all these Marauders are getting shot to pieces, that's fine for your opponent. That's kind of what you want, though. Marauders of Khorne can uptrade pretty aggressively in the right matchups, in the right place and time. But they really are your damage soakers, right? You don't want to let your Furies be the ones who try to engage first. They're just going to get shot to death by people who know what they're doing. You need to play patiently and slowly, because you can absolutely run down the Chaos Dwarves with Khorne if you execute your dive well. Let the Marauders get up to the front line, let them take the opening volley from the blunderbusses, engage with your Furies at that point. Push the Wrathmongers wherever the Immortals are sitting at. And try and get like one infantry around the side of the map so that you can push the Hell Cannon. Get them up around the edge and try to slow creep them forward onto the artillery. Because if you compromise the artillery with like one Marauder, that is a massive win for you. And the Chaos Stabby crew is actually pretty flimsy. A Marauder of Khorne can very quickly kill them, believe it or not. It's just big value waiting for you, and it does require your opponent to bring out some kind of mobility to attack that infantry and be occupied with them while you deal damage to the rest of the formation. Because a Hobgoblin Wolf Raider attacking a Marauder, it's 525 gold unit against a 400 gold one. And the 400 gold unit, even if they get rear charged, as long as they don't get double teamed, the Marauders can actually turn around and put some pretty good damage down on something like a Hobgoblin Wolf Raider. Actually show it off. These guys only have 4,000 HP. 4,200, the Wolf Raiders. Marauders have 9,300. They're actually pretty beefy. If they turn around and start getting damage in on the low melee defense that Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders have, your Marauders are actually fairly competent at doing pretty decent work in the mobility game. They just don't want the sneaky gets all over them. That's where Marauders are going to end up losing. We're going to have plenty more games to talk about with approaching gun lines. In fact, let's get into one now. See how Fire Fist handles this. It's kind of difficult as a newer player to get adjusted to learning how to take these ranged, or counter these ranged builds when you're playing with infantry factions. Or more, like, aggressive factions, I guess I should say. Like Khorne and Beastmen. Factions that don't have, like, true, like, mid-range units. Beastmen do to some extent with Ungle Raiders, but they're a little different than other, like, bow units. You just build up more than anything. staying back early and then trying to overwhelm the missile units by occupying them with melee troops and damage dealers is usually how you go about it. Range duels play out a little differently. In range duels, army composition is massive. And I think the elves are going to be in a big bind here. They don't have anything to kill the crane gunners. They do have Burning Head, I guess. They're going to have to rely on Burning Head to do damage to the crane gunners, which isn't as outlandish as you think. They're pretty lightly armored, and they don't have that much HP. They don't get melted by Burning Head, but a couple of them will break them down enough that you can then use some units to like aggressively attack them and try to kill them. It's going to require a little bit of finesse from the High Elves. Doesn't look like they're doing anything, doesn't look like they're making any huge early positioning errors. They're getting up at the points. They're trying to dodge the bombs here from the Empress Croman. Empress Croman come in, actually get some pretty good damage off on the Rangers. But it was a pretty good effort by Fire Fist here to actually dodge. Empress Croman, they could have taken this Ranger down to about half health. Just running back and forth underneath the grenades actually makes it a little harder for your opponent to get good damage off. Because the Croman don't just like dump them all out at once. It's like a very long bombardment. If you run back and forth underneath them, you can actually run out of the grenade bombardment area and avoid damage completely. Illyrian Reavers pushing the flanks, the Archers rotating over. We do get some Jade Lancers. Jade Lancers will win very decisively if they take that fight against the Illyrian Reaver Cav. They won't win a like a 2v1 though. You need to be a little careful here. You don't want to get too aggressive. They are going to pull back. Cathay doing a very good job of playing defensively right now, but Crane Gunners may be over-focusing the cavalry over there. They really should probably shoot down the Archers. It's a beautiful Dragon Breath, though. Just looks like the crossbows are kind of on that duty, though. Now that I'm seeing the battlefield a little more clearly. Yeah, Archers get pushed back. High Elves losing one of their range tools. Definitely not good here. Not getting a lot of damage in the trading. I think it's time for Tyrion to maybe get a little more aggressive here, with the Fire Mage getting up in the trees here. You need to be really careful with your characters when Crane Gunners are on the field. Look how much damage Tyrion takes here from one good volley from these guys. See the Burning Head going down. But you've got like good spots to sit that are really close to the front line. I mean, Tyrion's got enough speed. When he comes out with 95, all you do is give him an order to run through this gap here. You don't give him an attack order on the Crane Gunner because he might just run into something. You got to be a little, you got to be careful with how you attack through gaps in infantry formations. Like, the best thing that you could do here with Tyrion is keep him right here. He's in the forest, he'd be hidden. Crane Gunners can't shoot him at that point. He doesn't lose a bunch of HP for no reason. The Mage hides on the other side here, because that's plenty of range to cast Burning Head from into the Cathay forces. And when it's time and you want to get aggressive onto the infantry and get up into this back line, shift-click Tyrion through the Cathay formation, because at the point that he's arriving back here, he's in the middle of everything, and he's actually a much harder target to shoot. Because if you engage onto something, the range tools are going to be a lot more unwilling to actually shoot in on this character. And Tyrion is very good at taking down stuff like Crane Gunners. His attacks will clear 2 or 3 models at a time. In about a minute, he'll have killed an entire Crane Gunner unit, which is a massive win for the High Elves. One that they desperately need right about now, and he's very durable with the Heart of Avalorn. It's very hard to actually kill Tyrion. But when he's being pummeled like this, so aggressive early on, it's going to put him in danger of being attacked by Zhao Ming. He's not getting anything done just sitting back here. All you're doing is allowing your opponent to get a value lead and also beat up on one of the few tools that he otherwise doesn't have an answer for. The missiles are the only thing that are going to reliably kill Tyrion, because he will outduel Zhao Ming. It's a pretty close trade, and it's more advantageous for the High Elves overall, because the High Elves, without Tyrion, it's not great, but they still have their magic on a caster elsewhere, and High Elf mages get tons of WOM from the Starwood staff. They can cast all freaking game, and be just fine. Losing Zhao Ming as Grand Cathay is pretty devastating, because your units are actually fairly low leadership. You can get punished pretty badly in that regard. You also don't want to lose the utility of your magic either, because it's all bundled up in one character. So it's a really good disengage from the Grand Cathay Lord. Tyrion's still not getting up in here to try and go after the Crane Gunner. Oh, please. I would love to see it. Just diving alone with the Illyrian Reavers is never going to do it. They're just getting screened out so effectively. Fireball going down. A little bit of damage. Tyrion's still getting shot to pieces. And the High Elves and the High Elf Spearmen and the Rangers, they're never going to get through this Jade Warrior wall. They just don't do enough damage. Only 21 melee attack, 30 melee attack. Jade Warriors at 38 melee defense. They've got a little bit of ward save because the Branding Iron raising their defenses. They've got pretty heavy armor. Defensive stance is also making it so that a lot of the models are staying out of combat, making it take even longer to grind them down. You don't want to play honestly into Cathay like this. You can't engage them cleanly across the front line. You want to try and pull their formation apart by like pressing the edges of the battlefield and trying to get between gaps in their formation. You want to fake charges with your units, pull back, and see if your opponent takes the bait of trying to charge into you. And then you want to like squeeze by them. Because Jade Warriors are really slow. They only have 28 foot speed. Your Rangers have 40 at base. So if you can just stay back and kind of bait your opponent forward and then loop into the backline with infantry, who you then support with your Illyrian Reaver Cav, and you just totally ignore the Jade Warriors as much as possible while you kill your opponent's backline, that's how you win against Cathay. Because if you kill the shooting that Grand Cathay has, they will never beat you in melee. Their units are just not that good individually. If they build up to a point that they're at, like right now, where they've got multiple units swarming down isolated pockets of your mobility, that's where Grand Cathay is just going to dominate you, man. Once the Jade Lancers are able to come out in numbers and swarm the field against your lightly armored stuff as the High Elves, it's kind of game. There's nothing that you can do to stop them at that point. Your best bet early, like I said, is to take down the Crane Gunners. Look at the value on this Crane Gunner. 3,000 value here. This one got 1,200. That's still paying for itself. And getting a 20% uptrade. Very efficient. White Lions grinding down some of the Jade Warriors. By the time they're done with this, though, the Crane Gunners will probably be able to use the last couple volleys on them. Ouch. Big ouch. Seeing a lot of over-aggression early from folks today. What's the High Elf game plan here? You saw the Burning Head did wear out one of the Crane Gunners, which is nice. I just get Tyrion through the formation. Seriously, Tyrion getting up into the Crane Gunners would have been probably one of the biggest things that the High Elves could have done to get in that game. Use Burning Head to wear down one of the Crane Gunners, right? It's 1,200 gold one. Still going to get some decent value. Sure, whatever. Tyrion's going to take damage engaging onto the other Crane Gunner. It is unavoidable. But as you saw there, him staying back and doing nothing was, you know, honestly even worse to the High Elves, because he just got shot to death. Ended up off the battlefield anyways, or unfunctional. While just ceding a lot of space to Grand Cathay. Grand Cathay does not do well if you, like, flank around the Jade Warrior core. If you're constantly forcing Cathay to try and reposition their infantry and their missile core, that's going to be very difficult for them, because they've got to rely on Harmony to stay ahead of you in the melee grind. Every time you stress your opponent's micro on Grand Cathay, the more likely it is that they don't have their units in position to get the effects of Harmony, and that's where you can get a big leg up on them. If you allow them to stay in their early formation, where they just like push up in a nice brick and just post up in the middle of the field, you cannot stop that. You cannot engage against that cleanly with most factions and win. They are probably going to shoot you to death as you try to engage that. Use your infantry to bait frontline fights, retreat, open up gaps, push through with your infantry, try to use your infantry early to get on top of your opponent's missiles. Because if you do that and the enemy's cavalry is forced to spend all their time at the backline trying to sweep up your units, that's where the High Elves can bring out their Silver Helms. The Fireborn are really good in this matchup. I didn't see them, but you really need them. They can bring the War Lions of Trace up, and they can just do a full court press to kill the mobility and the gun line and leave the infantry alone as much as possible to be cleaned up in the late game, where you can cycle charge them to death, because your spearmen are never going to be able to do it. It's a huge waste of your time as the High Elves to try and engage Jade Warriors with spearmen. Okay. I hope that's helped you, Nidus. Or Nous. I hope that's given you a little bit of an idea of what you can do against gun lines. We're gonna have more to go through. I'll try to keep explaining the principles until it like really clicks with you. Because it's obviously something that, you know, you're not the only person who struggles with engaging against factions when you're at a range disadvantage, because the High Elves just don't have a way to poke the Crane Gunners without getting shot to pieces, right? Like, one Bolt Thrower in here would do a really good job of countering the Crane Gunners, actually, because the single shot is anti-large, ostensibly, but it still does good enough damage that it can take down Crane Gunner models, which is a big win for you. That's another thing that the High Elves could keep on hand. Alright, we got some more replays here. We got 2 Empire versus Kislev matchups. Oh yeah, we got Melkor, and we got Empire for Hire, who's playing on Kislev against the Empire, okay. We're back. Sorry about that, guys. Awkward. I don't know. OBS just crashes sometimes. I'm bringing the game back up. Give me just 1 minute, and we'll be right back into that replay. We'll see. I mean, look, Empire, it's going to be fine. You know, it's a live and learn type of situation. That's what the new player tournaments are for. It's to try crazy stuff out, try some not so crazy stuff, and just see how it goes. Taking your lumps here is going to be better than when you, like, really figure it all out, and you're, you know, taking advanced tournaments. Come on, please, game. What the hell's going on? You mean game already running? Oh, it's just taking ages to open up. Hilarious. Those early engagements are really tricky, guys. Like, probably the biggest transition and the biggest like eye opener for like really leveling up in terms of skill is figuring out how to handle the early game. Because most people, if they're able to like scrap into the middle and keep things close, that's where it's anybody's game, right? A lot of experienced players actually get a pretty big advantage against folks because they're like just more practiced at trying to peel open enemy formations early on. Like they know the ins and outs of the early like mind games and positioning, and they pounce on you. And if they like get in on you good enough, they can just absolutely win in the first like 5-6 minutes. It can be like a scrap all the way throughout, but they've had like a decisive edge at that point. If you can figure out how to keep people from doing that to you and how to do that to other people, that's when you just completely unlock all your potential. See how Empire is going to be getting into this. The Mantide with the Hockland long rifles is pretty dangerous. This is not an easy build to get in on. You've got... Oh, wrong side.
I know you are afraid,
oh.
But remember, fear
What's up, Marcus?
is not a weakness. It will keep you as sharp as the weapons that you wield. It will keep you alive. Now, end them!
Damn, but Buddy had to let one out there at the end. That was a long-winded ass speech. Okay, I love the enthusiasm, Marcus. I've never actually heard his battle speeches. Light Wizard coming in here. You've got a big net build. You got Hunter's Snare, which is a big AOE. I mean, a mini net of Amontok. I mean, it doesn't last as long, but the fact that it's hitting like an entire like formation, it's kind of crazy. And then Light Wizard, obviously, net of Amontok, you can overcast for the AoE, undercast it with a single target, either or works. I don't think you can go wrong with either, really. It's just like time and place. Some spells you really do want to only use like an over or undercasted version. But some, like, really and truly do just have, like, the best of both worlds. You got a much cheaper single target that still lasts, like, you know, the full 20 seconds. The AoE is much more expensive, but does have enough potential on it where if you just, like, net 2 units, I mean, you know, theoretically, that's, like, worth the double cost. I like it. It's one of the more balanced spells in the game, in my opinion. The Net of Amontok. It sucks to get hit by it, which is why you gotta like play really carefully around it. But there are ways that you can avoid the worst of the damage from it. The best thing that you can do, if you see that your opponent's got a light caster and you don't see your opponent's Lord on the Empire, it's almost always Marcus. I can't think of another Lord who could be invisible right now. I guess you could have a Lord in the trees. You can generally math it out pretty easily, though. You're doing it right early, Empire. You're taking the objectives. I would get the Kislev Warrior up in the trees here. And in fact, you know where I really would want to put them? Put them right here. This might sound crazy. If you put this guy right here in front of the spawn zone, your opponent is not going to be able to move you out of there easily. You can spawn camp people in domination mode. I mean, it's not like easy, and there's some risks to it for sure. But imagine what happens here. You just push this Kislev Warrior up in here, they go invisible, and they're sitting right there. Your opponent just forgets about them on, like, you know, object permanence. They're, like, busy microing everywhere, and then in a heated moment, they just summon something out of the Vanguard here. And they try to move them up to, like, go for this back point, and they just run into the Kislev Warriors in the trees. Or you can keep them up here, your opponent has to maneuver around, and they just act as a roadblock. and they might try to go up along map edge, where you can then have like missiles to like come out and punish the unit that's extending back there. Just hold on these points and you're just fine. Make it hard for your opponent to maneuver around you on the objective that you are 100% like posting up on. This is your home objective now, the number 3. The number 2 is the one where the mainline fights are going to be happening. Get your units in position now so that they're safe from missile fire up in the trees. They can still like turn and exert some pressure with their pistols. Maybe get a little wider with some of these armored Kossars and get them farther forward. This Kossar spear is fine. I would actually rotate these two back out to this side of the field. Either that or maneuver them. Maneuver one here, and then maybe another one here. Just so that you've got a missile unit that can punish units skirting around the edge of the battlefield, and have the Zargard moving along. Maybe getting up at the trees again. Use terrain. I don't see people use terrain enough. Get up in trees. People can't shoot into them. Even if your opponent has missile units that can fire into forests and still get a little damage done, they're firing very inaccurately. Because there's an accuracy debuff for firing into and out of forests. It's not nearly as bad for firing out of trees. There still is a small one. You could be avoiding a lot of damage on the number 2 right now. You want to force your opponent forward. You want to be in position to nail them when they get in range. Like, I actually don't think moving forward is the right call, Empire. I think that trying to just move back some and pull the Empire in is the better go. And maybe even bringing Little Grom forward some more. Like, what you can do here is get your infantry back to just not get hit by the Sunmaker. Your opponent's going to try and move up and secure the point at that stage. Have Little Grom wear out these Hawklands as much as possible. Do get them up. Pretty nice shot, taking a couple of models down, but you're still taking a bunch of damage on the armored Kossars. You don't really need to. It's just too risky engaging the Empire back here. Poke with your Little Grom, save the damage on your infantry, force them to advance while preserving your forces as much as possible. When they get within range, that's when you want to be like pushing out of the trees and getting up in their face and trying to engage a lot of this infantry in melee combat. With anything that isn't long enough range to stay out of the Sunmaker's LOS. Like, have your Kossars like posted up at the edge of the range here. Pull back as much as you need. You've got a ticket lead. You've got plenty of time to play with. Develop out something that can either like take that dive to go after the Sunmaker as you're poking away with Little Grom, or just get Little Grom a little farther forward and try to hit the Sunmaker crew. Because the Hawkland range only goes up to here. You've got a little bit of room to work with, where I think you can actually get Little Grom within shooting distance, and you can kill models in the Sunmaker pretty fast. If you kill the Sunmaker crew, or the models, that's a huge uptrade for Little Grom, for one, and it's going to make your opponent more panicky. They're going to immediately push their Hawklands even deeper in. And imagine if you haven't taken a whole bunch of damage now, right? Like, you've lost an armored Kossar, you've lost a, you're losing a regular Kossar, these guys are going down. It's a lot to lose, man. The Hawklands are going to be getting within the danger zone. They're getting into positions where it's a lot harder to just immediately come out and support them. And the Empire is going to have to do a lot of screening at that point. They're going to have to push their entire infantry formation into yours, because your Kossars, if these Hawklands are any closer in, can actually get within range of them. These guys have 260. Kossars have 140, which isn't the best archer range in the world. It's still close enough, and they've got good enough way to fire that they can easily punish Hawklands by shooting them with 20 armor. And if your opponent starts engaging you in melee combat with all their infantry, just pull your Kossars back for a little bit, and the Sunmaker literally can't do anything. The Sunmaker is so inaccurate, it actually does a lot of friendly fire. One of the ways to counter the Sunmaker is to rush the Empire front line so fast, the Sunmaker doesn't get to use its ammo cleanly on your units. And then it just obliterates their own front line. And then it's, like, you know, done as much damage to you as it has your opponent. And you can just easily counteract them at that point. Little Grom. It's on fire at will. Big mistake. Definitely don't want it on fire at will. Another thing that you could do, instead of summoning Little Grom all the way back here, save up some money and bring Little Grom out of this spawn here in the trees. And then you can either shoot the Sunmaker, or guess what artillery and cannons are really good at doing? They're really good at shooting down the flanks of units. They love to get a nice spaghetti line that they can shoot down the full length of. A little Grom shot onto the flank of this Hawken long rifle, I shit you not, will probably kill like 10 models at a time. It is disgusting. Instead of shooting from the front and only killing like 1 or 2 models at a time, you would immediately force your opponent into panic mode. Because they don't have artillery to punish Little Grom. They would have to come and kill Little Grom in melee or push with their Hawken long rifles, which they definitely are not going to want to do out onto the unprotected flank here. That would mean your opponent has to shift all of their infantry over to cover that edge of the battlefield. They'd probably reposition the Sunmaker at that point as well. And if they don't do that, it would force them to like send cavalry forward. That's where you can use the Kossovite dervishes to delay, to allow Little Grom more time to shoot the Hawklins, and also allow you an opportunity while your opponent is distracted to push your infantry formation forward. Attacking from multiple angles is important. You want to be forcing your opponent to always pay attention. You don't want to trickle in. You want to be you want to have your plan, and you want to hard commit to it. Don't wibble wobble on strategy in the middle of a game. It's almost never gonna work out for you. You can change your tactics on the fly, but you need to be prepared for multiple enemy options. You need to be prepared for the Sunmaker. It's not the most common thing in the world. It's less meta than it once was, but it's still pretty incredible, especially for matchups like Kislev and the Dwarves, where your opponent might be bringing like tons of cheap infantry with lots of range tools, and you can just get amazing volleys off. 1700 value, it gets unsummoned, get a big rebate, huge value lead. You're just getting slow pushed down here as Kislev currently. Now that the actual fighting is going on, it's looking a little less terrible, but it's still pretty abysmal. And the Light Wizard with Shemsburn and Gaze actually doing huge damage to Little Grom right now. Wow, that's pretty smart. I actually really like that. Okay. Damn, Melkor brought answers for everything, huh? I'm pretty impressed, honestly. Melkor, I don't really have any notes for you. Your execution is about as clean as could possibly be asked for. You see a Blizzard here from Empire for Hire on the Tempest Witch. I love Blizzard. I think it's one of the best spells in the game for Kislev, but you 100% want Hoxa Miska against the Empire. You can kill Empire Greatswords without Blizzard. Blizzard is for factions that just bring so much armored infantry that Kislev can't kill at all. The Empire is not doing that. They're gonna be bringing chaff, probably. And Hoxa Miska doesn't do damage to friendly troops. You can cast it here on this fight. You can cast it on your own unit, basically. Like, put the Vortex right here on this blue circle, and just watch as your opponent's spearmen just completely melt and rout because they're getting discouraged as well. It's really good for breaking pockets of cheap infantry like this. Then you can get a little bit more aggressive on your opponent. I think this is a little bit of an army composition problem, a little bit of a strategy problem. Because, I mean, honestly, like, all things considered for like, all of the advantages that your opponent has gotten in a lot of these engagements, and by out-positioning you and having stuff that you don't have answers for, you really have played it pretty decently. Like, don't get too discouraged by this Empire. Games like this happen, and this is the kind of game that you need to go back and rewatch, because this is where you'll learn the most. You don't learn nearly as much from, like, watching wins as you do from losses. And it's, you know, it sucks to, like, lose and to, you know, for people to see that and feel like you just played like a dummy. That's not really the case, though. Like, you're playing solidly with what you've got available, considering the situation. Infantry fight's going alright. It's just that the Empire got such a big lead early, and they've still got plenty of missiles. They're really pushing you down. And you just haven't been able to punish any of the missile troops. The Hawklands, they've been getting shot by Little Grom, but none of them have died, and Little Grom, you know, is basically on its way out. So you're not getting a rebate for your missile troops, while your opponent will be. Look, what the... This is absolute filthy behavior. What is this Melkor? Oh my god. This is 500 IQ gameplay right here. Marcus will... I don't know if this is intentional. I'm going to choose to believe it, but Marcus was hiding behind that tree and actually avoided a Little Grom shot because it impacted off of it. Little unlucky he got hit there, but could have a lot less HP if that other one had hit him too. The Shem's Burning Gazes have been pretty nice also. 1100 value out of that. And you haven't really needed the Net of Amantok. I saw a good one out here on the Kossovite Dervish dive. That's really about it. That's all you needed from it. So having the Shems as a backup is pretty cool. And I'm a little impressed. Shems isn't the best spell in the world, but 1100 value out of your Light Wizard is still pretty solid. That is paying for itself. Boyar getting shot up a little bit. Stuffed back pretty badly. Demigryph Knight Halberd's doing a whole bunch of damage to you. We'll fast forward through this one. It's very much over. You got Streltsy being compromised by Empire Knights here. I did see a pretty decent Blizzard. You only got 443 value out of your caster. With Hawks of Miska, if you're like using that on cooldown to clear out all of these spearmen and swordsmen for the Empire, you'll get a ton of work done with your caster. You can get like 300 kills with Hawks of Miska. It does a ton of damage as a Vortex. It has no AP damage. That's like the one drawback to it. Oh, we want to see Kislev, not the Empire. But the just the fact that you're not doing damage to your own front line while you're clearing out your opponents, that alone is pretty massive. But on top of that, I was just looking at OBS and I saw a black screen for a second. What's going on here? Oh, that's from when the stream crashed. Whoops. I'm caught back up. Anyways, not only do you get a big leg up by just doing damage to your opponent while not taking any on your own units, but you're discouraging the leadership. Minus 16 is the entire penalty for Lords being dead, which is absolutely devastating. This lasts 21 seconds. 21 seconds is long enough to do enough damage to your opponent's infantry that even if they weren't getting absolutely wrecked by the damage that Hawks of Miska is doing, your infantry grinding into them is wearing them out enough that the leadership breaks start to become a problem for all those Empire spearmen, because their leadership is respectable at 60. It's not insurmountable. Leadership malices stack up really quickly in these guys, and as I said, if Kislev breaks through the front line, they absolutely get up into the Haakon long rifles and they start to take over the game. And, you know, getting that little Grom out on the flank would have made a big difference, too. Like, just one shot onto a Hawkland from the flank is going to do massive, chunky damage to them and immediately force micro and repositioning out of your opponent, where they might overreact and overturn their formation and then allow you to get in on the edge of their formation. Where are we going? Oh, we're gonna see the other Empire game now. We'll see how Suga is able to handle this. It's a pretty cool Kislev build. You got the double little Grom, you got the Druzhina with the restock. Oh, and Cursed Frontier. Okay, gonna be running around with those guys, buffing them up, I think. And Gust of True Flight to give the extra advantage at long range, which is cool. And Hoxa Miska gonna be dropping that down. Narski Alesa is here on the field too. She could easily kill Marcus if she gets in on him. Be very cautious of trying to accomplish that early. Armored Kossars probably want to take the number one. We're on Crystal Lake, so there are some pretty pronounced forests here. Although your opponent's up on the high ground. You know what, actually, since you've got artillery, let your opponent take the number one. Little Groms with the Druzhina want to get up around this pillar, because they can play around this if they need to. And your opponent's wide enough, and you've got the restocks, right? You're wide enough and have enough ammo that Little Grom being used against spearmen and swordsmen here isn't a bad thing. You've got all the ammo in the world to work with. Get your Little Groms in position as quickly as possible to start doing damage to your opponent's formation. Like, all this time sitting here is time they could be getting up over here. Post up here, rotate your entire army to the low ground. Because your numbers are just not going to be nearly as good as the Empire up here. I guess your infantry are going to be relatively safe fighting in the trees. Alright, I mean, if you're going to go for this, here's the deal. Armored Kossars on the point, try and cap it. I just don't see that working out. No. I'm sticking by my guns. Moving up here is a mistake. Play from your ranged advantage. Cap the low ground. I know it sucks to spend a million years repositioning your infantry, but do it now before you get locked in combat and you have to fight on your opponent's preferred ground. And scrap over the number 2 and play patiently in value trade. You can develop infantry out over here. I wouldn't be pushing all of my infantry here, but getting like a Zargard up in the trees to like push around and maybe threaten your opponent's backline is not a bad idea. Because you can maybe close the gap on the Herge Jaeger Corps if your opponent makes the mistake of allowing this flank to be left open. Which actually does kind of look like Melkor is not keeping anything over here to screen this edge of the battlefield. You can definitely follow up on that. And again, taking a bunch of unnecessary damage in the front line. Patience is a virtue. And virtues win battles. IMO. Like, that's why discipline is so important for actual, like, battlefield scenarios, right? If you get too eager and you're just like constantly running at your opponent, they're just gonna gear up and try to play at their own pace and advantage, and just throw you onto the back foot and then keep you there. Boydnott's Brawlers coming up. A good defensive unit against those Empire Knights. Beautiful Shems going down. Dude, honestly, the Shems Burning Gazes have been gross from Melkor. Wow, wow, that is vicious behavior. Jujina probably, honestly, wants to be trying to find a way to get up under the Light Wizard and box him from out behind this pillar. This is why I want you to play around the pillar as well. Because you control it and your opponent can't just hide their unit right behind it. Because you can move your Lord around the terrain here. And just shoot this guy. Like, poke him out from behind this. Don't allow him to sit back here and just be able to pop in and out and get, like, really close range. Perfectly calibrated Shems Burning Gazes. Oh my god, dude. The Zargard get ripped up by that. Brutal. Kislevites Warriors, though. Oh, yeah. Right up on the Herky Gager Core. Big catch here. Now, see, that's a Kislevites Warrior. Imagine if there was one of them and a Zargard up in there. You could roll your opponent's entire missile line at that point. That would be a big win. The frontline fighting, you just moved up a little too soon. A little bit more patience, I think, would have behooved you tremendously, Suga. You're getting good damage with the little Groms. I will say that. Looking pretty nice on the value front. Boydanov's moving forward a little bit isolated. They don't have anything to help them out over here. They have their wits, and that's about it. Little Groms can definitely peel some of the Empire Knights off, but it's not going to be perfect. Very unfortunate whiff there. That little Grom shot really should have landed. If it had hit those Hawklands, it would have just absolutely chewed them up. Kislevites Warriors kill the Hergy Gager Corps and are chasing down the Hawklands now. Really nice situation for Kislev over here. And the Empire's got most of their cav out here trying to kill Boydnovs and fighting the Snow Leopard. Another thing about moving up here...
Keep it from the foe.
This is why I think rotating to the low ground would have been better. You're just being outcapped here by numbers. You're not capping here either. Again, numbers. Like, just trying to cap the point that your opponent's infantry are all hanging out on is what's, like, getting you behind Suga. Like, you value traded better than the Empire here. And that's great, but the problem is that's coming at the price of tickets, which you're triple cap now, and your frontline infantry, who are all kind of out of position, and you might win the value trade for a little while longer here, but losing all of the infantry and your opponent starting to just replace losses is going to hurt you a lot in the late game, because you are very, very, like... You're at a huge inertial disadvantage with little Groms. Like, these actually have okay cap weight, sure. You don't really want them to be, like, up on the point, though, trying to sit and hold it with their big, meaty frames, so to speak. You want to keep them a little bit farther back. Little Grom is one of the artillery pieces that really and truly is better at long range than it is, like, closing the distance, and this is a big... sad moment. This little Grom is shooting this tree in front of it. You can see the cannonball right here on the ground. It just keeps impacting into nothing. That's 2 wasted shots, and that's pretty critical damage right about now. Because it could be hitting these Empire Knights, the Demigryph Halberds, these Empires, the Hawkland Long Rifles. There's a lot of stuff you could be trying to nail right now and get some value against. This Kislevites Warrior unit just went down to a frickin' man. That is dedication. That is incredible. Bravery through and through. 1,500 value almost on that one unit. Beautiful stuff. The Armored Kossars are doing a pretty good job holding against the Empire. That was a beautiful flank shot from Little Grom onto that infantry. Almost broke their leadership. Got some Zargard coming up. And Griffin Legion here getting worn down. Yeah, those Demigryph Halberds are just so vicious, dude. The Boydnovs have gotten some okay value. They definitely are leaving a little bit on the table. I think that you were too aggressive with them. Again, again, oh, it's the early game positioning. You know, winning the trades, losing horribly on the caps, getting ground down on this point. You might get this in a minute. Little Groms here. Caster and the Lord here. What else do you have? Oh yeah, Hawks of Miska. We haven't seen any of those. Those Hawks of Miska would have been really nice for fights like this. There were some other blobbed up infantry over here too. Get your caster on a horse. The ice switches, they're cheap, dude. Like, these Frostmaidens do not cost anything, hardly. They're like 1,000 gold on the upper end. Having them on the horse means that they're going to be able to, like, actually move up to cast Hawks of Miska, which is a 150 meter cast range, wherever you want. And you can always just, like, cast the spell, run her back, hide her, pop Swiftwing on your artillery if you need it, bring her back out, go somewhere else. You're just not synergizing well enough around the real heart of your army. You're playing this build a little bit like you've got a traditional, like, wide Mantide line. You're taking, like, an engagement at a numbers disadvantage and a cap disadvantage here. You're moving up units one by one to try and support an edge of the battlefield where your opponent has the mobility advantage. And that's why the Boydnovs got so beat up. If you just use the Boydnovs to screen right in front of your little Groms, your opponent cannot push here. You've cut off, like, this entire, like, box here. Like, the whole point is basically controlled at that point by having such a powerful missile unit, like, covering the front approach with the artillery to back it up. If your opponent sends a bunch of Empire spearmen to try and, like, flood you out, like, keep the Boydnov brawlers just, like, occupied with chaff infantry, you can use Hawks of Miska to, like, clear them up a little bit, soften them as you build up more infantry behind that, and little Groms just hit all the mobility that tries to get in on those guys at that point. And then, if you've got your infantry holding on to the number 3, your opponent can't push you there. You're not nearly as far down in tickets. You've got the value lead, and you've got a more intact front line, so you can counter push in the late game to start securing the other objectives. Hergy Jaeger Corps did rally. I mean, they're getting a little bit of value. The Hawklands have not nearly been as devastating this game. And the Lightcaster's been pretty solid. God, dude, not again. That's the 3rd shot from this little Grom that's hit that tree. Gotta watch out for stuff like that. These terrain pieces can be very hard to tell, like, where the actual hitbox is. And just losing that much value on the little Grom from hitting nothing is big, just painful. It's agony to me. I would be crying if I saw that in the game. Beautiful point-blank shot from little Grom. Absolutely devastating damage. Another thing that's worth doing with little Groms, you can actually use them to hold points. I just realized something. Okay. You could, in theory, use the little Groms to try and hold this number 3 objective with the 2 Kislevites warriors. And little Grom actually has a pretty favorable arc of fire to be able to fire over the tops of hills like this. You could probably still shoot at those Hawkland long rifles in the early game. Try and bait your opponent to, like, do something about little Grom on the low ground here. Pull them back a little bit and then rotate them up to the high ground. Get back in position to support against anything that's trying to push out the Kislevite warriors. Because if you have little Groms down here with the Kislevite warriors, cavalry cannot engage that. Your opponent wants missile troops to do that. They bring up Free Company militia. They try and poke the little Groms with Shems and the Hawklands, who rotate closer in. And they get up in this position, try to start shooting you. Little Grom can, like, pull back. and circle up to try and get like enfilading shots while you get cavalry out on this edge to push them down. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of Wither 2s and Y4s they can get into. God, there's so many like rabbit holes to fall into talking about tactics and strategies in this game. That was a nice shot. Oh, baby. Oh, those Aucklands. Oh, Little Grom is so fun. I love these things. They continue to value trade, but Kislev's still trickling units in. You're just not coordinating the infantry pushes enough. Again, you took the engagement against your opponent on favorable terms for them. You didn't develop out a defensive position any one place anywhere, so in this mid-game, where you're really starting to have objectives capped, you're forced to push single units up one at a time, where they're just continually getting isolated and stuffed up by the Empire's superior numbers. And then playing at a value deficit doesn't even matter at this point. They'll continue to stuff you back all they want to, because the Little Groms are great value, but you know, they're not going to be able to do it by themselves. They're not able to clear this entire Empire army alone. They do need the help of the infantry, and the infantry have just been they've been used fine, but not nearly well positioned enough to force your opponent onto the back foot. You could be making things a lot easier on yourself as Kislev by being a little bit more patient. Also, Norskia, I just realized I haven't seen her all freaking game. Where the hell has she been? She would have been a really good unit to run up and line hold, in fact. Not having that has definitely been a big problem. She's only gotten 35 value. She's expensive as hell, by the way. Even on foot with just Kislev Unite, I think she's 1,200 gold. She's pretty pricey. We did see a Hawks of Miska. It didn't really hit the infantry, though. It was hitting these Empire Knights. Again, hitting units that are already engaged is the better option. Even if you think you've got more damage potential here, you've got guaranteed damage here, and you're peeling a unit in the front line so you can cap the point, because again, you need caps. Little Groms at this point need to just be a distraction for your opponent. They're fairly tanky. It's going to take ages for Spearmen to poke them down. I mean, it's very doable, but these things have 105 armor. They're not dying anytime soon. Again, imagine if you had the Hawks of Miska now, instead of earlier, when you whiffed with it a little bit. Patience is a virtue. Virtues win battles. And more Empire Knights coming up. Demigryph Halberds. Cleaning up some units here. Empire going to walk away with a pretty comfortable win. Suga still has the value lead. Like I said, look, this is just a little bit unfortunate. It was your opponent, you developed out on the same side of the field. I think you overestimated the armored Kossars a little bit. They're a strong unit. They're annoying to break down. You can see here they did pretty respectably. But they just got ground out, and your opponent capped the points in the process and just held it the entire time. I mean, they never, ever let up on the objectives. Pretty much the entire game. There was one point where the Kislev got a flip, but it was just going to get retaken by the Empire, if they didn't already at the end of the game. I wasn't really paying attention to that. I was trying to point out some of the things that Kislev can keep in mind next time for taking cleaner engagements. Yeah, the Light Wizards were great, dude. I'm loving your Shim's gameplay. Very impressive use on that magic missile spell. Alright, give me a sec. I'm gonna grab more replays. I think we're getting close to finals time. Or not finals, but top 4 time. I think it's the final round, is what I'm trying to say. Tzinch, Nurgle, Tzinch, Norska, Cathay. Norska versus Khorne. Let's go. Okay. Very cool. Beastman versus Kislev. We're going to watch that one. Because that is kind of a tough matchup for the Beastmen. It's like the one bad matchup that I think the Beastmen truly have. Norska has, like, everything in the world that they could possibly need to, like, nullify the advantages that the Beastmen typically rely on. What am I looking? Oh yeah, the bracket. Oh, Challenge. So much easier to read at a glance. Okay, we're in round 3. So, damn, not nearly as behind as I thought. Alright, one more time to open this. Alright. Some of these are redundant replays, but that's okay. I'll pare them down as we go. Yeah, let's do Beastman versus Kislev. I mean, I'm being a little biased here, but I do really want to watch Iceman a little bit. Did really well into Norska, which is another, like, semi-tough matchup for the Beastmen. Beastmen, I've mentioned it before. It's always worth repeating, though. Beastmen have one bad matchup, which is Kislev. And they've got a bunch of even matchups. They don't really have any that are bad. If you're able to punish the Beastmen for having light armor, you will beat them. If you can't do that, that's when you start to run into problems. Kislev's good at both. They can punish their light armor units. They can also roast down their heavy armored stuff, because they've got Blizzard, they've got Hailstorm, they've got Hawks of Miska. The Tempest Witch is crazy strong, in my opinion. All of the spells from the Tempest lore are absolutely insane. The Ice Magic looks a lot worse in comparison, honestly. It's got a few matchups where it's great. Like against Khorne, the Ice Magic is way better than Tempest, in my opinion. I'm surprised no Hawks of Miska, but Blizzard, I guess, is here to kill Bestigors, and then you've got all of the infantry, obviously. Like, all these Kossars and Armored Kossars are going to be intended for just shooting down all the light armor. Which I don't hate. And Blizzard, if you blob up too much, you know, you can punish the Beastmen with a Blizzard anyways. Because if you hit, like, a Zangor and an Ungor Spearherd, Blizzard Overcast will just totally delete them. And that would be 975 gold value. Which would be pretty good. Got a Patriarch coming up for heals. Not a bad idea. Gonna be healing up the Kossars, who got hit by that Flock of Doom early. Malagor did get really good value out of that. Being able to wear down your opponent's units like that is pretty amazing. I don't hate the idea of using a Solyax here. I mean, it is helping quite a few units. That doesn't actually look like he's going to be. I thought it was coming in for actually dropping the heal, but apparently not. Zangor's brutalizing these Kislevite warriors. Look at these poor guys getting melted right now. Oh no, Patriarch. No, Patriarch. Gorbel Secret Service incoming. About to do some somersaults. Huge damage on this poor boy. Patriarchs are relatively good characters, but they're very lightly armored. They're not great in melee combat either. Getting bulldozed over by Gorbels is not really good for them. I would actually... What I would like to see right now from the Beastmen... This is where Malagor is in a really good position to be aggressive. Malagor should fly in here and actually attack this Patriarch, while the Gorbels pummel the Ice Witch. Because, like I said, Malagor is an actually good duelist. He beats up on lightly armored characters pretty nicely. I know this Patriarch has a heal, but his stats really aren't that impressive. His melee defense, or melee attack, does not get around Malagor's melee defense. So the chance for Malagor to get hit is like, what, 20% right now? Thereabouts. I don't know the tables off the top of my head, but it would be a very favorable engagement for the Beastman Lord. Him getting stuck on the ground also isn't terrible either. It means that shooting's not going to be hitting him, and stuff like Kossovite Dervishes aren't really going to be able to do enough damage to him anyways. Centaurs were going to pull back, but a good decision not to by Iceman, because Centaurs do beat Kossovite Dervishes pretty decisively, thanks to their better stats. They got, you know, Primal Fury, they got better melee attack, melee defense, Perfect Vigor, charge bonus, little bit more armor even, man oh man. God, Centaurs are so vicious. They're a crazy unit. You need to play them a little more defensively, though. They are pushing into the backline an awful lot with no infantry support. Kislev is doing a really good job here of boxing up the Gorbels right now. They've got the Winged Lancers in on them. So instead of having your Centaurs, like, diving over and over again here, I don't mind having one to, like, cycle charge and hammer in the middle, but having something around on the flank here just to, like, use with the Gorbel squad would actually be pretty awesome right about now. I mean, you've got the Goreherd in here. They're helping out a little bit. They're not doing great damage to the Kossars or to the Winged Lancers. The Destroyers of Drakwall coming over is going to make a nice difference here. Actually, never mind. Keep doing what you're doing, Iceman. Iceman's doing a pretty good job of hammering this Kislev formation for the most part. Some Flocks of Doom here to help start breaking down. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful stuff. Okay, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Iceman, I think, knows what's up. He's doing a pretty good job of keeping Kislev back. Kislev really needs Hawks of Miska, dude. Some spells, they're just too good to pass up, and I think Hawks of Miska in matchups against lightly armored factions and ones that don't have amazing leadership, I don't think you can afford to do it. You've got to have it in some capacity, I think, because the threat that it represents to your opponent, just by itself, is going to keep them incredibly honest. They are not going to be diving aggressively against you if they're clocking that. And if they do, and you get a Hawks of Miska off on a bunch of their infantry and start clearing them out and routing them because of the leadership debuffing, you will take them apart at the seams. Griffin Legion attacking the Razorgore herd. Griffin Legion do get the advantage of the charge bonus. They got theirs off, and the Razorgore herd, they did okay damage here, but they do just lose to the Griffin Legion in the head-up fight. Razorgore herd usually out-trade heavy cavalry on the charge, but the Griffin Legion, I think it's just the Griffin Legion. I think Winged Lancers still lose to Razorgore herd. The Griffin Legion are just so good, though. They just flattened this Razorgore herd on the charge. And they're very healthy, so they'll be able to do it decisively to multiple waves of units. Razorgore herd in this matchup are very useful, but they're there to like countercharge stuff, and they're also there to actually charge armored Kossars in the front line, because you can cycle charge with the Razorgore herd against armored Kossars pretty effectively. The pistols hurt, sure, but you just use the infantry, like some Zangors or something, to like soak up a couple of volleys early on from the pistols, and then have the Razorgores like charging in and out as much as possible. And your bows at that point for Kislev have to make a choice. They either help and shoot the flank engagements where the Centigores and more Razorgores are at, like trying to poke you down and take over the mobile wings of the fights, or you like hard commit to shooting down whatever Pig Cavalry and Ungor Raiders are poking away at you from range. Ungor Raider back here doing a pretty good job of poking at stuff, shooting the armored Kossars mostly. You don't have the cover now, but earlier you had the opportunity to scoot closer with the Ungor Raiders and shoot the Kossars that were in the back line. And these Kossars have been pretty vicious. You can see they've gotten some pretty good value, actually. Just about paying for themselves for a lot of these guys. The Kislevite Warriors have also been pretty decent. It's a really close game, man. I mean, the Beastmen have a small value lead, but they're going to have to play very precisely. It's a razor's edge still. You've got Centigore screaming up. You got the Ungor Spearherd sitting back here. Gorbals are fairly healthy. Same with Malagor. Malagor is being a little too passive. You know, I mean, you don't want to just dive recklessly with him, but using him to, like, dive a unit in the front line where you've got some infantry fighting isn't necessarily a bad idea, because he does encourage leadership, even if he doesn't have his item. His item I would highly recommend in this matchup, by the way. Same with bringing, I don't mind double Gorbel, but I actually think one Gorbel early is enough. If your opponent brings something like the Ice Witch on the Frostworm, then you bring the second one in. Having Slaughterer's Call is another good way to help out against Hawks of Miska. And just, you know, hold longer in general, because it gives leadership and melee attack 8 of each, which is a pretty huge buff to the Beastman front line. It's very powerful, very effective, and it can also be used to buff up Sentis and Razorgore Herd in mobility engagements. Razorgore Herd benefit tremendously from 8 more leadership and 8 more melee attack. It gets them into a stat range at which they become even more effective than they already are, and this is one of the more cost-effective heavy cavalry counters in the game. Using them a little bit more sparingly, I would say, because they've been dove with pretty aggressively, would help out some. Oh, dude, these Winged Lancers becoming a big problem. It does look like the Griffin Legion got pushed back, at least. We do have, yeah, we got some Centigores coming from the back of the map here. Centigore off on this flank. Oh, yeah, Razorgores. More herd coming in. Oh, a Cockatrice, no way. What's going on over here? Oh, this is where the Griffin Legion went. Wow. Did the Cockatrice... No, it didn't use it. Did definitely kill some of those guys. That's crazy. The Gorbals and the Cockatrice in the late game, they're going to be able to kill this Ice Witch. Petrifying Gaze is going to absolutely ruin her. It's a very short-range cast of 50 meters, but it lasts ages. 32 seconds, and it's different stages that it functions off of. So 25% speed debuff, 50%, 75, and then cannot move. Just the 25% is enough for Beastmen to close the gap on you. And at that point, the rest of the duration of the Petrifying Gaze is just more guaranteed damage. This could be a huge late game closing kind of play. This could definitely get Kislev on the back foot in a way that they literally just cannot afford. Beautiful stuff with the Kislevite Warriors. Gonna be a little careful of that, but the Beastmen, And the Gorbals do have pretty decent mass at 2,500, and they are able to get on top of the Ice Witch. Finally, the Petrifying Gaze allows them to close the gap, and this Ice Witch getting absolutely manhandled currently. This is a potentially massive loss. The Kislev Warriors will get some damage here, but the Gorbals and the Cockatrices should be able to disengage pretty cleanly. They'll be able to chase her off the field now. Excuse me. Because Kislev doesn't have anything to intercept and save her from them. Winged Lancers get hounded down by the Razorgore herd and the Centaurs here. You can see that this Razorgore herd with 600 value already. Super healthy. The double team, dude. The hammer and the anvil. Everything is the anvil. Or the hammer for the Beastmen, believe it or not. I mean, I guess they're all hammers. They're not really all anvils. I don't know what I'm talking about. Beastmen just being able to, like, double team with good mobility is absolutely amazing for the Beastmen. It gets them shit tons of value. Winged Lancers get absolutely annihilated by the Sons of Goros back here. Oh my god. Oh, the humanity, dude. Sons of Goros, really good unit, and they literally take the Winged Lancers down to a man. They're gonna get exactly 1,000 value here, I think. What? How did they not? Did something else do damage to the Winged Lancers? Kind of bizarre. Anyways, I mean, that was about as decisive of an engagement as possible. And look at the Kossovite Dervishes. Oh no, the Razorgores, the piggies. They run wild. Good diversion. Actually, like, skirting around. That's really good control. You know, not letting the little pig cavalry just wander into the Kislevite warriors. And now Kislev's too immobile, and they're just going to get hammered on the flanks. These engagements are just so clean from Iceman. And you know what? Malagor, he may not have really done anything in melee, but he sure did pay for himself. That's the power of Flock of Doom also. And Cockatrice just continuing to chase down the poor Frostworm over here. Come on, chicken! Look at it. It's aura farming on her. Somebody call the police. Don't call the police. Call your local constabulary instead. Anyways, Cockatrice is just like pushing around the Ice Witch, making life miserable for Kislev. The Sons of Goros get a beautiful charge off on Armored Kossars. A few warriors up in here is going to hurt them a little bit, but they're fine. They'll be able to go back here and maybe kill this character. Kislev is just hanging on for dear life right now. This is where you... Yeah, I see. Kislev wins by decisively engaging against the Beastmen early and using Hawks of Miska to, like, break down their infantry, kill stuff while it's routing, and then they just become an unbreakable bulwark with cavalry that can hammer down Centaurs on the flanks and protect the gun line. If Kislev can do that, they win. I like Blizzard as a hedge against Bestigors, but Hawks of Miska, like I said, is an absolute must here. So good against light armor, so good at clearing units off of your shooting, since it doesn't damage your own troops. And discouraging leadership for the Beastmen is pretty nice, because Beastmen, they've got Primal Fury and some other abilities that are reliant, like Rowdy, on having decent leadership. The -16 gets them down and just makes life a living hell for you. Or it makes life a lot easier for you and makes life a living hell for the Beastmen, I should say. Centaurs felt endless no matter how many I killed. That's kind of the Beastman way, dude. But Centaurs are amazing in domination mode. They're so consistent. And the real thing is just that the Beastmen, with their, like, reasonably cheap and fast infantry that come out of Vanguard, just get to the point so fast with cap weight. It is brutal. And then the Centaurs are so good at supporting that, because you've got infantry that can occupy initial charges. They can take the head-up damage, and the Centaurs get devastating flanks off. I mean, the Centaurs hit so hard. when they get side charges or rear charges. It's pretty disgusting at times. Beastmen just going for the triple cap. They do need it, to be fair. Kislev has done a very good job of stalling, but I don't see any way that they're going to outmuscle the Beastmen here at the end of the game, because the Beastmen just have so many numbers. And Kislev's value lead, it's never really been there. It's been a fairly close game. And in really close value trade games, the Beastman's speed and affordability is going to overwhelm an expensive faction like Kislev. Because this is, believe it or not, honestly, not the widest Beastman army. This is fairly tall, all things considered, for them at 25 units. And this is a wide Kislev army with 23. The price differential is, like, leaning more towards the Kislev units needing to be able to stay out on the field longer and persevere through multiple waves of Beastman units. If it's the other way around, then you're basically screwed. And look at the Sons of Goros over here. 2,600 value! Iceman dominating right now. Cockatrice has done some okay work. I mean, the Petrifying Gaze is the most important thing about it. You can probably calculate another, like, 400 value on this thing just from the good one we saw earlier. I think we can just wind it down. We're going to fast forward through this. Kislev just totally stuffed back. There's no way back onto these points. I mean, you've got the Destroyers of Drakwold moving up onto the number 3. They're going to hold there and just chill and relax. Have some cervezas and think about, you know, what they're going to do with all of their captives and sacrifices to the Dark Gods. Yeah, Kislev actually can do Monster Mash against the Beastmen really well. I lost to Bob the Builder, who brought the double Frostworm, and also did Incarnate Elemental of Beasts. I don't know about that necessarily. Also didn't have Gorbals in that game, to be fair. I just think double Gorbal is so good for factions that have big monsters like this. I mean, they are insanely cost effective. 1050 gold they cost. 2,600. 1,700. Malagor got 18, just casting Flock of Doom all game. No answer for him. And the infantry, look at the Zangors over here with some pretty good value, and the Goreherd also trading pretty efficiently. It's just efficiency city all the way around for the Beastmen. Everything up trading is just too much. It doesn't matter what faction you're playing. You're not going to be able to outlast that, unfortunately. Somebody give Iceman a medal. Bring the Frostworm out earlier. Get Hawks of Miska. And do the same thing over again. You'll be fine. I mean, like, your formation and positioning was good. You just didn't quite have the right tool to really punish the Beastmen for taking that early aggressive engagement against you. You didn't have great targets for the magic. A little bit sharper on that, and I think you're okay. You just need Hailstorm and Hawks. Because Hailstorm can also pummel Bestigors when they get locked in combat, because it does a lot of damage. Hailstorm is basically Searing Doom, but Kislev. Searing Doom is one of the best spells in the game. Use it the exact same way and you'll be fine. You don't need to overcast it or anything. You can if you want, but I would advise against it because it's not really necessary. The cheaper version is just so good. We'll even compare them head up. So you got 36 range damage, 33% armor piercing, explosive damage, which is where the majority of the damage comes from. 30 explosive damage, 100% AP, 40 projectiles, 6 WOM, by the way. Searing Doom, literally no different. The exact same spell. I think Hailstorm comes out like slightly slower at 9 seconds instead of 8, and that's the only difference between the two. Which is crazy. Yeah, 8 seconds versus 9. It's something. I would cut... Okay. I would cut this Kossar Spear that you've got in reserve as well. Guess what you can do with the 200 or the 500 gold that you save from cutting this Kossar Spear? Instead of having 1 Griffin Legion, you get 3 Griffin Legion. 3 Griffin Legion is way better than 2 Winged Lancers and 1 Griffin. I used to think that Griffin Legion were a bunch of bums, and that they weren't all that strong. I was like, a Winged Lancer is basically the same thing, right? I mean, what's the difference? Griffin Legion are just slower, and they have slightly better combat stats. What's the big deal? The big deal is Glorious Charge is way more effective with those extra stats, because you get double the duration from this, while still getting the benefit of the 72 charge bonus stacked all up over that melee attack and melee defense that's already pretty decent, as well as more weapon strength. Griffin Legion obliterate a lot of the Beastman mobility. And they can melt Minotaurs too, with a good charge, because Griffin Legion pile into combat so efficiently and have, just good stats. They actually melt Minos if they're able to countercharge the Minotaurs. It's pretty awesome. You can hammer down your infantry in the front line. Of course, control the Centaurs and the Razorgore herd, which is a lot better for the Griffins than it is for the Winged Lancers. That's one other thing that I would do. And you'll have 1 less unit, but that's not that big of a deal, because the upgrade you get on your cavalry is immense at that point. Absolutely a huge flat upgrade across the board in your build comp. Oh, 5th round. Wow, we get 5 rounds. I'm going to be casting these all week. Holy shit. Okay. Let's get some more replays. I think we already downloaded these. We already downloaded that one too. Alright, give me a sec, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure I'm not, like, re-downloading a whole bunch of stuff. Delete that. Get out of here. Escape from Tarkov launcher. Accidentally clicking all the buttons. Chaos Dwarfs Empire. Grand Cathay versus KR. I don't know what that is. Thank you as always for the replays, guys. I'm going to do my level best to cast every single one. It's becoming increasingly difficult, though. Because after getting like 60-50 replays and trying to cast them all last week, I think I got I think I got closer to 70, maybe even 80. I barely got through up to 85% of them, and it took me 14 hours to cast that many. It's a lot. So I'm going to do my best to do everything. But unfortunately, I cannot guarantee that anymore. I just have so much to cast. It's a little overwhelming at times. Where are we going to go, though? Where are we going to be working from? Could do too many stunties. Sugar. Oh, I feel like this is gonna be the Dowie just man-tiding Kislev down. I do really want to watch that. Let's try and get some people we haven't seen, though. I keep ending up on the same people. Keep ending up in ridiculous, over-the-top looking matchups. Let's see what Hugs can do. You know, Hugs has been improving slowly but surely, playing a very difficult faction. I have the utmost faith in Hugs to, like, really figure it out. And I think he's, like, right on the verge of getting Cathay down to a T. And being, you know, like, a genuine, like, potential winner for the new player tournaments. So we got the Celestial General. He's going to be on horseback, and he's going to be supporting the Jet Lions here. Jet Lions against the Wood Elves. It's an interesting Wood Elf build, too. I like the Dryads. I don't know about the Deepwood Scouts, though. Not that these guys are bad or anything. They're quite cheap and cost-effective. But not really into a bunch of armored and shielded stuff. They'll be able to kill the Iron Hail Gunners. In fact, you know what I would actually like to see? If you see your opponent's formation is lacking in numbers, bring your Archer Corps and, like, sneak them up on the edge here. And try to play coy with your support on them. Like, get the Deepwoods over here, turn Fire at Will off, get all three in range of this Grand Cannon, and fire one volley, and you'll probably kill the whole crew. And then if your opponent... Excuse me. So sorry. Then if your opponent's cavalry tries to come in and compromise the Deepwood Scouts, you can have, like, the Dryads and the Wraiths of the Frozen Heart move in to counteract that. It's a very aggressive early attack, considering the ranged advantage for the Wood Elves here. Definitely not my cup of tea. Definitely want to shoot the Iron Hail Gunners, although the Dryads do get through and they get on top of them. Glade Riders, though, a little slow, and they do get caught by the Jet Lion and the General here. And the Lions... These Jet Lions kind of suck because they don't cause terror. If they did, they would maybe be good. As it stands, I think they're pretty mediocre. Orion gets hit by cannon fire, taking a bunch of damage. Drad's fighting the Peasant Long Spearman. Come on, we need to get some shooting up here to kill this cannon. You've got a great opportunity to kill the Cathay artillery, and you need to take it, because these Grand Cannons are pretty devastating with Harmony. Because they're super accurate. They get the reload reduction time, they get more leadership, so that their crew hangs in a little longer. They're going to dunk on a lot of the Wood Elf units if they're not careful. I would counterfire the archers right now. The cannons are passing up a big uptrade potential. Like a big potential uptrade right now. Because look how tightly packed all of this is. Look how many units the Wood Elves have overlapping currently. One cannonball hitting flush right here on the line would kill like 20 models. That is filthy value. It's already got 669. Shooting Orion is fine, but look at, yeah, that sucks, man. Green Cannon kind of gets jumped by the Glade Riders, is getting shut down. The crew is not totally cooked, though. One Glade Rider being taken care of. Grace of Quayen is getting back online with the Onyx Crowman, fighting with the benefit of Harmony. If they save the cannon crew, that would be massive. And the Zhongru War Drum has 32 HP. Absolutely hilarious. Look at this thing. Half this dude's face is gone, probably. He's super wounded, but hanging in there. Crew routes, but the Glade Riders may be going down. They do kill one of the cannon models. That's not great. As long as there's still 3 cannons, though, I think it'll be alright. I mean, Cathay will be able to open back up with their units here in a minute. This initial formation of infantry just kind of getting completely steamrolled, though. What are the Jet Lions up to? God, these Jet Lions suck! They need a buff, dude. I don't know what CA needs to do to buff the Jet Lions, but they have got to do something, because these units are frickin' dreadful. They just don't do anything. Like, their damage output is terrible. The harmony they give is not that good. You've just got so many sources of yin that are better at dealing damage. You just max out Onyx Crowman instead, and you'll be better off than doing the double Jet Lion. The Cannon Crew's being unsummoned. I mean, you kind of have to. Like, the Deepwood Scouts are within range. They'd probably be able to shoot them to pieces. The Lost Sylvan Knights are out on the field now. They're going to be able to start sweeping up a whole bunch of stuff. We do get some really good damage with the Grace of Kuai Yin, and the Missile Mirror is damaging these Deepwood Scouts. Big damage. Brutal stuff. Okay, I mean, Cathay's not cooked, I guess. Can the Jet Lions maybe do damage to the Lost Sylvan Knights? If they can, that would be huge. They are getting a million speed debuffs stacked on them, though. Chilling Aura and Frostbite hitting them, they ain't going anywhere. This is why Wraiths of the Frozen Heart are such a common unit for the Wood Elves. They're really gross. I mean, literally anything gets into them, and it's going to have a hard time escaping. Because, I mean, look at this. This is a 75 base speed unit, down to 26 speed. And the Wraiths of the Frozen Heart are just all over them. It can actually chase them down and continue the pursuit. You gotta be really careful with positioning as a result. Lost Sylvan Knight's getting shot to pieces by the Grace of Kuai Yin right now. That Bronze Shield putting in a lot of work right now, persevering through that magic damage. Onyx Crowman, 100% need to get a rear charge here. Well, Celestial General's getting his ass kicked by Orion, so definitely a little unfortunate. Need a little bit of help there, but I don't think that's coming anytime soon. Oh no, the Celestial General taken down by the King of the Wild Hunt here. 1,600 value on our boy Orion. You love to see it. Yeah, Cathay is, they're on the way out here. Good, good engagements by Crody. Great value on the, Deepwood Scouts. 1,500 on one, 1,400 on this guy. Waywatcher retreating. Wait, but was there a Waywatcher mixed in there that I just wasn't paying attention to? Or did this come out after? We got 381 value. That's very bad. Luckily, the Deepwood's made up for that performance. It's a little bit of pushback from Cathay here, but them losing their Lord and Orion being, you know, as tanky as he is, I mean, he's unbreakable, and he's just running around right now, and the Cloak of Aisha is up, 20% ward save, and heal, as long as he's below that 25% HP. It's kind of huge. It's making him very hard to finish. You should probably dodge a little bit, because the Grace of Kuai Yin actually are able to kill Orion. Huge win for Hugs here. Oh no. The Wood Elves, they're looking beat the hell now. Orion was doing a lot to make it look like they were in a pretty good position. But Hugs, with the Grace of Kuai Yin getting 3,100 value, is back in this game all of a sudden. The Wraiths are going down. The Sylvan Knights got absolutely murdered. Running around in the back line being a little too fancy pants for their own good. Peasant Horsemen, they try to finish the Lost Sylvan Knights. They get countercharged with the Glade Riders, and that's painful for Cathay. War Dancers here. Rear charge this. You will break the War Dancers if you get the rear charge here, and you can use the Jade Warriors to like kind of box out and keep the Crowman safe. Crowman are going after this Waywatcher unit though. Fine, sure, not a bad idea. Jet Lions still not doing anything. Absolutely useless unit. Just an absolute donkey of a unit. It's so sad, dude. CA, please make them decent. Give them way more melee attack or something. I have no idea what the problem is with that unit. Deepwood Scouts moving up, and the Jade Warriors getting poked a little bit. Nothing too serious. They're just, you know, running around, chilling, having a good old time. They're going to get up, and they'll be able to stuff back some of these units that the Wood Elves are throwing up. Onyx Crowman diving the Deepwood Scouts. Good damage, dude. Onyx Crowman so strong. Look at the DPS they're throwing down on these Elves right now. A little bit of counterfire from the Deepwoods, but we do have the Jade Warriors. Oh, they almost closed the gap, but the Wildcaster intercepts and is locking them down now. Cathay pushing. I think Cathay just doesn't have time. I think if they had more time, they could win this game, but they're pushing at a pretty inopportune moment. Onyx Crowman are going down as well. They did kill the Deepwood Scout, but I don't think they're going to be able to last, and they really do need to be sticking around right about now. I would also be trying to get some Jade Lancers up. You got one here attacking the Glade Riders, who are kind of steamrolling over some of your tattered units. Like, 2 Jade Lancers out right now would be way more impactful than bringing out this Onyx Crowman, because the Crowman is fine. The Wood Elves just are really good at killing infantry-sized stuff. They've got a lot of units that are fairly effective against the Onyx Crowman, and it's like a push-and-pull kind of thing. I'm just not seeing enough, like, value out of these crows. They've been solid, just not doing quite enough heavy lifting, and I think the heavy cavalry would be better at protecting your flanks, honestly, because they can hammer down Dryads just as well. And they avoid the magic damage that Dryads throw out since they're not reliant on physical resistance, whereas the Crowmen are. I guess I should amend my statement. The Crowmen got good value. It's just one Jade Lancer is not enough. I wouldn't bring the Dune Dragons. I would try not to bring a bunch of Peasant Long Spears in reserve either. Get rid of this Chevron Jade Warrior. And just get way more cavalry. This is just too slow of a Cathay build. And yeah. That's really all that it was. Even with the Jet Lions not being super impactful value trade-wise, they were on the field for a while. They soaked up a lot of firepower and damage at the very least. Look, you can bring units like this that aren't strong and still win, but you do have to have, like, a little bit of, like, mindfulness about building your armies around off-meta stuff, because you can make it work 100%. Lots of tournaments are decided in the finals by who has the more peculiar build that their opponent isn't expecting, sometimes. You do need a little bit more protection for those kind of things, though. The Grace of Kuai Yin is already your fire damage and magic damage answer to something like Durthu, so the Dune Dragons are just a missile cushion. They're going to get filled with arrows by the Wood Elves and just die horribly. Definitely want to avoid it as much as possible. Alright, there's been some confusion for the round 5. I'm actually just reading the Discord for a sec. Making sure that I'm not missing out on the top 4. But people are scrambling a little bit right now to get that situated. Yeah. Lancers, pretty please. 2 more Jade Lancers is all you need here, and maybe 1 more Peasant Horseman, and then you can spend the money on whatever you want. The Wood Elves won that because they got up in the face of Cathay, took way more ground early, held on to a triple cap for most of that game, and then just steadily gave up ground without getting too far behind on the value trading to close it out. They just wound the clock down. Close game in round 4 is promised there. We'll check it out at some point. Empire versus Dowie. This is an odd Empire build for dwarves. Let's watch Coast versus Lizardmen. Get around to some of those other games in a minute here. Give me a sec, guys. Bracket for round 5. Looking good. We got time for this one replay, and then we'll be into the top 4. Yeah, we got undead action right now. We've got Lucreon coming in here on the Vampire Coast. I'll be trying to get them and some Tomb Kings games in once we've gotten through the top 4 and the Grand Finals and everything. Solostra's moving up. A Necrofex Colossus is going to be the big centerpiece of this army. Is that going to work against Lizardmen? I'm not 100% sure. What undead do you want to see then, Rost? Let me know. This is my personal preference for cool undead. Vampire counts are fun, but they're kind of a bully faction. Vampire counts can be very frustrating to play into. Vampire Coast is a little bit more engaging. And I just really wanted to see if the Vampire Coast could beat the Lizards, honestly. Lizardmen are pretty good at taking down undead factions, generally speaking. But Vampire Coast, with all the AP missiles and, like, bomber mobs who can, like, clear out the skinks, and Source alike, they might be able to brutalize the Lizardmen here. The Necrofex Colossus is going to be okay. It'll be better against stuff like Coldwind Spear Riders than it will be shooting infantry, obviously. Can also do damage to the Umbral Tide. That's what I'd really be looking for. Trying to practice Dark Elves. We'll get there. There's a lot of replays to get through. I'm going to make it a priority to try and get all of them done. And I'll be spreading out and making sure that I get as many factions as possible. The thing is that sometimes in these tournaments, like, you just get more players on one faction than others, so Dark Elves, they're fairly popular, but I think we've only got Pont. It's the only person I've seen sent any Dark Elf replays. If you've got some, then DM me, and then I can definitely grab those and just plop them in and get them rolling. Skink Skirmishers getting pummeled by the Shadewraith Gunners right now. Big damage, and the Discouraged Leadership effect is really nasty against Skinks because they really don't have a very high base leadership. Like, the Skink Skirmishers have 50. Cohorts have 55, which is okay, but really not that amazing. The Dame Knights Errant are stuffing back a huge portion of this Lizardman army. I mean, it's like 7 units stuck up in here against these guys. We got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 6 units being held back by 1 summon. Absolutely brutal. Got 500 value, too. I'm going to crumble out now, and all those Lizardman units are going to be able to get into the fight. But I think it has given the Vampire Coast a good opportunity and enough time to really get in here and get set up, because they're really pummeling the Colossodon Hunters trying to get in here. They're coming for the Shadewraith Gunners. You really don't want to let these guys get engaged in combat. They will crumble out. Burning Head goes down. A little bit of damage on the polearms, but the handguns do dodge it. Polearms maneuvering over. Shadewraith Gunners probably just need to pull back as best they can. Scurvy Dogs coming out. Should be able to clean up this unit. We'll see if this Det Gunner survives. Frontline fight. You know, Lizards grinding out a lot of the zombie deckhand mobs. But the bombers are getting in position. They should be able to throw some serious hatred down on these Saurus. Prioritize the Saurus over the Skinks. Saurus have 30 more armor, which does give them a little bit of resilience against the bombs, but not really all that much. Don't let them get engaged. That's a huge uptrade potential that you're missing out on. Do get rid of the Colostes. Flying colostomy bags. I'm going to call them that from now on. So the colostomy hunters go down. Handguns and the Shaderith gunners going to be looking for some more targets. Definitely going to be needing their damage here. Probably want to just kill the Slan Fire Mage now. And use this Necrofex Colossus to hammer down some of these Saurus. The Saurus just cannot be allowed to get away with this. The Skinks really aren't that dangerous, all things considered. The Saurus in the late game, if you run out of shooting, are going to be gross, dude. And the Lizards do have, like, an overwhelming flank coming in with all these Feral Cold Ones, and nothing to protect these guns, really. You got one polearm here. Feral Cold One's just going to loop around. You're going to get a good charge off here. If the Lizardmen just had, like, one more unit to press this back line, that would be massive. And this skeleton, or the, not the skeleton, Saurus warrior here, could be that extra unit. They're about to crumble out the last of these, polearms. I have 2 polearms being crumbled out by them right now. Pretty decent value. If they get up in here and support the Feral Cold Ones, could be talking about a very dead gun line, and at that point, it's just going to be all uphill for the Lizardmen. They'll easily win in melee combat against the Vampire Coast. They've got the numbers to equal on cap weight. They've got the superior infantry and Saurus. They've got really good mobility for hammering down Night Terrors and stuff like that with the Spear Riders. The Umbral Tide has been pretty painful as well. They've gotten some pretty okay value. Slan Mage Priest, also doing okay. Just solid value all the way around is pretty nice. And the Necrofex Colossus has been pretty useless this game. These things are not great right now. They need a buff. If they get buffed, they'll be worth it. Two wins as the Tomb Kings? Hell yeah, good job, dude. I'll try and grab one of your games soonish. After top 4, we'll go back through. I'll do a good bit of Undead, because I haven't really been doing a whole bunch of Undead games. It's been a decent amount of gun line. We'll get into some of the fundamentals in other matchups next. If the Necrofex Colossus were, like, firing onto the flank of these Saurus Warriors, I would be enjoying its performance a little bit more. Really, it's just been waddling around and getting shot at by the Salamanders, and not really doing a whole lot. Vampire Coast also, they decide to push outside of their main formation, which is not something I would recommend. These units are all, they're going to get some damage off as the Lizardmen are closing the gap, but the Lizardmen, as they engage, they will just kill each of these units in turn. You need overwhelming firepower to win as Vampire Coast. You need to play off of 2 points and nothing else, just like the Dwarves. If you want to use Scurvy Dogs to threaten caps, fine. Just use them to threaten and then pull away to go peel for enemy pressure, though. Just like forcing a bunch of zombies up onto a point without any real support over here is just getting them killed for absolutely no gain. You lost to Mourngul as well, which is another big loss. Lizards very comfortably taking this late stage match over at this point. It's a beautiful fireball. Wow, dude, what the hell? Oh yeah, I mean, it's Celestra. She's got no armor, and she doesn't have that much health. It's a double cap. It's gonna be a very slow grind here, guys. The only way Vampire Coast gets back in this is if they kill the Slan Priest. I guess that's possible. I'd say it's fairly unlikely, though. Lizards have all their mobility up, and they'll just start getting all of the Skinks back out in a minute here. I'm willing to bet that the reason the Lizards are pouring out so many Spear Riders is because most of their Skinks are back in the reinforcement pool right now, regenerating. You can see one being summoned up. Are we going to get another? Soonish? Cohort would be really good. We'll see about it. Anyways. Swords do get pushed back a little bit. They did get tear routed. That's why they're, like, over here. They were locked in on the Shade Wraith Gunners for a minute. But the Necrofex Colossus with the tear routes was actually, you know, keeping them at bay for a little bit there. It's going to be really painful without that Discouraged Leadership effect, man. The Lizards are just gutting it out on the number 1 right now. They're swarming and killing isolated pockets of stuff. They do need a little help on the number 3. It looks like they're, yeah, 2 Skink cohorts coming up now for some cap weight. Golden Spear Riders getting up in the back line. Golden Spear Riders going to help crumble out Silostra there. Fat Lady does sing on her way out. The Necrofex Colossus with only 900 value. So inefficient. They're super expensive too. These guys cost 1,800 gold, I'm pretty sure. That's a lot to spend on a unit that just does not consistently get its value back. The Spear Riders take it down, saving the number 1. Number 2 can be taken. Losing the number 3, not amazing. You have plenty of stuff to help them. But it's going to be okay. You're plenty close on the tickets. Just don't, like, compound on an error and overcommit more stuff here. Try and kill what's on this middle objective, because you got a numbers advantage now. You got more Skinks coming up. You've got 4 Coldwind Spear Riders to just bulldoze over everything that you want. Go for it, man. And use your Ferals and these Tattered Swords to just hold that number 1 objective, and you'll be okay. Cohorts and the Skirmishers, they can come over and poke some of the units that the Vampire Coast has on the number 3 objective there. Cohorts versus Deckhand mobs. Going okay. Feral Coldwinds engaged on the pistols here. Getting some decent damage. Nothing too insane, but they've got 750 value. Feral Coldwinds are kind of hard to go wrong with. I mean, they are basically a Razorgore herd that's cheaper. Lizards love having these guys in the field. They're big AP weapon strength. They're pretty decent at chipping down chaff and more expensive units. Playing very patiently. Understandable. It's going to work out in the long term. Just want to see the damage between these two. Spear Riders taking the engagement against the Mournghouls. The Night Terrors, no less. Very effective ROR. They don't really have the buffering underneath them, though. Like, you want to stack your monstrous infantry on top of your regular infantry as much as possible. Because the Deckhand mobs soak up a lot of the damage. The Night Terrors, they take poke, but they heal up with the hunger, and then they just grind and do damage and then tear out everything. That's kind of what you want from them. Lizards getting a huge surround here. It's only a matter of time. You know, Undead games just are attritional massacres and grinds at points. Kind of like how Dowie are, very similar in that regard. It can just take ages to win a game that you've basically already got in the bag. Because of how resilient they can be. Get some pressure on the number 1. Send something over there. Send this Feral Cold one over there. Get after those Scurvy Dogs. And the Sland could also be sitting on this point. Keeping them back here, not on anything, is okay. You just can't afford to leave objectives undefended, but you do get the number 3 very secure. The number 2 is held. Losing the number 1 doesn't even matter, really. You're still up in tickets. And that's going to be GG. Shade Wraith Gunners come back out. They're doing a little bit of damage. And what is this? Oh, Scurvy Dogs against the Spear Riders. It's actually going pretty well for those dogs in the woods there. This is a nice summon in. Tomb Kings versus Lizardmen. Alright, Smiley. I'll check it out ASAP. I do believe we're going to be getting into... Yeah, we are in the finals now. Or in the final stage. We're just chalking it up so that we get everything nice and settled in. There's actually 3 games left in the final round. Okay, never mind. I'd love to start another replay. I just know that I'm going to completely miss the, I know I'm going to miss the top 4 otherwise. I'm going to get too distracted. I'm going to get totally sucked in and lose track of time. And I'd like to be able to take my time with the replays. Because the multiplayer is dense, dude. It is complicated. It's not like the biggest adjustment between campaign and multiplayer. Not nearly as big as a lot of people like say. Campaign is pretty challenging at times if you play on the higher difficulties. You just need to get away from some of the crutches that you might use in campaign, and you can usually do just fine in multiplayer because you're already juggling like lots of micro in campaign. It's just like learning the differences and like how human opponents react compared to the AI, and then you can just like adjust and recalibrate, and you'll be perfectly set. Vortex Beast with Purpose. Interesting. Where's your, oh, here it is. Oh, okay. Let's go. This looks like an interesting one. 880 hours is about how much I had before I came over to multiplayer. All I played for Warhammer 1 and 2 was campaign stuff. Domination mode got me into multiplayer, and it's been a revelation. I don't even play campaign anymore. I just play multiplayer nowadays. Forgot to put Kotep on a mount. That's okay. I mean, honestly, foot Kotep isn't a bad idea in some matchups. You do really want to have him on a horse as much as possible so he doesn't get caught and killed by something. The Stegodon's going to be pretty scary for him, but it is a hard commit from your opponent if they go after Kotep at least. We're going to get there soon, Rost. We're waiting for the top 4 now because they're finishing up round 5. And I don't want to miss out on it. Rek and Sugar are the last 2 rounding out their game. Let me let people know that I'm going to be waiting for top 4. Oh, are they done? Maybe. Find out in a minute. Yeah, always remember to report your scores, guys. That's, like, big of me to say, because I am the type to get, like, sucked into something and forget to report myself. But it helps keep tournaments rolling along. You know? Because sometimes there's just crossed wires. And these tournaments go for a pretty long time already. Keeping them down to like a reasonable amount of time means that more people can participate because it's not so much of a time investment. You already have to set aside like 3 to 4 hours to play in these, oftentimes. So if everybody's as conscientious as possible, it just helps keep things more manageable and fewer people have to drop as stuff comes up, because it's almost unavoidable, considering the format and the pacing and timing of these Swiss tournaments, that people are not going to be able to play the whole way through. Like, I was trying to play in a tournament yesterday, and I just had something urgent that came up, and I couldn't actually participate in it. And I just completely forgot to let anybody know, and they were kind of all waiting around on me at one point, so I felt a little bad for it. So it looks like Seth went undefeated. No freaking way. Okay. That's impressive, dude. It's really impressive. Oh, Iceman just outside of it. Yo, I think if Iceman had won that final round game, would have gotten into the top 4, would have been tied with a lot of people. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, Seth, WM, Etheria, and Spider Monkey look like the top 4. Can we kick it forward? Finally have it announced here. No, we don't. Yeah, I didn't want to. Shit just happens. You know how it is. Real life is more important than any game. And I love this game, you know. Take care of the people around you first and foremost. Spider, okay. Fair enough. Mr. Spider. We're talking about his more formal alter ego. Give me a sec. Let me get Gepard, who's adminning. Alright guys, I'm pinging Gepard so you can kick it forward. I'd do it myself. I don't know how to use Challenge, and I don't know if I'm able to admin this tournament, actually. I'll just let somebody else do it. I need to, I'll talk to somebody so that I can actually get set up to do it next time. Because we got one game that hasn't been reported that is definitely done. And, it'd be really nice to get the top 4 going. You like Challenge? Yeah, people use Total Tavern because Turin, like, set it up specifically for the Warhammer scene. It's a really nice place to consolidate things, oftentimes. Just in terms of, like, you know, the leaderboards being here and the stats page and everything, and all of it tracking right off of the tournament pages. Challenge is a little different. We're using it for the newer player tournaments because they're a little bit bigger typically. And since it's newer folks, Challenge is a little bit more like easy to use. So it not tracking all the stats and everything is just fun. Don't worry about it, Suga. Your opponent should have reported it anyways. It is your game. It's yours and Rex game in round 5. And Gepard's here. He's fixing it up anyways, so don't worry about it. I think it's going to get entered as a tie, though. I haven't gotten to watch the replay, so I don't know who actually won it between the two of you. Oh, you lost. You said right there in the message. Duh. If I had any reading comprehension, then I'd have noticed. Understandable, dude. It happens. Don't worry about it, man. Did you make a Michelin-starred lunch for your kid at least, Suga? That's the question that I have. What'd you make? Dude, let's close the tab here. Actually, you know what? Let's go to Total Tavern for a minute. Let's actually go and tool around here. What's going on with the leaderboard? Who's winning tournaments? Charx is winning. Oh my god, Charx has a 83% win rate right now. I don't. Hold on. I gotta get away from that. I don't want to actually give away somebody's info. The finest ham and cheese sandwich with Cheetos? Dude. Amazing. Sounds like the best lunch of all time, honestly. Oishi is up here at number 2. Not super surprising. Oishi was number 1 on the leaderboard last season. And you got Anticity. Ulrich's been doing really well. Maxi picking it up. Tim, of course, down here being a terror whenever he is playing. You got Leech Lord, Navigator. Broccoli got her first tournament win. That is huge. Broccoli has been hanging out with us for a while for some of these new player tournaments. Her getting a win here is absolutely awesome. Really great to see. Win rates going crazy. So true, dude. So true. Above 80% is pretty insane. Like, genuinely cracked at the game. Like, a lot of people hover around, like, 60% or a little bit above and below. Not too far off of either. It's a pretty good place to sit. The hell am I? I'm, like, way down here, because I don't play enough. I'm at 60% right now. You can win tournaments with, like, a 50% win rate. Because, really, it's not necessarily about how often you're beating people. It's about how you start and finish, right? I mean, if you just play through a tournament, and play really well, like, you know, Daniken's at a 52% and has a tournament win, right? Anybody can win a tournament. Any day of the week. Just play without fear, and you'll be able to, walk away with something. Get away from here. What do we have going on? Let's get people here. Come on, Spider, hit me up. Cool. So we're gonna join this game here. We're gonna watch the... Wait, oh, hold on. No, just how much did it take you to feel confident in multiplayer? Oh, let's get away from the builds. Probably... I don't think I felt confident that I could play well into anybody until I'd played, I kid you not, like, maybe 75 games. It takes a while. There's a lot going on. I mean, 24 factions. Think about this. Most RTS games have, like, 7, 8, 9, 10 factions or so. Some have more. Age of Empires has a lot to pick from. But the underlying fundamentals is pretty consistent between a lot of them, with some minor differences. In multiplayer for this game in domination mode, the factions play so differently between each other that the skills you take between factions, like how you take engagements and how you want to play the factions, is just totally different. There's not really a lot of crossover. So learning one faction, getting incredibly comfortable with them, and then branching out from there is usually the best way to go about learning the game. Find who you enjoy playing first and foremost, and then learn the faction inside and out. Then find another faction that you enjoy, or one that you think can, like, play off of some of the weak matchups that your main faction has. And then learn them, and just keep going from faction to faction at that point, and then you can become a master at the game. Yeah, I can help you out with that. I'll get sent. Who are you on Discord, Nojus, if you played in the tournament? Because people's names are different between all of the different, like, formats. So if you let me know who you are and send me Discord messages, leaving specific replays, I can give you a much better, like, description and explanation and breakdown of what it is you want to be doing with your faction, and then also how you want to be playing into your opponents. Yeah, real talk. The full-time job and family definitely makes it a little hard to, like, master the game, because you gotta put a lot of time in to be, like, super top tier. I mean, you can play fairly irregularly and just build up your skills over time and be really damn good. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I spend more time casting the game than I do playing it. But my base of knowledge undergirding everything is solid enough that I can play into pretty much anybody and feel fairly comfortable into matchups, and can probably take a game off of them if I get familiar enough with their playstyle. You got cannons here, you got thunders, iron drake, trollhammer, torpedoes, lots of dwarf warriors, some great weapons. I guess the lizard's not a bad idea. I mean, the great weapons can be pretty good against, like, feral cold ones or something like that. Just doing a little extra damage to Saurus warriors as well. Ranger line going to be moving up to get some fire onto the number 3, and Miner's going to get the number 1 objective immediately here. Not a bad idea. Dowie do like vanguards, because it just keeps them from getting down too quickly. Because the Dowie are a very slow faction. They're always behind the momentum and getting forces up to points. Them getting caps early and keeping their opponent back and honest, and then taking extra ground off the back of that is huge, because the Dowie want to get as much ground as possible and then just slowly give ground while continuing to value trade, and they either break their opponent's back at a certain point or they just outlast them and get the win that way. Dowie can't be too aggressive. If they do, they typically just end up losing. Beautiful volley fire from the Rangers, brutalizing the Skink Skirmishers right now. Skinks are closing the gap, though. Do get a good route on this Skink Skirmisher. And Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes opening up a little bit. Not amazing against infantry targets like this, but respectable. The Rangers, they take a little bit of poke on the way out, but they're fairly healthy. One of them didn't even drop a model, and the other only dropped 3. So plenty of firepower remaining on those guys. Lizards do take that objective, though. Bugman's trying to get away from the Skink cohorts. These guys do have a heal with the liquid fortification. Makes them very durable. Definitely do want to pull them back. I would get the Dwarf Warriors on the edges of the point here, with the great weapons posted like right there, and the Thunderers up on this little knoll where they can then fire with good LOS onto anything approaching. That's how I defend that back point for the Dowie. Dowie taking a pretty messy fight up here in the front. Dwarf Warriors are holding against the cohort of Sotek. Good focus fire from the Rangers, wearing those guys out pretty quickly. Dwarf Warriors fighting Slayers, Miners versus Saurus. Lots of scary stuff going on. The Dowie just have to outlast all of this pressure, and they need to make sure that their missiles stay online the entire game. If their Thunderers and their Trollhammers and the Rangers just shoot everything to death, the Lizards easily lose this matchup. But the Lizards breaking through the Dowie front line and getting after the missiles would be a huge catastrophe and get them on the back foot in a really bad way. We've got Cold One Riders coming in with some Feral Cold Ones, not too far behind. Going to be able to get up into these missiles, it looks like. Actually going to go for the artillery piece. Cannon doing a lot of damage, man. Gotta love Dowie cannons. These things are so cost effective. They're incredible. This is definitely a missed summon. Although the cannon is not being attacked, Cold One Riders are going after the Bugmans and the Thunderers, it looks like. Skink cohort in the back. Definitely need to get them forward to go after some of these missiles and get them shut down. More Feral Cold Ones. Just wave after wave of the Ferals coming in here. Look at the Saurus getting shot to bits here. Took some nasty volley fire from the Thunderers. Thunderers and the Bugmans both shut down, but Slayers coming in. Gonna be a big saving grace for these missile troops here. And we do get one Dowie Great Weapon Warrior. Oh, it comes out, and Feral Cold Ones, they had the gap there. They could have gotten on the cannon, but they decide to peel away, and they're going after the Rangers and the Thunderers now. But Slayers being here, this is going to be a big win for the Dwarves. You can see Spida starting to overlap Seth pretty significantly in terms of the value. Lizards faltering against the Dwarves here, unfortunately. Where's the magic, too? No magic at all? I mean, I know Dowie are spell resistant, but you actually have a really good lore of magic on a Skink Priest that you can use against the Dowie, and that's the Heaven's Magic. You just pop Uranon's Thunderbolt from the back line. It's got 300 meters of range, Uranon's does. So you can cast all the way from that blue circle up to where these Rangers, and maybe even hit these Iron Breakers of the Thunderers too. I mean, 300 meters is a long-ass way. I mean, it is an incredible amount of ground. You can see the Rangers have 145 and they're all the way up here. So yeah, I mean, your Skink Priest literally hides behind the statue and just drops Uranons on any of the missiles or blobbed up infantry, and just punishes all of that over and over and over again, and will get you a ton of value that way. Grumbling Guard in here, trying to grind down the remaining Saurus in the front line. Dowie Warriors holding all freaking game, and the Rangers with 600 value here, almost paying for themselves there. Slayers have done great work. Thunderers, Fresh Thunder moving around. What's going on up here? We do have some pressure with the Cold One Riders on top of Thunderers again. A little unfortunate for the Dwarves. Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes have been doing pretty great. Bugmans have also been fairly solid. Dowie need to get this middle of point, though. Lizardmen are stuffing back the dwarves really well. There's actually a little bit of a problem developing over here. You see some of the Saurus breaking through. There's a pretty healthy Saurus unit finishing up a Dowie warrior here. The Cold One Riders getting back up in here. Okay, Lizards getting pushes into the back line. The fairly healthy number of units. This value is deceptive as hell then. I don't know what is going on here. Because the Dowie look like they might get ground down at the end here. Somehow the Lizardmen have gotten up into the back line in force and are starting to shut down some of the range tools here. With their infantry, no less. They might be able to kill them outright. Skink Skirmishers have been firing all frickin' game. Pretty okay value. Could be doing a little bit better. We'll see if Seth can salvage this. Does have the ticket lead. Dowie have plenty of time to work with, though. As long as they don't lose their back point, the Dowie should be fine. Saurus are kind of breaking in, but Dowie Great Weapon Warriors holding in there now. They ain't going anywhere anytime soon. And a nice little bulwark on the middle objective. You got the Grumbling Guard sitting here with the remaining Long Drawn Slayer Pirates and the Lord. Just pummeling anything that's actually trying to hold this objective, which isn't a bad way to go about it. You don't need tremendous value out of these units. Just forming a little bit of a buffer and allowing more missile troops to get up and peel for them would be huge. But the Dowie are having a hard time getting their missile units freed up. You got a bunch back here being stuffed by Saurus Warriors and Cold One Riders. Grim Delvers come out, though, and they get a big volley off here. Taking out a bunch of the Cold Ones. And more subsequent volleys coming in to chip down even more HP off these guys. Archer Trollhammer Torpedoes barely hanging on. They could get free and get set up to get a little bit more damage going. Just depends on if the Grim Delvers can shoot the Cold Ones, just the regular old Cold One Riders off of them fast enough, though. Saurus Warriors in here. The Saurus Warriors need to engage these Slayers. The Saurus are going to be a little too slow to get away without getting shot to pieces on the retreat. Might as well get some value out of them and stuff back those Slayers for a while. Pressure going down on the middle. The Dowie continuing to just grind with the beat-up infantry and with the Lord here. We're a pretty difficult bulwark to assail. Saurus Old Blood's in here trying to chip away. Not a bad character at all. Pretty tanky. Has some pretty cool abilities. Horn of Kygorg is a big boost to melee attack and leadership. Charge bonus is fine. Not that great for the dwarves. Got a lot of units that have charge defense against large and some other stuff, so should be relatively okay. Colossadon Hunters get in on the Gyrocopters and just rip them apart, which is a good victory for the Lizardmen in vacuum. Colossadons, though, definitely need to find some kind of way out of here. It's going to be a little difficult. So they'll get shot by the Thunderers in their retreat. They definitely don't want to fight the Slayers. See, the Slayers are in on them. Skink Cohort and Feral Cold Ones stuffing back Miners. Lizard's starting to look a little desperate. I think it is triple cap range for the Dowie, but the Lizards are way more gassed. Spida has a decent amount of supplies. Could get a nice reinforcement wave out of here and push up on the number 3. Finish consolidating a hold here.
One of your units has
and then just go for the long, slow, steady, attritional grind on the number 2 objective. Because that's what Dowie shine at doing. Just slow pushing people off the map in the late game when they've preserved a gun line. And they do have a decent one here. They've still got the cannon. It's almost out of ammo, but they've still got 5 shots, which is a decent amount of firepower. They've got some Miners up on the point. They've got Grim Delvers here, who are fairly healthy. Another Thunderer over here, with a little bit of HP left. And Torpedoes with half their models left. Yeah, they're down to 500 HP, so they look way worse off than they are. 50% firepower is still enough for a Trollhammer Torpedo to wreak havoc. These things are pretty devastating against large targets. Definitely want to shoot the Coldwind Riders here. It's a perfect target for those Iron Drakes. Slayers and Dwarf Warriors stuffing back Skink cohorts. Still having to defend this #1 objective. Just keep playing patiently over here, though. Your time will come as the Dowie if you stay disciplined. Cannons are shooting the skirmishers. Sure, I mean, the guns will be enough to kill the Coldwind Riders here, I'm sure. Iron Drake's getting some shots off from the high ground there. See these torpedoes coming in. They take out individual Coldwind Riders oftentimes, because you don't have an insurmountable amount of HP on these cavalry. And they've got a pretty small number of models, so being able to take them down efficiently with the Iron Drake fire is massive, because it means that the charges from these guys aren't nearly as devastating as a result. They're not very good in sustained grind. It's really when they do stuff like this, where they're just like pounding down ranged units, that they get the most value. And it's why you see so many of them in this matchup for the Lizardmen. You get lots of cold ones and feral cold ones here. A fresh Iron Drake Trollhammer comes out. Coldwind Riders still taking some firepower. Lizard's still holding the #3. This stuffing has been so nice from Seth. You can see how tough it is for Dowie sometimes to win games, even though they may be value trading up. Just aggression and, you know, good backline pressure and steady, consistent pressure on the points can keep the Dowie from being able to win matches, right? I mean, they sometimes just don't have a way to force path their melee troops up onto the point and steal it away from their opponent. And look at the numbers coming in. Skink cohorts into the sunset. Source Warriors coming out too. Rallying miners on this back objective. But it's too late. It's too late. It's going to take ages for that Dowie unit to cap that point by themselves, and there's nothing they can get up there in time. What a beautiful hold from Seth, playing down a lot of this game. And is somehow going to be walking away with a win here. Pretty incredible stuff, honestly. Very well managed stuffing strategy here. Yeah, you got the turkey of all the fixins this game. Very unfortunate loss. Spada played that pretty damn well. The Lizards' numbers and resiliency was just a little too much. Oh man. Tale of the tape every time for the Dowie. They value trade well and they still lose. I don't know what it is about the Lizardmen. Lizardmen are a tough matchup for the Dwarves. It's very tough for them to be able to break down all of the Saurus and get through the Skink Capweight. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick, guys. BRB. Although, actually, let me make a lobby for finals. Before I go. No. Okay. I need to host. I don't know what I'm doing. Not ranked, matchmaking. Let's get our finalists. Just watching streams and playing ladder, that's a really good way to start. Ladder really isn't that bad, because domination mode does not allow people to just endlessly kite you and draw kite you. You know, there are some, like, semi-toxic builds, but it's very few and far between for domination mode, because usually there's answers for everything. The only things that there aren't really answers for is, like, Slaaneshi stuff, like the Seekers, and some of their rampages and shenanigans there. But usually you'll find great games on the domination ranked ladder. I've played plenty of people and won plenty and lost plenty as well. There's a lot of high quality games there. If you get good on ladder and come to tournaments, you'll do pretty well, I promise you. A lot of people, you know, some people, not many people, a handful of people might be elitist about it, but I think that the ranked matchmaking should be supported more by CA, because if there was a better leaderboard and more dedicated servers so the games and the lobbies are a little bit more stable, I think you'd be talking about a majority of people at least being interested in trying multiplayer at that point. Because right now, I think the only reason multiplayer isn't more popular is because of how bad the infrastructure around the ranked matchmaking is. We don't have enough maps. The lobbies are kind of wibbly and wobbly. A couple other things. I gotta go to the bathroom though. Let me make sure the map is right, and then I'll be BRB, and I can talk about it a little bit more lucidly. Oh boy. Lizards, Chaos Dwarves? Hell yes. Got cheesed by a Tzeentch flying army. Ouch. That's so painful. Dude, Tzeentch flying circuses are pretty terrifying. What were you playing? Like, what faction were you on, and who was it up against? So maybe I can give you a few pointers on how you can take those kinds of armies down, because those are pretty cheesy. I'm not gonna lie. Especially Changebringers. If you don't have an answer for Changebringers, they will literally farm your entire army for like 4,000 value each, just by flying around and obliterating everything, and you're gonna cry, because it sucks when that happens. Some matchups you have to be prepared for particular types of shenanigans. We'll ready up. That way when they're good to go, they'll just click it off and we'll get in there. I'm gonna go wish everybody good luck, have fun. Who... Oh yeah, WM. Here they are. This is another, this is a really rough matchup for Chaos Dowie, actually. How would you deal... Oh, how would you deal with Changebringers with Beastmen? I've got the perfect replay for that, actually, Iceman. And that replay will be going... I think I'll post it today. Stay tuned for that, Iceman. You'll see. It's pretty straightforward. Dark Elves had 3 Dark Shards that got killed by spinning spells and Changebringers. Yeah, after that they just formed your army. That sounds about right. For the Dark Elves, what do they want? You know what's actually probably pretty good against Changebringers for the Dark Elves is, believe it or not, a High Beastmaster with the Scourge Runner Chariot as the mount. He can chip models off of those things very aggressively. And he's fairly long range. I think he's got longer range than the Changebringers as well. So the High Beastmaster on the Chariot is really strong, and you've got a Snare as well to stop stuff from shutting him down in melee combat. You can bring some Harpies, and what else? I'll have to go and look, but that would be a good place to start. And Scourge Runner Chariots in general, like just 2 Scourge Runners with the High Beastmaster on his Chariot mount would probably be enough to keep the Changebringers at bay, because they can't close ground fast enough on the Scourge Runners to shoot them, and the Scourge Runners already outrange them and can poke the Changebringers wherever they go. It's amazing. That is probably your best bet, because they're an anti-large unit as well, so they get a big boost to their damage against the Changebringers. And one last thing for the Changebringers, they are damaged very efficiently by spells like Spirit Leech. So a Death Caster for the Dark Elves would not be a bad idea, because you can use Spirit Leech on their big flying chickens or their Herald, as well as hitting the Changebringers. And then, since Dark Elves have pretty good magic, you can even bring something like a Shadows Caster or a Burning Head Caster dirt cheap in reserve on foot and use them if you need them, right? Like, you bring Burning Head if you think your opponent's going to go with a whole bunch of infantry, like blue horrors and pinks, who you can roast down. You bring Shadow Magic as an in-between, like, dealing with mobility, and then also using Melkoths to do direct damage to heavily armored Chaos Warriors. So it's like a pick-and-choose-your-own-adventure type of situation with the magic. There's a lot of things that you can do. Most factions have an answer to the Changebringers. Even if those answers are oftentimes weaker units in other matchups, just because they beat the Changebringers, they're always worth having to some degree against Tzeentch. Just in case. It's kind of like dealing with the Bloodwake Berserkers for Khorne. If you don't deal with that unit, they will absolutely farm your entire army, and you'll die a little bit on the inside. Your emotional state will crumble, and your house will come to ruin. Basically. That's how it feels to me, at least. I'm very overdramatic, though, so it might not be everybody's personal experience. I just hate getting beat by, like, 1 or 2 units that do, like, the majority of damage. It just always feels bad. I love games where there's a good value spread on everything on the field. Those are always the most fun, because those usually tend to be pretty close games. If there's, like, 1 or 2 units just getting, like, 4K value and stuff like that, it's usually pretty a horrible loss. Oh, Chorson Empire got you? That makes sense, Iceman. Those are two of the tougher matchups for the Beastmen, by the way. So we got a ton of Chaos Dwarves, we got a ton of Hobgoblin Archers. We got a few Goblin Laborers, we do have Astrogoth. He's definitely the best option in this matchup for the Chaos Dwarves. I don't know what it is about the Bale Tauruses in this matchup. I think it's just the Chameleon Skinks being so good against those flyers, and then oftentimes you see Heaven's Magic from the Lizardmen. You see Beast Magic here, but the Heaven's Magic is really strong, not just because Uranins does big damage to like infantry and missile units and just whatever is in the AoE that it drops down with all that AP damage it causes. But Heaven's Magic passive is Roiling Skies, which lowers speed and melee defense for flyers for like 20 seconds, which is really brutal for Bale Tauruses. They do not like that. It makes the Bale Tauruses very vulnerable. So Astrogoth just skirts around that completely, and he's got some pretty good spells. We actually have Hellhammer. I just noticed that Hellhammer is on the table here. Not a very common pick for the Chaos Dowie as a spell. It does a ton of damage, though. If it lands flush on a bunch of Saurus, you could be talking about getting like 600-700 value out of one cast of Hellhammer. If it's upgraded, it can do even more. Because the effect duration is increased. So it technically doubles the damage. It's a little janky, but it's still very powerful. Good decision making from the Lizards. So way back in the stream, we were talking about Kislev versus the Empire, and the Empire had the Sunmaker on the field. And, you know, we kind of just watched the Kislevites just sit under withering artillery fire. They lost a lot of value early. Just like sitting out in the open. Well, here you see why that's a good idea, because you just sit back and then you force an enemy unit forward, and then you can drop the hatred down on them. That's a big whiff on the Hellhammer. It's a very expensive spell. It might have been a misclick. Look at the Skink Skirmishers melting the poor little Sneaky Gits right now. Big damage going down on them. They're screaming back into the forest trying to get away. I would just send everything back into the trees again. There's no reason not to. I mean, the Chaos Dwarves are playing way too passively here. Like, you've got the artillery piece, sure, but it's like fairly deep in your formation. You got spawns that are really close to it. You can just keep one unit back there to sit on it. Keep it from getting jumped on by anything invisible. The rest of your formation can position more far forward, because you're leaving a lot of ground for the Lizards to just like get up in on you and stuff you back, and even get units up in the forests here. You see some of these Lizard units are trying to get up in the trees. If they get up in here, it's going to be very hard to push them out. They can just stuff this one reinforcement point, as well as potentially push in and out of the trees to get after a lot of these Chaos Dwarf units. Really good Death Shrieker value, though. Oh my god. The Saurus are getting hammered right now, and they're getting in the danger zone of all the Hobgoblin Archers now. And Hobgoblin Archers with Focus Fire are going to be able to take down everything you see here. Especially the cohort of Sotek, who are getting melted right now by these poor, not these poor little guys, these nasty little Hobbos. Hobbo Gobbo. Just getting in there. And they just massacre fairly elite Lizardman unit. These guys cost 775 gold, which is not cheap. Saurus Warriors cost 800 for comparison. Wow, they got no value either. Brutal stuff. Saurus Spears leaving their flank open. Oh, and Kadai Fireborn getting in on the Saurus Warriors with shields here. WM is crushing the Lizards right now. And this is a little bit of a self-inflicted wound. There was no reason to push all the way back here. Your opponent was staying very passive and, like, you know, keeping to themselves. It was really just the Deathstreaker shooting. You forced out a Hellhammer here. You pull back and your opponent tries to bring that Hobgoblin out. You send your Skinks in again. Hold the point, do a little damage, pull back again. You want to force the Chaos Dowie out of this position. You don't want to attack into this. Because if you really look at what's going on here, you're basically, like, playing yourself into the enemy's, like, corner. Like, a lot of these Lizardman units, like, can't even get into melee combat because they're taking a bunch of Deathstreak rocket fire damage on the way in. These things are fairly devastating. Like, it's got 1,100 value and 213 kills. Not only that, but your enemy has a ton of infantry on the field to start off, with a lot of range pressure with the Hobgoblin archers. So even if you get in under the Deathstreak rocket launcher, your opponent is using these Hobgoblins to just absolutely brutalize whatever they can focus fire. And they have all gotten some pretty impressive value, except for this one. They've been hiding in the trees. They can't really shoot anything in there. Saurus Warriors are trying to disengage onto the Deathstreak, but I think it's too little too late. It's gotten too much value already. 1,200. The Lizards are scrapping pretty nicely over here, getting a little bit of value. It's not totally out of the realm of possibility that they hang on. They do have a big advantage on the caps right now. They do have quite a few rallying units. Get the Saurus Oldblood the hell out of here. Get him up and hiding in these trees so he doesn't die. Because if you lose him right now and your leadership is just all falling apart, on a lot of these skink units especially, who have pretty low base values, that's where you're going to just get absolutely plastered. And you won't be able to hold the triple cap. Lizards have actually evened up the value a little bit. They didn't kill the Deathstreak, though, and it's got a lot of ammunition left. Brutal damage on this Saurus. Could have been worse. The tree saved him a little bit. And this Saurus unit still scrapping against the Gadai Fireborn. There's not really an answer for the Gadai Fireborn out other than the Spear Riders. These Spear Riders have gotten pretty beat up. There's not a whole lot left that they can give. Pakopok cohort getting manhandled by the Bull Centaur Renders over here with the Chaos Dowie support. Always fight on top of buffering. This is why. Look how low those Bull Centaur Renders are. They have no HP. Just by virtue of sitting with a friendly infantry unit, they're actually able to help drag down the Pakopok cohort. They killed them to a man. Every single one of those little special Coldwind Riders. Dead and gone, man. There's a fresh Bull Centaur Render on the field. Mobility advantage is held, I would say, by the Lizards. They could kill Astrogoth. Potentially. I mean, he's pretty beat up, and the Gadai are getting surrounded and dragged down finally. Just because you have the Spear Riders and the Feral Coldwinds here. Hopefully they take these Hellforge demons out. You really need to, or they're gonna just keep pushing down all of the infantry of the Lizardmen. The Lizardmen infantry have just gotten bullied so badly this game that even though the mobility for the Lizardmen has honestly been doing a pretty good job of scrapping back value, I don't think it's gonna matter all that much because the Lizards are never ever going to be able to hold on to all of the objectives here without a decent infantry presence. And you can see how gassed they are. They just don't have numbers on the field anymore. They'll be able to scrap it out for a little bit longer, but if the Chaos Dwarves just play their cards semi-decently, they'll easily walk away with this one, I think. You can get a Hobgoblin Wolf Raider out for the #1 objective. You got 1,500 supplies, maybe banking up for something really expensive in the late game to anchor one of these objectives. Bring out some other units later. Coldwood Spear Riders do take down the Hobgoblin Archers here. They also helped break up another Hobbo Archer here. Warriors holding. Bull Centaur Renders looking for fights. Amixon Barb's out on the field. Okay. That's pretty cool, but the Hobgoblin Archers poking very aggressively. 800 value on these two. This one with 322, 377, 853. Hobgoblin Archers did amazing, dude. Beautiful, beautiful value trades from them. Wolf Raiders are chasing something in here. Is it the Saurus Old Blood? Yeah, it is the Saurus Old Blood. Saurus Old Blood being bullied a little bit. He may not die, but he's non-functional, which is pretty brutal. The Kadai Fireborn did survive. No frickin' way. Amixon Barb's getting in position to finish these guys off, though. They are pretty devastating. They're a very short range unit, but they fire quickly, and they have a ton of AP on their missile. So they actually wear down the Kadai pretty badly before they get in. But Bull Centaur Renders getting in from the flank. They are going to crush the Amixon Barbs here. And the poor Razordons, they're not quite quick enough to escape the Bull Centaurs if they get engaged. Because the Centaurs actually have a fairly good charge speed. I believe it's in the 80s. Which means that with 67 speed, you're already barely outrunning these Bull Centaur Renders. The charge speed when you're running away is procced, so that's how a lot of times units are able to like close the gap on stuff that you're trying to retreat away. Archers and Laborers scrapping against the Coldwood Spear Riders. When we get a Demo Rocket coming in, takes out one of the Spear Riders. Very inefficient against cavalry. The Demo Rocket is like exclusively for single entities and monstrous infantry. It just doesn't do damage to anything with more than like 16 models. Not efficiently enough. Because there's not really enough explosive damage on the Demo Rocket. It does a little bit, but it's a very small AoE. It's really just the armor-piercing missile damage itself that's doing the work, with the bonus versus large of 500, which is absolutely out of this world. Crazy business. Number one objective is being taken. The Colossadon Hunters came in. They were doing a little bit of work against those Chaos Warriors. But the Bull Centaurs buffer them out. Hanging in there. Looks like the Saurus Old Blood did die in here. Rudy. Aha. Here he be. Oh, he lost his head. Ouch. Decapitated by Hobgoblins is definitely probably one of the most unpleasant ways to go in this universe, I imagine. Saurus Warriors and Skink Cohorts, the Colossadon Hunters going for the number one. Even if you retake here, though, I don't think you get it back before it's you need more objectives to win. I think the Chaos Dowie, by taking this point now, have won the game. Regardless of whatever else might happen. It would take a pretty spectacular fumble for WM to lose this. It's very impressive Chaos Dwarf play. Very patient, not overextending yourself, using artillery and missiles to, you know, just scare your opponent into overpressing, and then doing a great job of punishing them on the way in, and then counter-pushing the whole field. Great stuff, man. Love to see it. It's going to be a real big win for the Bull Centaur Renders. They get a very clean engage on multiple models of the Colossadon Hunters, and they take them down so fast. I mean, they've got such a big bonus with good weapon strength, dude. They're a really brutal unit to run into. They're fairly tanky. They got a lot of HP for a monstrous cavalry unit. 9,800 is kind of nuts. Minotaurs, for reference, have about, what, 8,500? With the missile resistance they've got, and decent armor values, they're actually fairly resilient. I really like Bull Centaurs. Kadai Fireborn come back in, just really good at cleaning up infantry. They're so efficient at it. They've got a great bonus of 20, with good defensive stats and lots of armor piercing of of course. Chaos Dowie without AP would be nothing, so I'm going to get in here and bully everything. And they've got Unbreakable, as long as they're above 25% HP, with Burning Bright, which is really nice. And Blazing Body, it takes forever for Blazing Body to charge up, but it can give you some melee damage reflection and Fizz Res. Lizard's trying to flip that point, but Bull Centaur Render's coming up, and WM is going to be walking away with a huge dub here. Big congratulations to our tournament winner, right? I mean, God, the top 4 went by really fast. Seth, you know, unlike the regular dwarves, the Chaos Dowie are fast. They've got a lot of mobility. You can't just push them back the same way as the regular old dwarves. I think that was kind of Seth's biggest mistake, is treating them as one and the same. Because the Saurus, like, spam, so to speak. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Spamming infantry actually has a lot of skill and nuance to it. It's not just some, like, super easy, cheesy strategy or anything. Would have worked really well against the dwarves. We saw it last round. Against a faction, though, that's got, like, better mobility and can really protect their archers without any real threat from your mobility getting in on them for free, the Lizards just get totally dog-walked at the end there. Good value on Wolf Raiders, the Immortals. They got 500 value. They were out there at the end just doing stuff. Astrogoth got 23, which is pretty solid. The Source Old Blood was very lackluster. The Skink Priest only got 500 value. Again, man, just, like, push and pull. You don't need to just YOLO your entire army into your opponent's missile line. That's never a good idea. Do not get suckered into it. It happens to me all the time. Don't die from the same mistakes as me. Very disciplined. Chaos Dowie build. Thank you for playing in the tournament today, guys. It's been a pleasure. Always super fun. We'll be doing some more replays for probably another hour and a half. It's going to be a little bit shorter of a stream than I have done in some Sundays or Saturdays past. I'll be working on casting the rest of the replays over the course of this week. It's going to need to be slow and steady. I got a shit ton of replays to do. I will try to do every one of them. I very well might not be able to because it is a insane time investment. Now that we have so many people playing in the new player tournaments on a regular basis, and I get so many replays. But get in chat, request me to check out specific games, DM me on Discord, and the likelihood will increase that I am able to get to your stuff and give you pointers and tips and tricks, or just to show off what you do right. When I see people play really well, I can't help but be complimentary to it. And that Chaos Dowie build that we saw last game was executed to perfection. What is going on with YouTube? What is happening? Oh my goodness. Absolutely. Always a blast. I love casting games. Yeah, playing too aggressive is just like, it's a very common mistake to make. You know, you can often press people in their home bases if you just stay patient and let them come forward before you push and engage them. Because if they gain ground on you and you're able to swarm around the edges of their formation a little bit easier with your numbers, and you can dive on them in a consolidated way where you occupy all of the missile units at once, you can usually beat builds like what we saw the Chaos Dowie bring with your own infantry formations. You just have to play it a little bit more patiently. It does feel bad to sit and get shot, but actually, sometimes the best thing to do, and you can always, like I said, like pull completely out of range of your opponent's missiles. Lots of people will get antsy as well on shooting factions and try and press too far into your own side of the field to try and get value. Alright, anyways, replays. Let me blow my nose and we'll get right into them. Alright, people. We are going to get some Tomb Kings. Gonna be a super fun matchup. Oh, we got the Skeleton Archer Chariot. Hell yes, dude. Goated Chariot, in my opinion. It's not that much more expensive than the melee version, and it's a really good missile piece in its own right. It's not gonna, like, get 1,000 gold just from shooting, but it will get 400 or 500 value, and then you've got the same stats as the regular melee chariot on top of it all, and you can get, like, 1,000 plus value on that easy. So they're a unit that if you use a Skeleton Archer Chariot, like, perfectly, they can get you like 2,000 gold on the upper end, usually around 1,500, 1,600 if you use them correctly. It's pretty crazy. Very good unit. Red-Crested Skinks, I don't think are something you want to bring regularly against the Tomb Kings. They don't have anything super heavily armored. Outside of stuff like Chariots and Ushabti, and none of those units are really a good fight for Red-Crested Skinks. I really truly believe that the Saurus in this matchup make this almost unwinnable for Tomb Kings if you use the Saurus correctly. They're just so intensely difficult for skeletons to grind down. Oh my god, look at the chariot damage! Oh, that's filthy. The Red-Crested Skinks just got annihilated. The chariots get some good damage on the Saurus spears. They're gonna peel out of here now. Wow, dude. Meat with a really nice early charge out of these things. Maybe a little too aggressive with them. I think this is a little too far forward without support, but oh my god, look at that. That is filthy. Half the HP off of the Red-Crested Skinks. Archer Chariots going crazy right now. They're gonna keep going. Get them, boys. Oh my god. This could kill this unit. They are very likely completely dead here. And they actually do break. Chariots can farm some more of their models off, and yeah, a lot of missiles fired in against the chariots, which is good damage. You can see that the lizards are Staying fairly close in the value trades. Here's the big problem that the lizards are going to run into. Okay, you did a bunch of HP damage to the chariots. Well, it's got 10 models left here and 11 here. I mean, they're, you know, basically full health still. Like, their charges are all that matter. Models are the most important consideration for missile troops and for chariots. And, you know, this is both, right? It's got, like, max efficiency shooting still. It's still doing, like, maximum damage on the charge. It's a little deep in. This is why I'm saying maybe it's a little too aggressive with the chariots. I like aggressive chariot play, but I think chariots perform best when you combo them with your infantry. What you want to do here, use that 140 meter range. And what you want to do is poke down like the cohort of Sotek and the red-crested skinks from a distance. Shoot them up a little bit and choose like the edge of the formation. And isolated units on the corners to be charging down. And I think you'd be doing a little bit better, but I think the Tomb Kings will be fine. One chariot is probably going to crumble out before it pays for itself, which isn't great, but even here at the end, look at the damage it's getting done, man. Oh my god. And it does rally. Its leadership actually stabilizes, so not going to crumble out. Gets the first Realm of Souls, so it's going to get a little bit of healing here. Skeleton Archer Chariot on this side with some good value. Sepulchral Stalkers chilling. Kotep just trying not to be noticed. Luckily, there's no characters or monsters to get after Kotep right now. He's pretty safe, just running around on foot currently. He's going to pop a new Syrians on those red-crested skinks that are trying to attack the Ushabti Greatbows. They get absolutely ruined by the focus fire and the spell casting. Beautiful stuff. Red-crested skinks here are grinding down some of the skeleton spears. Not really all that cost-effective, though, is the problem. Because they will take quite a bit of return damage. They're just very flimsy on the armor. Oh, Cimmerian War Sphinx coming up, too. Yeah, the lizards are looking a little cooked right now. Just don't bring red-crested skinks, and I like the skink cohorts and stuff here. I think you'd be better off with just salamander hunting packs as your shooting. The skink skirmishers and stuff are just too vulnerable in this matchup. Look at the chariot! It's got 1,000 value! Beautiful. I think the other did finally completely crumble out. Still got about 800 value, which is pretty good. Getting rear charges in here is pretty huge. They may be going down here, but 1,200 value is pretty damn respectable. You know, like I said, if they had just been a little bit more self-preserving in the early game to use all their ammunition up and then be charging and stuff now, they'd be, you know, around like 1,500. Sepulchral Stalkers get out on the flank, shoot the Salamander hunting packs down. Ushabti summon the army ability being used. Definitely want to get these guys in to just clean up this infantry. Because, you know, Tomb Kings have terrible cap weight. Absolutely abysmal on their skeleton warriors. One skeleton warrior, or sorry, one skink cohort can outcap 3 skeleton warriors almost. It's 5 versus 6 cap weight in favor of all of those skeletons, but all you need is like 2 skink cohorts to completely lock a point down away from the Tomb Kings. They just can't get enough bodies out for it. Their best cap weight is actually their cavalry. You can see some skeleton horsemen waiting in the wings here. I would really like to see them get in here. They can beat a Feral Cold One. If they surround that Feral Cold One, they'll win that fight. Skeleton Archer Chariot still here. How is it alive? Barely hanging on. They've got good leadership on those things. 55 leadership for an undead unit is pretty damn good, actually. See, Ushabti Greatbows actually only have a base of 40, which is pretty low, honestly. Feral Carnosaur getting beat up. We got the Khemerian War Sphinx absolutely clowning on the red-crested Skink Chief over here right now. 700 value on it. Chosen the Gods wailing away. Not the most cost-effective performance I've ever seen from the Chosen of the Gods, but maybe here at the end they'll get some good damage on the Stegodon. We'll see. The Sepulchral Stalkers have been... They were doing okay, but then they get jumped on by the Spear Riders. And you can see the Spear Riders are vicious, man. Just shredding through these Sepulchral Stalkers right now. And the 2v1? Oh no, man. Don't let this happen. Don't lose your missile line. Tomb Kings have to protect stuff like Sepulchral Stalkers. People have a misconception about this unit. They think that just because they have a bonus versus large, that they're good against targets like this. They are pretty terrible against any AP cavalry. Because they have poor melee defense. All of their damage is tied up in the laser eyes. You need to protect them and use spears and warriors to sit on top of them if you want them to trade in melee combat. If they're in a one-on-one, they just get straight up dunked on. And it's really ugly. Luckily, though, for the Tomb Kings, they did kill the Stegodon. Looks like the Chosen of the Gods. Wow, just a few volleys on this thing from close range. They were at, what, 900, 800? Yeah, 800, give or take. And now they're at 21 with just like a handful of volleys. Beautiful stuff, man. Let's see the push. Come on, Tomb Kings. Get up here. Don't let this skink wave get up there. You're going to lose the point if you allow that cap. Did take the number 1, so we do have a triple cap for now for the Tomb Kings. I think that more than anything will secure them the win. They just need to push up some numbers and some bodies and make sure that they can develop out maybe another... Oh yeah, the Eyes of the Desert are up here now. Eyes of the Desert will be able to laser eyes down the big stuff. They really need to kill this Feral Carnosaur. You got the Ushabti Greatbows poking at it right now. Eyes of the Desert getting over here and doing the heavy lifting, though, would make a big difference. Because they have way better damage output than Ushabti Greatbows do, believe it or not. Ushabti Greatbows are a solid unit, but Sepulchral Stalker's damage is just on like another level for some reason. I don't know what it is exactly about these laser eyes that cause them to hit so freaking hard. But we might see it here. Feral Carnosaur is within the bone zone. Oh my god, just getting nuked. Oh, brutal, man. I think it's the fact that their missile speed is so fast. Like, the velocity on the missiles themselves means that they rarely miss when they do close the gap. Ushabti Greatbows, their missile speed is decent, but they can miss. You can kite out the missiles from those guys. Can't really do that with the Sepulchral Stalkers. I think that's why the DPS looks so much better, despite, on paper, really not being that far apart. You know? The head-to comparison, the Ushabti Greatbows ostensibly do, like, theoretically, a little bit more damage. Yeah, they have 2 more AP. They got less base weapon strength, but whatever. You know? Chariot back out. Got 1400 value first time around. Sepulchral Stalker's getting charged down, but this is actually pretty nice for them. Okay, what's happening here, the reason why they're going to crush this Coldon Spear Rider, is because they're braced. So they get the charge defense and the charge reflection off. And now they're locked in combat against a unit that's taken a whole bunch of early damage. Eyes of the Desert are an ROR, so they have slightly better stats. They are actually capable of fighting independently of support a little bit better. It's not great. You still don't want to just leave them by themselves against something like a Spear Rider, but they will be having a much better fight than the non-ROR variant. Sphinx being taken down here. Colossadon Hunters all over it. Skeleton Warriors could get in here and chip some damage off. Tomb King still holding the number 2. Feral Cold Ones and Spear Riders over there did push back Skeleton horsemen. We do get the Spear Riders retreating here. The Eyes of the Desert holding strong. Great stuff. Definitely want to get in position to kill this Ripperdactyl unit. And then you can just use the Skeleton Horsemen to like run over any skinks or anything that might come up. Ouch. Oh, the Sandstorm! Darude Sandstorm from our boy Katep. Wow, I actually got 1,000 Valley. That's pretty decent. 178 kills. I would say that's worth it for the bound Sandstorms. Oh, yeah, for the, those of you who don't know how bracing works, all you do for bracing is just have the unit stationary and facing the direction of the unit that is charging them. You don't have to do anything. Spears win by units attacking them, right? That's what makes them like so solid as defensive units. And, you know, the Eyes of the Desert are very unique as a monstrous infantry unit that has this. A lot of people forget that they have it, in fact. You can really trap people into diving them, thinking that they're like, oh, I'm isolating them. No, you're actually throwing your unit into a braced, exceptionally powerful, countercharging foe. So, if they just sit here, say, like, here, let's do a little bit, we'll do a little bit of, kindergarten drawing. Eyes of the Desert, blue line, other unit, green line. Eyes of the Desert face this way, other unit charges in, Eyes of the Desert not moving, facing the enemy unit. Eats the charge, takes no extra damage from the charge bonus, and then actually reflects the damage back on the opponent. Does massive work. And it's a little thing that helped the Tomb Kings win. If they weren't braced here, then the Spear Riders have like the opposite scenario play out, where like if the Eyes of the Desert were moving and they got charged down by those Spear Riders get a ton of damage off on the Eyes of the Desert, who then suddenly very beat up. Like down to probably about this much HP just off the charge of the Cold Wind Riders. And then they start dropping models. Then you're thinking about moving them out of combat. Then they're not fighting nearly as efficiently because they're getting surrounded and they're dropping models. So they just get dunked on at that point. Rock, paper, scissors is like one of the ruling metaphors that I come back to over and over again for describing how a lot of like domination modes, like mechanics and matchups between units play out. There's lots of counters. There's counters to everything, pretty much. There's almost no unit that's truly, like, undisputedly capable of just getting away with anything and everything. Seekers are the closest thing to that right now. Even there, those Seekers can be punished by magic. That may be about it that can reliably do it, but at least there's that. Thank goodness. Being a little bit more cautious for the Lizardmen, I think they'd be able to win this game. I just don't like the Red-Crested Skinks. They just aren't good in this matchup. Their leadership is okay. They have Frenzy, which gives them ITP as long as their leadership is above half, which is fine. They just don't have enough targets to fight here efficiently. I think they're just a liability. You're better off with just more Saurus and more Skink cohorts. And I think you need more Salamander hunting packs. I mean, we had one on the field, but I think 2 against the Tomb Kings is a pretty good idea. Because Tomb Kings have a hard time clearing multiple hunting packs, especially if the Umbral Tide is, like, running around with Stalk and being, very shenanigansy. Like, jumping in and out of stealth and roasting stuff down, running away, going back in. And using that Perfect Vigor to be disruptive in different areas of the battlefield. I love the Chariots. I'm glad to hear that, Smiley. Tim the Wilder, and I have been banging the drum on how strong they are for a while. You know, they're a skirmisher and an incredible multi-model chariot at the same time. What could you not want? The kids want Norsca round 2 or 3. I'll give you some Norsca Legatus. For sure, for sure. Let's go get some Norsca action. You don't want to see your Empire game? I'm guessing something bad may have happened here. Maybe you just want to watch these other ones for some tips, though. We'll see. Where the hell are they? God, we got so many replays. Hello? I think this is round 2. I am curious about this matchup. I don't think I've ever seen Cathay and Norsca before. This should be very intriguing. See if Cathay has the juice to take out Norsca. Norsca actually is one of the factions that I could see Cathay being, like, pretty decent against. I mean, they've got Zhao Ming with Dragon Breath to just clear out Marauders for days. He's a pretty powerful combat character who could beat up on Wulfric pretty badly. You can also pop Final Transmutation if there's like a big blob of monsters. I want to listen to the speech, but the rage mechanic is irritating the hell out of me. It is so annoying that bug has been ongoing for so long now. Grand Cathay with some Jade Warrior Halberds, Bandits of the Silver Road. There is a little bit of fire damage that the Cathay forces can lean on. Bandits have some. Grand Cannons actually have fire damage. The Nangao Grenades have fire damage. What else does? Grace of Kuai Yin and maybe the Dune Dragons. Although I think the Dune Dragons might just have magic damage and not flaming attacks.
Keep it from the foe.
I'm not one hundo on that one. Jade Warrior Crossbows moving up, giving the harmony to everything. Very good spacing on this Cathay army right now. I would definitely consider a cannon soon for Lazuka. Just for the cool factor at the very least. The Cathay cannons sound so good. Amazing FX on the Cathay Cathay cannons. And they would be a good counter to the Chariot, actually. As well as the Mammoth, and maybe even shooting the Famir or Wulfric. There's quite a few targets that it could be hitting right now. At the very least, it would keep this stuff honest. I don't know if Zhao had Final Transmutation. I wasn't checking for it. I would recommend bringing it in this matchup no matter what. You know, just because of the threat of Monster Mash. Like, yeah, Dragon Breath is very good here. You definitely want to use it in this matchup, but don't over-rely on it. That was a beautiful Sea Fang. Oh my god, dude. Legatus has done this to so many people. This is why you stagger your formations, by the way. Instead of having all of those dudes in a line for Sea Fang to just literally go down the entire formation and ruin them. 700 value. That's all from Sea Fang, by the way. Every last drop of that is from one cast. If you staggered those lines, then only one Jade Warrior would get hit. Not them and the Bandits. And you're losing 2 missile units at the most critical juncture of the battle. This is when you need those guys the most. And look at the Ice of Oh no. Bye-bye Crossbow. Shatter too. That is insult to injury, man. Oh my god. That's really unfortunate. The Chariot, the good micro on the Chariots, man, is something to behold. Look at them just chunking the entire Cathay army. 600 value on them already. The Soul Crusher also bulldozing through the front line. A beautiful Pendulum. Dude, Cathay's formation is being dismantled by Magic right now. Magic and Chariots and Mammoths. Oh my. Oh my god. Yeah, the lore of boats. Oh, we love to see it, man. The staggered lines for Cathay would have reduced a lot of this damage. Legatus is all over these guys now. Oh, really good intercept with the Jade Lancers, though. They get on top of the Beasts of Tashnar and they just charge them down fearlessly. Heavy Cavalry always beats the Beasts of Tashnar on the charge. Just because of the heavy armor. It never fails. Cathay may have needed some, like 1 or 2 Peasant Horsemen for the opening. A Peasant Horseman would have been able to lock down the Soul Crusher, albeit temporarily, but necessarily. While they can also get after the Chariots. Beautiful Seafang, another one! Oh my god, man. I mean, he didn't get 700 value, but, you know, 1,000 ain't bad on Wulfric, all things considered right now. Crowmen hovering above, Chariots going crazy still. More Chariots? Absolutely, dude. Chariots are good now. They're not like an auto-win condition unit, but especially the ones that have like 2,000 mass and good speed. Like the Marauder Icewolf Chariots and Razorgors, Lion Chariots of Trace. They're really vicious. They very quickly rack up the value. The Norscan Icewolf Chariots cost 900 gold, which is a freaking steal for how good they are. The only thing they don't have is the AP that Razorgore Chariots do. Razorgore Chariots are a little better, even though they cost more, just because they have AP and kill everything the Beastmen want to deal with. It's really hilarious. Skinwolf's going to be taking the number 3 Banson Silver Road Rally, but they're probably going to die here. And Wulfric and the Soul Crusher kind of bullying Zhao Ming currently. Do not want to let your characters get double teamed like this. It's going to be a big loss for Zhao. And the Soul Crusher may be down to half health, but, you know, when you got 14,000, being at half health ain't nothing. It's got 7,700 HP still. Good grief, man. Champions and Marauders running around. Jade Lancers still trying to clean stuff up. Running into some Marauder great weapons who are beating up on them a little bit now. Skinwolves helping clean some fights up. Big loss here. Oh no, the Skinwolves get wrecked by the Onyx Crowmen and the Bandits here. Uh-oh. No, Norska, don't fumble it now. Alright. It's a critical next couple of minutes here. It's a big win, getting this Jade Lancer down with the great weapons, as well as these Ice Wolves. The Skinwolves do get a great surround off on Zhao Ming. Oh my god, I can't zoom in. I'm so sorry, guys. Zooming in is terrifying. Zhao Ming is surrounded by those Skinwolves right now. He's getting poked by the Marauder Champions as well. He does get his heal. Vambraces, or the Burning Vambraces. Able to keep him alive, but Wulfric and the Soul Crusher are still right next door. And the Skinwolves are also danger close. Kind of putting the work in on him. He is going to go down, and Cathay's leadership is just going to be an absolute shambles. And I don't know if they'll be able to hold. Ice Wolves should fight the Crowmen here. And I would get the Soul Crusher over. Soul Crusher can actually trample the Crowmen pretty nicely. It's doing some damage to Zhao Ming, but not nearly as much as Wulfric and the Skinwolves can do. It's just kind of mucking up the works a little bit, quite honestly, in my opinion. If it were over here attacking the Crowmen, it could be trampling them since they're infantry size, doing big damage. Also doing damage to the Jade Lancers, whose melee attack is okay, but not enough to survive a Mammoth. To get the Beast of Tashnar in here. Good charge. Actually chewing up on the Empress's Crowmen before those get back up in the air. Maybe get after the Jade Lancers. It's 2 Jade Lancers, though. And the Hounds look like they're going to be trying to pull back. They're now turning around and maybe going after Zhao. Zhao desperately trying to escape Wulfric. Wulfric gets a nice shot in on the rear of the big old dragon, though. Does break his leadership. He will rally in a moment. But with only 11 or 10 or 1000 HP, 1072 is just not enough to be able to do any heavy lifting in the late game. Look at the Onyx Chroma get absolutely melted by the Soul Crusher and the Fimir here. Gross, dude. Melkoth's is really good against these flyer type of units. The Onyx Chroman, Furies, all of those Harpies also suffer from Melkoths. It's very efficient to pop it on these types of units. And Onyx Chroman are quite expensive at 700 gold. Furies are 650. For how cheap of a spell Melkoth's is, why not? Honestly, it'll get you up there pretty fast. Zhao rallies. Wulfric can't do anything to him right now. Really nice Pendulum. And a good charge to follow it up with Ice Wolves. Taking down this Onyx Chroman, who's going to crumble out. They are an elemental. So they do crumble like demons, basically. And that's just a huge loss, man. Need to give the Soul Crusher the War Shrine passive. I think that would be a little too powerful. Soul Crusher is actually pretty decent, honestly. The Howdah, the Javelin throwers in the back, actually do really good damage. They hit really hard. You know, it's like, what? You get 5 dudes all throwing javelins. They use their ammunition, like, fairly efficiently. They can rack it up a little bit with those guys, and just having a really powerful Mammoth character that can, like, trample over stuff and pop the Enrage to have 40% ward save for the early fights, and any focus fire that might come in on it is amazing. If it had the War Shrine passive, and it was lowering Vigor on all the Norskin units, and giving Phys-Res, that's too far. That's way too far. Soul Crusher is just situational. You can bring, like I said, you can bring off-meta stuff. If you're just mindful about how you're using it and what kind of units you're bringing in around it, you can make them work. Legatus is one of the few people I've seen bring this on a regular basis. And I've kind of liked it. I haven't been disappointed with it in either of the 3 matches that I've seen with it. Chariot just running over the Nangao grenades, and the Miststalkers following that up. They do have they do cause terror. Most Fimir don't. They just cause fear. These guys having the ability to terror out is pretty clutch because they're pretty cheap for a terror-causing unit. 1450 is nothing to pay. Super worth it, especially for a faction that has lots of armored infantry. The Chariot's just donking on the Jade Warriors. Look at these poor guys. Give me that face, buddy. Oh, you can see the inside of the mouth model there. Pretty horrifying. But yeah, he's not having a good time being tossed around like that. 24 on the Mammoth, 1300 on the Marauder Champions, Unsung Heroes. Good value on most of the Marauders. The Shielded Marauders, they kind of got dunked on, but it wasn't terrible. Fimir got 1300, paying for itself. Wulfric got 1400. He did pretty good. Chariots at 16. Skinwolves are a little disappointing. One of them did get good value, though, from killing Zhao Meng, helping Wulfric chip him down and almost kill him. So I really like that. Being a little more patient with the other Skinwolves, though, would be nice. Don't want to be too haphazard with them, because they are very low armor. They can get roasted by countercharging cavalry, and Onyx Chroman do big damage to them. And I think if Cathay maybe had those out a little bit earlier, they would have been alright. They probably just want to hold back off of the middle point for a bit. Stretching, Jesus, man. I've been working out again lately, so I'm very sore. I'm trying to stretch more regularly, get the muscles loosened up. Anyways, Cathay stays off the middle point for a little bit and builds up their cavalry and Onyx Croman reserves, then engages, and I think they'd be a little bit better off. They just need mass for the mammoths. You can't afford to not have a way to slow down a mammoth or chariots just bulldozing through your front line early, because if that happens, I mean, this is the result. Pretty much any time you see it, Norsca's just gonna take over the game. Like, that's what they want to do. There's nothing to slow them down. By the time you get answers out, they've already killed your missiles, and then you're just sitting in the corner, you know, thinking about your life and how you got here, how you can be better, how you can improve, you know. Nobody wants to get dunked on, and a little bit of patience goes a long way to prevent that. Yeah, Legatus, I saw you miss top 4. It was really freaking close, and I'm so sorry. You're like on the cusp constantly of winning the new player tournaments. I believe in you. You're gonna get top 4 sometime soon, and you'll get your tournament win. Yeah, against Dark Elves. Dude, Dark Elves versus Beastmen is a really, really back and forth matchup. OBS is being funky. 1 sec. Stabilizing. Okay, we're good. It's threatening to be silly on me. Anyways, the thing about this matchup is that Dark Elves have answers for the infantry that the Beastmen bring. You've got Witch Elves, you've got Blackheart Corsairs, Handbows, and the dual weapon variants, both fairly solid in this matchup for the Dark Elves. I think the Handbows are way better, personally, just because they can kite and still have the heavy armor and a little bit of punching power for late-game infantry fights. There's also, like, we got a Cauldron of Blood. Oh my god. Well, that's going to be interesting to check on. Dark Elves have Burning Head. Burning Head is so brutal against the Beastmen. I mean, low armor across the board on the faction. Your armor is tied up in your chariots and characters and Bestigorhers, and that's it. Burning Head just wrecks your cavalry, wrecks your infantry. Well-timed Burning Heads are the bane of a Beastman player's existence. I am very curious to see how this Cauldron does. I'm a little skeptical. Like, the Fury of Cain buffs are going to be nice, and where's the... Oh, the Chill Blade, that's here. It's got some missile resistance, it's ITP. I don't know, man. Skeptical, but hopeful. Gorbel will be a really good unit against it. Just, the Gorbel on Cauldron duty is going to be the way to go here. Keeping it shut down is very important. Traderkin and Devolve. I love the Great Bray Shamans, and I really love Wild's magic. I don't know if that's really what you want to be bringing here. I mean, a Great Bray Shaman, sure, but I think you actually want the, I think you do kind of want Shadow's magic. Or you want to be bringing, a Beast Caster with Flock of Doom, or maybe even a Spirit Leech Caster. Death magic against the Dark Elves is actually not that bad because they rely on Cold One Knights. And a Buna on a Cold One Knight is pretty devastating. It's pretty worth it. You can follow up on that by using Razorgore to, like, clean up those units and then start establishing a mobility advantage. You can just schwack any Cold One Knights that try to come in to reinforce the Dark Elf formation. It's not a bad way to go about it. What else? Spirit Leech is good against the characters for the Dark Elves. You don't see Malekith or, like, big characters all that often from the Dark Elves in this matchup. Most of the time, they're bringing like a Fire Sorceress and trying to get width and the edge in the mobility fight. So if you bring Shadow's Magic, you can help Melkoths down, stuff like this. Buna can do it, and then you've also got Spirit Leech just in case there is a big monster blob coming after you. Here's another thing. Traderkin, upgraded, really isn't that much of an improvement. It's good for finishing off characters, but undercasting it is actually slightly more efficient just in terms of how much Winds of Magic you're utilizing for the damage that you want to do. If you just undercast the Traderkin, I think you get 1 extra Traderkin than if you overcast it every time. But mixing and matching ain't bad. You've got plenty of magic to work with usually. Devolve going down on the Cold One Knights, actually really brilliant. Lowering that melee attack as well as speed by 25%. Or just a flat 24 on melee attack, of course, but also lowering the leadership and charge speed, which is really amazing. Definitely making it a lot harder for these Cold One Knights to perform. Really liking that. Goreherd scrapping against the Dread Spears here. More Cold One Knights coming up, though, doing some pretty heinous damage. But Razor Goreherd are sitting in here. Goreherd are underneath all that, and they're doing some good work against the Dread Knights. The Uncle Raiders poking down the caster, actually getting some pretty good work in against her. Razor Gore Chariots have not been utilized very aggressively yet. You've got Centaurs overpressing here. It's another example of Centaur going a little too deep. You want to utilize your Centaurs to countercharge as much as possible until you have a genuine, overwhelming advantage in the mobility game, when you can then use them a little bit more aggressively. That's a beautiful Flaming Sword of Ruin. I don't know how much it's really getting done. It's like buffing up weapon strength, but that's really about it. The magic damage isn't mattering all that much. There's not anything in here that has Fizz Res or anything. The Centaurs are getting beat up pretty badly. They really need to pull back away from the Spearmen. Then they can maybe countercharge the Cold One Dread Knights. And here's the Razor Gore Chariots getting some good damage in. Running right up into the Blackheart Corsair Handbows, taking them down to half HP. They're actually fairly good in a grind. Razor Gore Chariots have a ton of armor. And their bonus versus infantry of 25 and 39 melee attack means they're really good at sitting in and chewing up infantry like Blackheart Corsairs. It's really nice. Definitely need to get back. You do have the Gorbel on Cauldron duty, doing a pretty good job of controlling her. She really hasn't gotten a whole lot of value. The Beastman front line is breaking through now, which is really awesome. Centaurs pull away. They're pretty beat up, but they've got a little bit of health. Oh, and the Razor Gore herd going after the Hag on the Cauldron here. Squee. They're getting all up on her, and with the AP damage that they do, they should be able to wear her out pretty badly. Like, yeah, their melee attack sucks if you look at it objectively, but if they get a surround off, the ones that are on the rear of the Cauldron will be able to get their attacks in for free, and that's going to be just amazing value, dude. I love Razor Gore Herd. They're amazing against the Dark Elves, in fact. They love chewing up Cold One Knights. I like Centaurs against the Dark Elves. I actually think this is one of the weaker matchups for Centis, though. You want the Sons of Goros and a couple of your Axe Throwers, I think, are what you really want. You want to use the Razor Gore Herd as your real punching power against the Cold One Knights. Because they do actually trade fairly well into Cold One Knights on the charge also. And you have like 1 or 2 melee Centaurs, and that's really all you need. Playing a little defensively into the Dark Elves can work out nicely. Your Chariots do a great job against infantry as well. So as long as you keep your Razor Gore Chariots alive and operational, they can do a very good job of cleaning up Dark Elf units. Gorbel is stuck on Dread Spears. Definitely need to get him out of there. Charybdis chilling, and we do get a rampage on the Razorgore herd. Very unfortunate for them. They took a little too much damage. They are going to pull out. It wears off at just the right time. And a Centaur Great Weapon over here. Going to be charging down these Cold One Knights. See the regular Centaur struggling a little bit. They really need some magic support. Like, an Enfeebling Foe on a Cold One Knight as you charge with Centis is pretty devastating for the Cold Ones. Because Centaur's charge bonuses are so high with such good weapon strength, most of the damage is from that decisive initial charge from the Beastman units anyways. So Enfeebling Foe only lasting 17 seconds isn't that big of a deal, because it's effectively piling on value very, very quickly when it's, you know, at its most important. Cockatrice coming out. Beastmen looking beat up. They really don't have numbers anymore. They definitely need a chariot to come in here. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is Traderkin. Going down. It's a really well placed one. I forgot it lowers speed, is what I was trying to say. Every single time. The speed debuff is really pretty decent. Hagwitch is 8 leadership. How the hell has this thing not broken? That's crazy. Only 111 kills. 400 value is not that good. Charybdis coming out has actually been a little bit of a pain. Cockatrice could, yeah, I mean, there's nothing else in the sky to punish this Cockatrice going for the Lord here. Get that Petrifying Gaze off right about now. Yeah, buddy. You can see the character is trying to land. Oh, the Cold One Knight's gonna be here. Catch the Cockatrice if it lands. I would not try to engage this. It would be a pretty serious loss. Centaurs are cleaning up some of the infantry over here. Doing a pretty good job of hounding them down. And does it hit? No, it does not hit the Shaman Sorcerer. Shaman Sorcerer is sticking in here, avoiding the Cockatrice's damage here. Very unfortunate. I'd get this thing up in the air. It's going to get absolutely ruined by the Cold One Riders. Ouch. Some push and pull going on. I mean, the Beastmen have the ticket lead. Dark Elves just haven't really captured either of these side points. I mean, the Corsairs are flipping it slowly, and the British Shaman's just over here farming them for value. He is on the Tuskor Chariot, which is a pretty good anti-infantry piece. Can definitely add up if you're microing it around aggressively. Cockatrice looking to re-engage the Cold One Knights. They're trying to pull away now that there's Minotaurs and Centaur Great Weapons here. I would be going for the Cold One Knights right about now. Your opponent's developing out more of those guys. Definitely need to be killing them as quickly as possible. Just charging down the Dread Spears. I know the Dread Spears are low, but even a few minutes of Dread Spears fighting against Centaurs is going to just be so favorable for the Dark Elves. This is why I don't love the Centis in this matchup, just because the Chaff Infantry for the Dark Elves is so effective. Don't worry about it, Iceman. You've been making... the mistakes you're making aren't egregious. To me, honestly, it looks a little bit less like you're messing up, per se. And maybe your priority isn't quite... quite allocated efficiently. Like, you got these Minotaurs fighting Sisters of Slaughter, which is really not that good, because Sisters of Slaughter are a really defensive unit. They're very capable of holding against Minos and killing multiple units in this wave here. You got the Dark Riders coming in. You do get the Cockatrice going after the Lord again, and you actually are able to break her really nice. Razorgore herd need to be getting up in here. Where do they want to go right now? I actually think bulldozing in over here is the right call. Just stay away from the Charybdis and try to hammer the Blackheart Corsairs there. You could also get a rear charge over here if you want. Anything is better than sitting with those pigs You don't want to let the pigs just wait around a whole bunch. They are very good at being aggressive. You need to make sure that they're charging stuff down and they're in a relatively uncontested area of the battlefield so that they're able to cycle charge and they don't get their Feral Rampage popped early. If you avoid that, then they can definitely rack it up for you. They get the acceleration, they get the charge off, and they just massacre the Blackheart Corsairs. Big damage going down from that charge. Charybdis is on the rear of these guys. They definitely want to like peel out. They're about to have their Feral Rampage procced. Ouch. This is where it's going to turn on its head for the Dark Elves. They're definitely going to be persevering through that pretty nicely. Immediate death from the Traderkin being used. The Charybdis taking a lot of punishment. The Minotaurs are looking to find the fight here now. Gorbel stiffening up the resolve a little bit, and that ITP coming into play, man, for sure. Not being scared off by the terror-causing Charybdis yet. Mere moments away from a leadership break, though. They do actually lose their nerve. They are running the Charybdis with 1,500 value. Clutch Charybdis, dude. Wow, and it's beating up on the Great Bray Shaman. Holy crap, dude. Frickin' awesome. Blackheart Corsairs with some pretty solid value. We do have more Sentis up. This is the kind of battlefield position where Centaurs start to look less and less appealing. Your opponent's doing a very good job of like running you around the field as well, denying you like the crucial engagements that you need. You got the Cockatrice desperately going after the Supreme Sorceress, can't catch her. She has one leadership! Oh my god! Oh, and she gets a flaming sword off. That's not that useful. I mean, all the units are broken, unfortunately. Beastmen still in this, barely scrapping back. They got good engages early. In the mid-game, they faltered a little bit. Now they're back on the upswing, now that they've taken down this Charybdis. Senegors handling it, as well as these Razorgore herd here. More Sentis. Just wave after wave of them coming in. Again, though, you need to have answers for the Cold One Knights. They will beat Centaurs in a one-on-one. But right here, maybe the Beastmen can get the kind of engagement that they want. It's Cold One Knights overextending pretty deep in here. Razorgore herd and a Centaur in on the flank, and a beautiful devolve, and now a turnaround and a counter charge. This Cold One Knight's gonna melt here, dude. Oh no. No, not like this. The Druchii. Dropping a very important unit. You can't really afford to overextend like this. The way you beat Beastmen in these late game situations where you capped 2 points away from is just sit on those objectives. Do not overextend into the Beastmen. Beastmen are always faster than you. If you let them bait you forward, they can swing the value back on you, and they're fast enough that even if they're down for portions of the game, they can always counter push and take you out, because they've got Vanguard deployment on so much stuff. Their infantry have 42 foot speed. Their Senegors have 92 speed with Primal Furia. And look at them just isolating all of the Cold One Knights and a Blackheart Corsair. Immediately flipping the value trading back around. And the Harpies are trying to land in to clean up one of these Centaurs here, but ends up on top of the Zangors, who are going to chew these poor Harpies up, dude. Zangors love fighting flyers. They're so good against them. They're a little less, like, good damage dealing wise compared to Gore Herd, but they're a little bit more resilient if they do get charged. Soulblight going down on the Centaurs, but the Doomfire Warlocks get terrified by the Cockatrice, which just eats the Doombolt on its shield. Doombolt didn't do anything to the shield. What the hell was that? Huh? It only has 149 health on the barrier. How did that do nothing to the HP? That seems really bizarre. Maybe there's like a damage reduction for magic on the shield. Does anybody actually know? I've never noticed anything like that before. Senti's getting rear charged by Cold One Knights. Cockatrice continuing to hang in here. Bracian with 1800 value, pretty nice stuff. This Doomfire Warlock's getting crushed is so unfortunate. And that, I think, is going to give the Beastmen the momentum they need to steamroll the rest of the infantry. Bye-bye Black Ark Corsair Handbows. Hello, Beastmen late game win. Craziness. We've got to secure the number 3, though. Oh, please don't walk off this point. Oh my god, no. Okay, oh my god. Iceman playing with my freaking heart here. Okay. So, Zangors get on the point. These Zangors holding the middle. More infantry. Cockatrice did alright. Really didn't do too bad. The Synagore play was the weak link here. It wasn't so abysmal that it lost you the game, though. You did a very good job in the late game of getting decisive engagements against much stronger individual units, and that's where the Beastmen function best. So they're one of the best late game factions, as well as being one of the best early game factions. The middle of the game for the Beastmen, if they didn't really like hyper focus an area and overwhelm a flank, that's where the late game can, or the mid game can get a little scary for them. If Beastmen fall behind and you can consolidate your defenses, poof, focus up and just keep constantly pushing back their Centaurs and punishing them for either overextending or hitting them with missiles, that's where you're gonna dominate the game, as the Dark Elves. Soulblight? Yeah, Soulblight coming down from those Doomfire Warlocks. It's fine. They're gonna get a good charge off on these Centaurs. We'll see what kind of damage we get, although Pont is gonna call the game here. I think because these Cold One Dread Knights are getting annihilated, man. Oh my god, dude. Centaurs are so gnarly. Just super powerful. The Chariot didn't do great this game. Sorry about that, guys. I'm starting to get a little tired here. We'll keep going. Got another like half hour. I'll try to get 2 more replays in before we go. One Razor Goreherd did alright. Zangors did solid. Goreherd, solid. Beastmen, very solid faction. You have the Unger Raiders tripling their value almost. That's really gross. I guess the standard Centaurs are fine. The Centagoros were a little lackluster. Centaur Great Weapon... I don't think Centaur Great Weapons against the Dark Elves is a good idea. Like, just the standard one. I would cut them. I'd cut one other Centaur. I'd get 2 throwing axes. Get rid of this Minotaur with the shields. Maybe get one more for a Minotaur with shields. What can you get? You can get a Razor Goreherd and 1 more Zangor in your reserve. I think that'd be really good. Everything else stays the same. Use your Razor Gores primarily as the anti-Cold One unit. Countercharge the Cold One Knights as much as possible. If you need to take a head-up fight, the Razor Gores can eat the charge, and then the Centaurs can get the flank. It usually works out pretty nicely for the Beastmen if you combo it like that. All things being equal, I would say that a lot of that matchup for the Dark Elves just comes down to how disciplined they play. Dark Elves just don't have as much HP as a lot of the Beastmen units. Even though they have armor, they tend to be a little bit squishy just because they don't have healing and the low HP, as I mentioned. They have to play very close together, and they have to hold on 2 objectives and not overextend for any others. If they do that, that's where they end up having a much better time. And they can grind out wins. One second, guys. I'll make sure that I've got all these other Discord replays. And you know what? Actually, we'll work with what we've got. I'll do my purge and then re-download of everything. Make sure that I've got all the replays, and we'll go through it. Hopefully, stream tomorrow to cover some more replays and get some matches in. And then Monday, as always, we'll do a nice big stream where we try to get through all of the remaining stuff. Are there any funky factions that we haven't really been seeing yet? Not really. I think I've covered all of the factions that have played at least once today. Oh, Nurgle. Let's get some Nurgle Cathay action. Dude, this is going to be sick. Okay, so Cathay's coming in with the Grace of Kuai-Yin and the Dune Dragons, who are going to get absolutely flattened by the Noxbringer, probably. The Noxbringer is so strong against elite units. Like, the shots are already powerful enough. Destroying ammo is fine. It's not that important. It's much better against, like, Marauder Horsemen, where Marauder Horsemen don't have that much ammo. Them losing any volleys is actually pretty painful. Archer units usually hit hard enough, it just doesn't matter to them.
Rejoice, for it is the honor of honors.
Okay, cool. Nice to know, Mao. Or, Zhao. Sorry. Horseman sitting up on the number 3 and the number 1, and Nurgle pressing the middle to cap the number 2 quickly. Don't engage right now. You've got time. You've got time to value trade. You want to use the Noxbringer as much as possible here to get some good damage in. Pretty nice stream of corruption. And, oh, those mortar shots whiffing sucks. That's so painful. You could maybe do to get this a little closer in. Oh, actually, now that I say that, I forget these guys have 180 meters range. You can't get much closer than this. You are choosing the right target. I just don't know why it's missing. Stop missing the Noxbringer. What are you doing? Frickin' bozo. Oh my god. Nurgle needs the damage now to kill the Grace of Kuai-Yin. They don't want to let these guys shoot for much longer. They've kind of gotten away with it so far. Because Kuai-Yin crossbows have been pretty locked down in combat, or just not getting great lines of sight. Really nice Dragon Breath from Zhao Ming. The Chaos Sorcerer and the Exalted Heroes get up in the back line, doing some pretty nice work. You can see the Dune Dragons in here also trying to get some damage done. And the Noxbringer just doesn't want to shoot. I don't know what it's up to. Okay, there we go. Finally getting a shot off. Much better volley from it there. Still a little bit less than what I would like to see from it. But maybe Nurgle's going to be okay. They got more Pestigors coming up, fighting the Jade Warriors. Horsemen, Peasant Horsemen versus Nurgle Horsemen. Who's going to win this? Surely the Peasant Horsemen are going to take that win, but you never know, I guess. Pestigors need to get around the flank and start rear charging a lot of the Cathay units here. Nice fleshy abundance on the caster. Oh, on the Exalted Hero, actually. Probably want to overcast it, since you got all 3 of the characters here. Super worth. Noxbringer's still shooting away. Just isn't hitting. What the hell is wrong with this thing? This is the Noxbringer in a nutshell. It looks like an absolute nightmare unit sometimes. Other times, it just misses its shots and it just doesn't do anything. I don't know why it's like this. The Exalted Heroes have been solid, but the problem is that it's just going to take them ages to kill infantry. I mean, it's not going poorly, but Nurgle definitely needs a little bit more oomph in what's happening here. They just don't have anything that's hammering down any of Cathay's units who are just kind of sticking around, persevering through a bunch of damage, buffering out these characters with some pretty decent positioning. So it's a little sad watching Nurgle get dunked on a little bit like this, but Lazuka is obviously very talented at playing with Cathay. Not a lot of mistakes here. Like, you got a few units of that Harmony, but that's not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things when you're value trading so much better than your opponent. Now the Empress Croman getting up. Yeah, that's the best call. Oh yeah, for sure, Nogus. Stick around for another stream on Monday for sure. We'll see about tomorrow. Have a good one, dude. Take care. Nurgle's matchup against Grand Cathay isn't abysmal. It's a little rough because of the shooting and the Onyx Croman being so strong. I don't think Pestigors are the way to go in the front line. They get wrecked by Dragon Breath, and that is Cathay's best chaff clear tool. I actually think some Armored Chaos Warriors aren't bad here. With the great weapons, they'll chew through Jade Warriors and eventually get you to the Grace of Kuai-Yin. And you've got Furies that you can throw into the back line and sacrifice if it means that you win in the front line. Sometimes sacrificing Furies is a good idea. Not always, and honestly kind of rarely, but I think in that matchup, using a Fury to just continually, like, drop down, harass the Grace of Kuai-Yin would have been the right call. I don't think you're going to get away with anything otherwise. Let's watch Piston versus Wreck here. We've got Juan Bo. Not a bad choice at all. He's got some, he's got Netta Amantok. Oh, wow. No Net of Amantok, though. What is this spell kit? Okay. Comet of Cassandora, actually. As well as the Jade Shield. Now, the Jade Shield is alright. Sure. But I don't know about Comet. 35% spell resist on something that powerful isn't amazing, but it is still helping survivability from the explosion radius, which is...
I'm the Celestial's executioner. And these enemies are marked for death. Let us execute the will of the immortal Emperor himself.
Woohoo! Alright. Anyways, the explosive damage on Comet does the most of the work against infantry. The 35% resistance can definitely keep your units a little bit safe and persevering through it. Okay, so this is going to be a tricky pickle for Khorne to pull off here. They definitely want to take the number 2 and the 3, and then they want to, ouch. Keep the Hellforge Bellowers on the reverse slope here. If the Hellforge Bellowers is just right here, it's close enough, it can drive to the top of the hill, fire a volley, drive back down. And your opponent's Grand Cannon is going to be a little out of position. You could also keep it over here. And you just want to post up with armored infantry and keep Cathay from getting in. I think that, I think against Cathay, you don't want to bring a ton of Chaos Warriors, because you do need Bloodletters to some extent. But like 2 or 3 Chaos Warriors in this matchup can be a really nice missile bulwark, because Peasant archers are never going to get through the silver shields and the armor that Chaos Warriors have, and it takes Iron Hails ages to do that too. 35% doesn't help against Comet, it's so strong. I'm not saying it's not still really good and it can't get great value. Compared to the availability of Net of Amontok, though, I would much rather have Net of Amontok personally. The Hellforge Bellowers, when cannons are on the field, you just keep it hidden for a while. Your opponent will start targeting other stuff, and that's when you can bring the Hellforge Bellowers up and start blasting infantry. Shooting into the back line is a good call. Oh man, the terrain. Oh, the terrain for the Hellforge Bellowers is causing so many problems, and that Grand Cannon is still hammering away at it. Piston, I think the big problem that you're running into in this game is just the fact that the map is not well suited for the Hellforge Bellowers. You've gotten your infantry into the front line, which is great. That is definitely going to... Or actually, oh no, because they're all Marauders. Never mind. Jade Warriors do beat Marauders with Harmony.
One of your units has been destroyed.
So, not really a winning situation there. Peasant Horsemen, we got some Furies coming up. So, here's how you win against Onyx Crowman. Whenever you see your opponent bring an Onyx Crowman in, you use your Fury and you just take the head-to-head fight. Corn Furies do win when they get their charge off on the Onyx Crowman. They don't get it off here, and they're trading pretty evenly, which is not a good sign. The Onyx Crowman should wear out the Furies now. These guys did lose their Frenzy, and that's like their big selling point. That's why charging is so critical in this one-on-one. Because your units get a leadership buff as they're charging in, right? Another thing that happens is they do more damage to your opponent, and they drop more models than you do. And your units have an easier time getting extra attacks in. So they're crumbling out with a lot of health remaining, and that's really unfortunate. Biggest thing about Cathay is the Crowman. Yeah, the Crowman are really annoying, dude. You just need to take the head-to-head fight as cleanly as possible, and the Furies do beat the Crowman. Bloodwake Berserkers getting tossed around by the bombs. Are the bombs actually good against the Bloodwake Berserkers? What kind of damage do we get here? Whoa, okay, that's actually a lot more than I would have expected. Holy crap, Nangar grenades. What? Okay, I mean, they took about 400 HP off the Bloodwake Berserkers. That's nothing compared to the Iron Hails still, though, but, I mean, at least did a little bit of damage. Oh, the Comet coming down and nuking the Marauders. Did about as much damage as the Peasant Archers, but no biggie. A really beautiful Sleipnir. Almost one-shotting the poor Peasants. Oh, they took 100 casualties almost. Valkyrie with 1,000 value is pretty awesome. Valkyrie should be a little more aggressive, though. She can land in on some of these missile units and take models off of them. Definitely be worth your time. Bloodwake Berserkers killing a bunch of Iron Hails. That's nice. Khorne is just looking gassed. There's been so much demonic instability on a lot of these Furies. This Fury does beat an Onyx Crowman. Oh, and the cannon's dead. Uh-oh. Cathay, don't let it happen. Still got a good value lead. I think they'll be fine. I got Peasant Horsemen out here. Marauder Horsemen of Khorne do work against Cathay, but only against the dragon characters. They don't really do a whole lot else. They don't want to be running away from Crowman and Cavalry all game. They can countercharge Crowman, but the Jade Lancers combo up and keep the Marauder Horsemen honest, and it gets a little scary. Fury fighting the Crowman. See how close it is, man. But just the slight change in the Khorne Furies seemingly getting their charge off means that the Onyx Crowmen crumble out first, and the Furies should be able to get another engagement and get their value at least. Bloodwake Berserkers, once again, people being prepared for them, and they're just getting absolutely smoked. Iron Hells have been firing some very effective volleys into these guys. Blasting away once more. Absolutely brutal damage. And Valkia is fighting Wanbo in the sky now. He does lose his bonus versus infantry while he's flying, but does still have decent stats. Valkia might be able to finish him off, though. Actually keep her in there to keep scrapping. You do need to kill your opponent's lord if you're going to win. Oh, wait, the Celestial Lion is here. How the hell did I not notice it flying in? Good summon in, and now Valkia is definitely going to have to run. She can't fight both of those at the same time. What happens is the Celestial Lion uses Fearsome Roar, removes Valkia's ITP from Frenzy, and then she just runs away. And it also debuffs leadership, so there's a lot to like about this thing. It's very good in this matchup against Khorne. Khorne hates losing Frenzy, and they hate losing ITP. It's one of the reasons why Frenzy is so important for them. 6 HP, Buddy is going to get away. Really? Wow, good for him. He is booking it, dude. Peasant Archer's trying to close the gap and shoot him to pieces. Valkia versus both characters. She did use the Demon Shield, and now she's going to fly out. She should have landed here. She lands a little late. Does take a little unnecessary damage, but it is what it is. 2,300 value on her ain't bad.
One of your units has been...
I think Khorne wins if they don't bring Bloodwake Berserkers and just bring more Bloodletters and some Chaos Warriors, as well as not bringing the Hellforge Bellowers, and again, bringing more Bloodletters and more Chaos Warriors. Because Granny Cathay does not deal with Khorne infantry pushes very well. And a Khorne infantry push against Granny Cathay is just, think of your infantry as like octopus tentacles, and you're trying to completely surround your opponent, and then you want to like drag them in to like a big fight that you can then just outtrade them over time in. Exalted Bloodletter's only got 500 value. I don't like Khorngors against Cathay. Cathay has too much shooting for Khorngors to do well. Look at the Bloodletter. It's like the only unit that almost paid for itself here. A lot of inefficient units, unfortunately, for Khorne here. Valkia and the Bloodletter there are like doing the most work. RIP. Onyx Crowmen, man. They're nasty. They are nasty. What other factions and matchups do we got here? Dwarves versus Tzeentch. Let's see this. This can be our... Yeah, this will be our last replay for the day. Unless it gets done in like 5 minutes and I'll do another. I'm getting really tired. And I want to be able to like actually give y'all the highest quality cast possible. I don't want to be half-assing anything, so... it'll be a little shorter of a stream today. And I'll be trying to come in with one tomorrow so that you guys are covered. I get some more replays done, and I don't have nearly as much to do on Monday. And we can, like, motor through them then. Any speech? No speech! Asshole. I really wanted to hear one from the Exalted Lord of Change. I actually have never really clocked if I've heard one before from them. I know Sartorial has a pre-battle speech, but I think that's it. Tzaangors, pretty sneaky actually. This is a good way to utilize Tzaangors. They do have Vanguard deployment, of course, so you can get up on points early to cap them away and try to hang on to them and keep your opponent stuffed back. And against the Dowie, if they have to constantly peel units around the battlefield to respond to you trying to backcap them or just playing in and out of cover, it's a big win because of how slow their units are and the constant need to reposition them. Tzeentch is a pretty small army. They don't really have any AP is the big issue I'm seeing. I know they have a Flamer and an Exalted Flamer in reserve. And I do think they're strong against the Dwarves. But you do want to be a little bit careful. Because, without the hard-hitting AP to get through the Dwarves, their missiles are going to be online for quite a while, and they can poke down the Exalted Flamer and the regular Flamers, because they're both pretty squishy, and they're fairly quick, but it's a little hard to dodge, like, just hordes of Dwarven missile units. And the Iron Drake torpedoes are very powerful, especially against Flamers and Exalted Flamers. You gotta be pretty tricky with your positioning. Garrugrim gets absolutely nailed by the Final Transmutation, which I don't really think is worth it, though. Here's the problem with Final Transmutation. Okay, say you get a cast of it off on a Dowie character like Garrugrim. I think you may have even done some damage to the Lord here. That's great. He's lost about a third of his HP, but he's survived through 35% of the functional damage that you've done. Searing Doom typically is just a little bit more impactful against the Dwarves. You don't want to really focus on killing Dowie characters because they're so annoying and high leadership and resilient and blah 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 blah. They got a lot more HP than a lot of comparable foot characters. You should focus on killing Dowie missiles. First and foremost, that's the main goal. Getting through their front line is possible, but only if you have like AP Greatsword infantry. If you don't, what Tzeentch needs to do is go for like a surround and then a pinch, because you don't have to worry about the Dowie bringing any cavalry out to like hammer your flank as you're surrounding them, right? They can bring gyrocopters up, but guess what? You got Furies. They bring a gyro, you bring a Fury. Furies are way cheaper. They shred gyros. Easy way to protect them. If you get around the flanks and you get on top of the Dowie missiles with your infantry, you will have an unlimited amount of time to kill the Dowie warriors in the front line, because they will be totally useless at winning a game. Dwarf warriors just don't beat anything, quite frankly. They're a line holder and that's it. They don't have any value trade potential in melee combat, outside of like a few matchups where they can like beat up on uber awful mega dog water chaff infantry. Zangor's over here scrapping. The Dowie did cap the point. This is a lot to be losing. Zangors are 650 gold, and losing them out on the flank without them getting good value is definitely a little bit sus. I am a little scared, you know. Like, if your opponent's holding on this point and they're showing a willingness to continue to send units here to cap it, wait until, like, imagine this scenario. The Dowie are trying to cap the number 3. Your Zangors are delaying the cap. He brings 2 miners out to try and get you all the way off the point so it can be capped, but it's, you know, even on the cap weight. So you're holding him from capping his objective while you take the number 1 and the number 2 early, hopefully, which I believe Tzeentch did, but, you know, they're losing momentum here, but that's neither here nor there. When your opponent commits with multiple units to actually take the objective, just have those Zangors rotate over, and then they maneuver off to the side somewhat, and they can position themselves to just cut off the Dowie formation over here. Because what are the Dowie going to do to get around 2 Zangors here and here? They can't do anything. Your other infantry then get their engagements, and you can bring your damage dealers in, get them in danger close, and roast out whatever might be alive still. Really nice Tzeentch army ability. Dowie a little slow responding to it, and we do get a very, very dead Thunderer here, I think. And the Quarrelers also take some pretty significant damage, so that's going really well for Tzeentch. It's just a shame to lose 1350 gold over there with a very minimal, like, gain or progress made. Chaos Warriors are all getting into combat. No Centaurs of Tzeentch, bringing up some Chaos Knights instead. The Flamers definitely need to get active. Look at the damage those Iron Drakes are doing to them. Can't leave them there. Definitely need them shooting. They could get flank shots on the Dwarf Warriors here. If you don't want to do that, they can also roll up in here and fire into the rear of the Quarrelers. The Long Drunk Slayer Pirates are in there now, so they would be able to stuff that. Dang, man, these Flamers are just not having a good time at all. I think the Exalted Flamer would have been a better first summon.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
Although, I don't know, maybe Exalted Flamers wouldn't really work here. I'm just trying to think about it logistically. There's a lot of hills and a lot of cover to hide from shooting, and the Exalted Flamer might have trouble because of that. The standard Flamers down in here firing away, poking the Long Drongs, and the Trollhammer Torpedoes. Only about 300 Valley. They got a long way to go, and they have used 2 volleys. You'd figure they would have done a little bit more damage than what they've gotten done here. But it is starting to stack up. You can see them getting a lot of collateral damage, too. A lot of these shots, actually. Chaos Knights trampling over the Grimdelvers there. Trampling Quarrelers and on top of Thunderers. Get up in there. Kill those damn Grimdelvers. They're obnoxious. You don't want to leave them around. Probably the most dangerous Dowie unit nowadays in terms of damage dealers. The Dowie have lots of solid missile troops, but the Grimdelvers are exceptional in what they are able to accomplish. They are violent, dude. They fire really quickly for a blunderbuss every 9.8. Typically it's 13 seconds, so super quick rate of fire. Massive armor-piercing values with the 3 projectiles. The spread is really tight as an ROR since they get so many benefits from the chevrons. Wish it would show here what chevrons do. It's super stupid. It doesn't sometimes. I don't know why. Is there a unit with a chevron around here? Why? Big sad. Not even the Dwarf Warriors? Really? Oh, here we go. So, like, it shows what chevrons do for the Iron Drakes who got the chevrons naturally or got them put on. But for the ROR, it doesn't show the benefits. But you get benefits from the chevrons, right? That's the whole point of this being a Regiment of Renown. These guys get Frenzy, so they're ITP. They've got solid armor and shields just like regular Thunderers. The Grimdelvers do. But the addition of the Frenzy means their melee attack is actually pretty solid. With 36 melee defense and decent weapon strength, they can actually scrap against Furies okay until help comes. You do want to just use them to blast things to pieces, right? They're kind of in your secondary line, the Grimdelvers. Usually posted up between most of your other missiles. And they're just trying to be as sneaky and silent as possible, staying in stealth until your opponent has, like, a Fury that they're flying a little too incautiously into your formation, and the Grimdelvers just blast it out of the sky with one volley. Because that's the kind of damage output they can throw down. They will and can one-shot Furies. I have seen it happen. I play Khorne. I cannot tell you how many times I've played the Dowie. I've played probably like 50 games against the Dwarves at this point. All of the games I've lost in is because the Grimdelvers sat around the entire game. It just blew me apart. They can very quickly get you like 2,000 value as a blunderbuss unit. And being resilient, like I said, with the armor and the shields and the stats and like decent HP for a missile unit, they're no joke. You gotta respect them in some capacity. Freddy is way behind on value, but somehow doing okay. I guess the dwarves holding the middle point is pretty terrible. Yeah, just not going to be able to outmuscle this. The Dowie are preserving quite a few of their range tools. And they're focus firing very effectively to take down a lot of these Tzeentchian units. The momentum is going to really start swinging against Tzeentch. They need the Exalted Flamer earlier. Bringing it in reserve is okay, but it is kind of pricey. You see the Vortex going down and doing some pretty good work here. How much value does it have? Only 93. Part of the problem is that a lot of the Vortexes are hitting the hill here or firing a little too high. Getting it onto the flanks of enemy units and firing down the line on them is way more powerful. So, like, this is... Okay, this is what you should do with the Exalted Flamer right now. You got 150 meter range on this thing, right? You got a big blob of Dowie right here. This might seem silly. Although, actually, the Trollhammer torpedoes are in range. They're screaming by the trees, though. Alright, maybe never mind. Leaving it here, though, does still seem like a little bit of a waste. I would like to see it come over here and try and get some side shots onto the miners, as well as the Bugman's Rangers. Finding a way to get side shots onto this Dowie blob here would be the best possible outcome, because it's the Grumbling Guard great weapon unit, as well as some miners, which would be pretty good value. Definitely would add up for the Exalted Flamer, as it gets more accurate volleys firing from a much better LOS, because it's like firing on one side of a hill onto another. And that's just a little bit too much to ask for a lot of ranged units. The targeting priority on ranged pieces can be a little funky at times. You want to try and like minimize the variance and odds that it's wasting a bunch of its ammunition, just purely by happenstance. Nice shot. Miners suffering a little bit. Still not great value. Sartorial is flying around doing what he can. Here's another issue with the Tzeentch army, is that Sartorial is really good in a lot of matchups. He is not that good against the dwarves. I honestly think that Village for the forces of Tzeentch is the best bet. He's tanky, he's got shield regenning abilities that make it very hard to just outright kill him. Beautiful army ability on the Thunderers, by the way. You know, you wish you could get a better block to drop it on, but that's better than nothing. Maybe here, though, would have been a good spot. And Village has Infernal Gateway, which is a very powerful spell. Tzeentch's Firestorm is also pretty good against dwarves, now that I'm thinking about it. Tzeentch's Firestorm doesn't have crazy AP values, but it does have 3 Vortexes, and against, like, wide factions, Vortexes get a lot better, because the odds are when it rotates, it actually still hits something at the very least. So Tzeentch's Firestorm causing like maximum panic and consternation can be very effective here. Miners get terror routed by Sartorial, but it's Sartorial against the world, really. Unsummoning that Exalted Flamer with 3 volleys left. It wasn't doing great, but I think keeping it around would have been good. Just get all the value you can out of the shooting on something like that, and then unsummon it. Be as self-preserving as possible. The more time you spend unsummoning units than just watching them route off the field and then waiting for them to come back into reserves for ages, the better. You want your units to get beat up and to then unsummon them. You don't want your units to get beat up, you then have to commit them again because you're running out of stuff, and then watch them get shattered and they spend a million years walking off the map. These Chaos Warriors are literally never going to be able to come back out in this game. They've got like 250 meters maybe? About 200 and something meters to run before they're off the field, and then they have to regenerate in the reinforcement pool for a bunch of time. That's going to be a little too much to ask. Slayers are fighting Zangors, not doing amazingly. Tzeentch sending some Zangors over. Recapping their home objective. More Zangors, more Furies. Sartorial, the Chaos Knights have been pretty impactful. They got about 1,000 value. I do respect the hell out of that. Not a very good charge, though. Trying to get after the Bugman's Rangers, but ending up just in the middle of the Slayer unit here. Slayer's going to take these Knights down pretty quickly. The heavy armor on the Tzeentch Knights will keep them a little bit healthier than most mobility would be at this point, but it's definitely still not going to be very pretty, and you can see them dropping HP like crazy. 1,400 value, though, is nice. I do have to give some kudos there for getting value out of the Chaos Knights. It's not easy. Knights can be a little lackluster in a lot of matchups. And this is one where I would think they'd be pretty uniquely bad. But maybe I do need to put some respect on their name.
Unending glory is yours.
That's kind of what I expected. I mean, I just didn't see the Warriors getting through the Dowie front line before missiles shot them to death. That is kind of what happened here. Tzeentch is just too thin. I like the Zangor opening, but I don't like losing them on the flank like that. I don't think you need a Lance Knight. Just bring regular Chaos Knights. Regular Chaos Knights are just better than Lances. Lances do not need to be more expensive than regular Chaos Knights. It is totally unnecessary. The Lance is a side grade. It is not a straight upgrade. You lose a ton of melee defense. And Cavalry really do need pretty solid melee defense to survive their charges oftentimes. If they just run into a brick wall and then they're forced to grind, the Lances just fall apart immediately. I would cut them. I would get one more Fury. I'd cut the Chosen. They're just too expensive. And what else? What do we want instead? What do you need here? Let's make a Tzeentch army before we go for the Dowie matchup. I will show you my intent. Other people can decide for themselves what they want to see. So you get those. Vessel of Change. Not that good. Twisted Twin is nice. And really all you want to do is just pop Tzeentch's Firestorm on blobs of Dowie all game. Or you bring Infernal Gateway and you just overcast it a few times and kill stuff. I think Tzeentch's Firestorm is better for the Twisted Twin. And the spell mastery on this is pretty strong too. So yeah, I like it. Okay. Lances are for rear charges. Yeah, I mean, good luck getting one. Exactly. That's the problem. The Dowie are so good against mobility, guys. They really don't mind if their opponents go with lots of mobile units. Because they love killing cavalry, man, with their range tools. They're very good at it. They don't struggle in the least. So you got that. You can get... just do this. You can get the Flamers in earlier and the Exalted Flamer to poke right away. You can bring another Exalted Flamer in reserve. I do think, nah, you don't need a Screamer. I was thinking maybe for gyros, but you definitely don't. Get as many Furies as you can. I would say max out on them. Other people might say just bring 3. Either or. Works for me. Chaos Knights, apparently they do work. Why not? Go for it, I guess. A couple of Forsaken, perhaps. Now, probably just more Zangors and a couple more Warriors. And a couple of Pink Horrors. Pink Horrors can shoot Slayers. Chaos Knights compromise the Rangers and such. Same with the Infantry. And you just go for an armor check on the Dwarves. And try and just face roll them that way. While the Exalted Flamers can just like poke concentrated Dowie positions and wear out their front line early on. Another thing that you can do here, you could do Village. And you can do Acold. And you cut everything on him. Because none of these abilities are even any good, really. He's already got Perfect Vigor, so you don't need Foe Seeker. He hits hard enough. You don't really need Devastating Onslaught. Thorn's Aura, Dwarves don't do enough damage in melee. They just bounce off you with their melee attack. They don't actually hit very often, so damage reflection is useless. And the Windblade is... I don't even know how to use this thing. This item sucks, in my opinion. I don't see it do any damage ever. Cut this guy. We'll get our Flamer back. 475 gold. What do you do with this? I don't know. Something like that. Gotta bring Zinchtigors. I agree, but you know our champion here didn't bring the Zinchtigors, so I feel like I should do them the solid of trying to build around these guys. I did really like the Chaos Knight play, so I think they could be respectable potentially. Because the targets they're going after are a little more lightly armored. They're trying to charge down Rangers. They want to attack Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes and try and kill them quickly. And if there's Slayers on the field, the Pink Horrors try and shoot the Slayers to death. You don't really want to fight Slayers in melee combat. Even if your unit is trading really effectively into Slayers, the fact that they're occupied while they're killing an unbreakable unit can be a massive waste of time that can keep you from compromising the Dowie missile troops, who are probably pincushioning you to death as you're trying to death wrestle with the dwarves. Ross, did I ever tell you that there's no Ogre Kingdoms players this tournament? I didn't see any, at the very least. Sorry I missed that message. But I'm pretty sure no Ogre Kingdoms here. I didn't see them anywhere in. But again, I'll sweep the Discord before I come back tomorrow, and we'll see it. Trollhammer torpedoes have 140 armor, but they don't have good stats. Chaos Knights are chosen on horseback, and the Trollhammer torpedoes, hell of the Dowie. This is the last thing I'm going to say. They have awful stats. I mean, they are 20 melee attack, 27 melee defense. Chaos Knights surrounding those Trollhammer torpedoes, sure, they've got the 120 armor. It means they'll survive a little bit better than if they didn't, I guess. But they're going to go down pretty fast. They don't have that much HP. Pretty small number of entities. I've seen for myself that Knights are very capable of taking down the torpedoes. They've got decent AP. 16 AP is not terrible. you compare that to something like, you know, Bloodletter, it's really not too terribly far off, and you get the added benefit of all the mobility and the armor yourself with the overshield. Just getting them up, the Chaos Knights up in the back line to just continually cycle charge into units is disruptive enough, and it can maybe give you time to push Acold up through the front line, slip him around the Dowie warriors, and then you can use him to try and get after the Trollhammer torpedoes, where he will absolutely annihilate them in no time flat. And Village can also run with them and do that. They've got the same speed. They can stick together and just go and bully any of the Dowie missile units that they want to run in and grind against. Definitely not a waste of time. And definitely do it with these foot characters. Whew. Okay, guys. That's going to be it for me today. I really appreciate y'all coming, checking out the stream, listening to me ramble on about the meta a whole bunch here. I'll catch y'all around. Hopefully tomorrow, definitely on Monday. Till then, peace. Take care of yourselves.